गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्ते। मैं प्रज्ञा गवर्नेंस नाउ की तरफ से आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ 5th इंडिया PSU IT फोरम में, और तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ आपके इन इतने सालों के साथ के लिए। आई वेलकम यू ऑल ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ गवर्नेंस नाउ एट द 5th PSU IT फोरम। वी स्टार्टेड द डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जर्नी 5 years ago। लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवा बनता गया। So thank you everyone who has joined us today and will be joining us today later. So in last 4 years of the PSU IT forums, governance now is actively engaging PSU IT community and technology solution providers for addressing their digital transformation needs and challenges. Over these years, the forum has showcased technology solutions that offer myriad possibilities, changes in the public sector organizations for improving their efficiency, innovations, competitiveness, productivity, and how the public sector enterprises can overcome various business and operational challenges with digital innovation. We always believe that CPSE transformation is critical to India's development, and PSUs has played a strategic role in the growth of India. Today, PSUs has evolved as commercial organization with their objective shifted to profit while still retaining the responsibility of social cause. And COVID-19 pandemic has restated their importance. But to remain competitive, one of the biggest challenge the public sector faces is the role of being competitive, and here is the role of digital that comes in. The digital transformation in PSU journey started with digitization of data, but it has traveled much beyond that, from cloud to new disruptive technologies to transform their operations and business. As the forum is an effort to bring together the key stakeholders from CPSEs, state PSUs, and IT industry experts on a single platform to discuss digital transformation challenges and need to remain competitive and to find the solutions for that. And with COVID-19, it has become even more important for PSUs to leverage the right technologies for interaction, collaboration, and managing their leaner and remote workforce for successful project execution, planning, and risk mitigation. Not just that, this is the time when PSUs need to maximize their digital investments by strategically leveraging new technologies as well as data and advanced analytics to optimize policies, program resources, payments, and so चलिए आगे बढ़ाते हैं सफर को, but before we begin today's discussion, I would quickly like to let our esteemed delegates know how they can ask questions and become interactive with our panelists and speakers. There would be live interaction after the panel discussion. If you have any question, you can always put in your question box, which is below on your dashboard. And you can, if you face any technical difficulties, you can write down in the chat box, or you have the program coordinator's numbers also with you. So without much delay, I would like to request Mr. Kailash Adhikari, Managing Director, Governance Now, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group, to welcome the August gathering with his address. Mr. Adhikari.
Thank you, Pragya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th installment of Governance Now India PSU IT Forum. As we all know that we are now living in a new normal world, and this new normal world actually mandates us to meet in a virtual forum. And thus, the 5th installment of India PSU IT Forum, we are holding in a virtual format. Ladies and gentlemen, as Pragya mentioned in our opening remarks, that it has been a fantastic journey at Governance Now when we started off with the concept of PSU IT Forum. There was a simple notion in mind, as we all believe at Governance Now, that CPSEs are the true torchbearers of India's economy. And if India's economy has to grow, CPSEs are an integral part. And when we talk about digital India and the kind of transformation technologies that are happening, what is the pace and what is the level at which transformation is happening in our CPSEs? With this simple thought in mind, about 5 years ago, we started doing PSU IT Forum. And with the immense support of all the central public sector enterprises, as well as state enterprises and technology players, we have come so far. In today's discussion, we have a lengthy agenda, which we talk about in detail about how the digital roadmap will happen for PSUs and sectoral PSUs, oil and gas, defense, powers, and various other sectors of the PSUs. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all our esteemed panelists, delegates, speakers, as well as sponsors to the 5th installment of India PSU IT Forum. And I hand it over to you, Pragya, for the first panel discussion and TED Talk. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you so much, Mr. Adhikari. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning our first session of the day, the convergence of IT and OT in oil and gas PSUs, for which I would like to invite the speakers of the session, Sri Alok Khanna, Executive Director, Strategic IS, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Sri Rajiv Chandra, Executive Director IS, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, Sri Narayanan Ramakrishnan, Executive Director IS, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Shri B. Paparaju, Group General Manager E&T and Head SCADA ONGC Limited, and Mr. Alan Chances, EMEA, Senior Industrialist, Fortinet, Mr. Raveen Sikka, Principal Industry Consultant, SAS, and the moderator of the session, Shri Abhishek Jobanputra, Oil and Gas Digital Advisory, PwC. But before we begin the session, we have a short tech talk on analytics best practices in energy sector by Shri Naveen Sikka, Principal Industry Consultant, SAS, where he will be taking us through the journey of successful implementation of advanced analytics solutions, especially for the energy sector. Over to you, Mr. Sikka.
Sure, thanks, Pragya. So I'll just present my screen over here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So in today's discussion, it will be a really short one presentation. I mean, short to make a context before the panel discussion. So today I'll be just going over to talk about the imperatives in oil and gas energy business, the key challenges faced in implementation of analytics projects, and the best practices in analytics implementation. So not a detailed one, but a couple of points in what would be the successful journey towards the analytics implementation success. So in terms of the imperatives for energy business, of course, my key panelists are already aware about it, that there is an industry disruption which is already happening in terms of the market fluctuations in crude oil prices. In last couple of months, a lot of fluctuations have happened. There has been a shift in the product demand, finished product demands, the short-term and the long-term insights one needs to gather that in terms of the changing market scenario. And also because of the aging technologies, one has to take care of the unplanned downtime for our assets. Apart from the industry disruptions, there is, already we know that there is a data and more data in terms of the internal data, external data, many forms of data which need to be combined from our assets, from our customers, markets, competitors, stakeholders. We all are aware that there is a lot of data, and still, we sometimes feel there is less data. And at particular times, when we for our assets, there is one more imperative that EHS compliance is the prime most consideration for our board level compliance purposes. There is no non-compliance is not an option. So for all our assets, that is the prime most consideration, that the environment and the safety aspects are considered before we take into changing in the technologies. From the assets point of view, when we said there is a lot of data which is already generated, but still, there are augmentation which is needed from sensors perspective to collect more data from each of the assets, because of these assets are aging. So to monitor and predict the near real-time plant performance parameters, many a times the data sometimes is insufficient to predict the performance parameters. Then most of the in our past, when we have interacted with our oil and gas counterparts, the customer success, their customer success, providing value to their customers through prediction and optimization in prices, demand, quality, and cost are now becoming the prime considerations. The key challenges what we are currently what we have discussed in last couple of years in terms of the data is there is a missing data. When we start our predictive analytics or prescriptive analytics journey, we see the data is there, but there is some bit of missing data. Maybe the data is not collected, or there is a bad data or errors in the data. So these kind of anomalies we see from the data perspective. There is a feature engine aspect which needs to be incorporated when we start the advanced analytics process. In terms of the feature engineering process, there has to be a perfect handshake between the business and the IT teams. Most of the times, it takes time for the business users to get onboarded and provide the real meaningful data parameters. There are outliers and extreme values which are coming from the data. When I said about the bad data and the errors in the data, we have seen a lot much extreme values or the outliers which do not help in preparing a good model. Then connectivity with external sources. Many a times the technologies are available to connect to different technologies, but sometimes we do fail to connect to different sources because of the proprietary protocols. So there, the help of the vendor teams are needed. So these are the challenges in terms of the data we have encountered in the past. In the analytics journey discovery phase, there is a lack of architecture to support analytics lifecycle. When we say lack of architecture, most of the times those are point-to-point integrations which have happened for a particular purpose. There is a lack of IT and OT integration to do the proper predictive analytics. So those lack of architecture we have seen in the past. Long time to interactively build analytical models. Because of data issues, because of architecture issues, and because of lack of feature engineering, there is it takes a lot of time to build an analytical model which with good confidence level and good accuracy level. Then there are sampling error or bias. The data which gets provided, most of the time, the data science engineers, the period for which the sampling is done, or based on which the model is done, model is prepared, that sampling error also leads to anomalies. So there is a need for data science talent within the company itself and external help. The specialized needs are also faced by a lot of our customers. In analytical deployment purposes, because the assets, the assets, the quality of the feed, as well as the operational parameters on day-to-day changes. So many a times their model performance deteriorates. So the tuning has to be carried forward on time to time, which most of the time is ignored by the users who are already using those the models deployed after in the production. The key prerequisites, what we see for the successful implementation of advanced analytics solution is, from the people's perspective, there is still a significant shortage of people with right skill set to exploit new data sources using the modern technology. In terms of the processes, how the machine learning model deployment process needs to be automated and streamlined. These all needs to be seen. Then from technology perspective, what kind of tools, technology the analytics professional require in the deployment, in the production process, those need to be looked into, that or they have a comprehensive libraries of the model and how it has to be deployed in the production environment. Then the model interpretation also is one of the key process within the technology, while considering as a prerequisite for successful implementation. In terms of the data, how we can automate the data preparation capabilities to allow users to make use of the data immediately and effectively. So there, allocation of right skilled resources, talented resources, promoting the analytics culture within the organization, in terms of the processes, combining the feature engineering, statistical, data mining, and machine learning techniques, using various ML algorithms, selecting proper, appropriate champion and challenger models for real-time deployment, and then ensuring timely review of model performance are the key prerequisites for successful implementation from the process point of view. So in terms of the best practices, what we think is streamlining the data preparation. If the data is available from IT and the OT, there has to be a proper data management layer in which the frequency at which the data is being gathered, that needs to be streamlined. There is a more complex data which needs to be handled from IT and OT domains. More models need to be created because each model has its own characteristic, be it a decision tree model or a random forest model or neural network models. So the random forest model may not give good results wherever the decision tree models root cause analysis has to be done. More features need to be put during the model building process. When I say more features, more parameters in terms of combining the first engineering principle based in terms for the refinery, the thermodynamic principle based features also need to be incorporated so the models give better results. More granular segments need to be there, going into deep. When we do, for example, the forecasting, it has to be done at the lowest granular level. Then collaborate across all skill levels from decisioning point of view. From computing point of view, fast in-memory multi-threaded technologies are available. So one can go for parallel computing as well. Compare machine learning algorithms. Like I said, that random forest models or decision tree models or neural network models, each has its own capabilities. These can be combined together to prepare an ensemble model also. So one needs to give a rigorous thought during the model building process. Algorithms also. Auto tuning of model parameters, like I mentioned, each day the plant parameters are changing, operational parameters, the feed parameters are changing. So auto tuning of model parameters are needed during the implementation or the model deployment process, in which the errors minimization takes place, that is between the actual and the forecasted one. Model interpretation, I said, because most of these models are black box models. So at the end, when the end user gets the output, the model interpretation is one of the important process which explain in a verbatim basis what has gone within the model, what were the key parameters which have been considered, where the anomalies were considered, how those anomalies were addressed to, and that is how the user gets an insight what went into those black box models. And then auto ML is also auto machine learning, when I say the champion and the challenger models, because there are hundreds of models for one particular use case may be built. But from that, which one is performing the champion model, which one is the challenger model, that needs to be monitored as a model deployment process. Within SAS, in order to implement this, we generally follow the sample, explore, modify, model, and access methodology. We call it as SEMA methodology. That correct sampling has to be done. We do the exploratory data analysis. Doing the representative data structure needs to be for the data science. This is up to the data science person. He studies this for 2 or 3 weeks, and then explore which is the best, which are the parameters which affect the mostly in terms of the correlations and explorations when he does from the output parameter perspective. Then he modifies the data in terms of transforming the data, doing the feature engineering like I explained. And then finally, the modeling aspect comes, the neural network, the decision tree models, the logistics model, and all those models are then the outputs are first it is trained, then validated, and then tested in terms of the real production environment data. And finally, it is assessed. The model assessment takes place, that which one is the challenger model, which one is the champion model, and it keeps on changing on day-to-day basis. The decision tree model may become a champion model, and the other day the random forest may be selected. So from that perspective, or the ensemble model may be selected. So this SEMA process SAS recommends in terms of the successful implementation of analytics. Thank you. I hope I am on time, and if any questions, please let me know.
Sure, we will take the questions post panel discussion, sir. And with this, I thank you so much, Naveen ji. And now I request Abhishek to kindly take over the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the panel, the convergence of IT OT in the oil and gas PSUs. Over to you, Abhishek.
Right. Thanks, Pragya. Welcome all again for this panel discussion. The topic of our discussion today is on IT and OT convergence in oil and gas PSUs, opportunities and challenges. They say that data is the new oil, but what we have figured from our conversations on various engagements is data is the new water. Not only do we have to maintain data and clean it accordingly so that we maintain the purity of it and make analysis out of it. So with that context, may I start with our first question to all the esteemed panelist speakers on what could be the challenges and opportunities perceived in your journey of the IT-OT convergence. May I request Mr. Alok Khanna to probably start with some challenges? Mr. Khanna, you might want to unmute, sorry.
Yes. Hello, am I audible now?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me and allowing me to share my views on this subject. The topic itself is very good. It's the competitiveness to be brought through digital transformation, and I appreciate because it's very, very relevant for oil industry, because oil industry has gone through a lot of turmoil in terms of pricing, in terms of demand of product, and in terms of even serving the consumers during the difficult times. While all other industries were working from home, oil industry was out there in the field serving the customers. So we have gone through a lot of turmoil. We have learned a lot, and so to say, the work from home also has taken off in Indian Oil or PSUs. But coming to the topic, you asked for the challenges in IT/OT integration. Actually, in Indian Oil, we have a digital transformation project which I am heading, and under this project, we have identified a lot of digital transformation projects pertaining to our refineries, marketing, pipeline, almost all divisions, and we are pursuing most of them. And one of the project which we recently tendered for was the creation of a central data management platform. So to tell you, Indian Oil is having 11 refineries which are having their historians. Then our pipelines, there are almost 40 pipelines across India which are having SCADA systems. Now all this data is not used at all because you don't process it. We don't process it. It's there lying in the historian, very useful data, not used at all. It's there lying in SCADA, not used at all. So we thought of, before we talk of IoT, industrial IoT in particular, why not use the real-time data what we have? So for that, we wanted to create a central data platform, which of course will integrate the IoT and other Wi-Fi enabled system data also later on. So it is a comprehensive platform which we were creating. So the biggest challenge what I have seen is, I don't know how to put it, but there were, when we tendered for, we were overwhelmed by the number of participants. There were almost 250 organizations which participated in our pre-bid queries. Ultimately, and there were who is who of IT industry. But ultimately, when it came to bidding, we hardly saw the big names. So that is one of the biggest challenge as far as the executor or as a customer is concerned, which brings me to ponder whether the technologies are really, whether people are really ready to, because as far as scale is concerned, Indian Oil is, no one can offer bigger scale than Indian Oil.
Right. So appreciated. Maybe I can take a cue from here that yes, participation and helping organizations achieve the goal of digitalization is an obvious challenge which you have faced. Maybe I'll hand over the baton to Mr. Paparaju to speak about probably any opportunities which you have observed.
Good morning, everybody, and it's to be honored to be of my peers and all the executive directors from different oil companies. Nice to be here. And Alok Khannaji I met earlier, but I think I'm meeting others for the first time. ONGC is also, like other companies, and doing the digital transformation part of it. And a part of the transformation is now, like earlier, my designation was head SCADA. Now it is head operational technology. So it's a recent change. So now we have a head IT as well as head OT. So there is a convergence is under CIO. So CIO, we report both PIOs. So there is IT OT convergence at CIO level. The opportunities are quite plenty, specifically with the COVID operation, but the challenges are also pretty steep. As we are all aware that we are spread across India in typical difficult location like offshore, onshore, and most of the remote areas. So remote operation in these times of cybersecurity is a big opportunity. Now, can I operate the plant remotely? If I operate the plant remotely, then how safe can I operate it? How safe and what are the cybersecurity standards I can implement it? Are there universal? Because every country has its own standards. Like we say India, if you go to the NIC IPC standards, it is like a holy grail or a Bible or a starting or Indian, it's like a big constitution. So when I tender it, if I tender a particular, say, I want a remote access to be given for a new platform which is built up. This is what the access should be. This is not defined. So there is a big challenge and scope there. How to define and every vendor says he doesn't agree with another vendor. Like a turbine guy says he wants his own system to be in place. A DCS vendor wants his own system in place. And typically we have multiple DCS systems on a platform, multiple turbine companies, and no vendor talks each. Typically for condition monitoring also, a condition monitoring guy wants his own system because the money is in analytics. That is a business model sell. Nobody sells. Now GE doesn't sell the turbine. It says availability of the turbine. I want to sell the availability of turbine. He says the analytics, I can come live from the plane. I can put it a historian and try the data. As soon as the plane touches down, I can plug it. Or maybe use it like the sky also, you can give the data. But the thing is, there are no universal standards. So how do I implement this? That's a big challenge. So the challenges are, if I get the OT data, what can I use for the data analytics? What is the analytics I want to use? Suppose most of the vendors say, if I want to just know if my suction valve is closed for a pump or not, that is not the way I want to use the analytics for. My manpower is competent. I don't want the entire data to be sent to a US data center, analyze and say that your valve is in a closed condition. That is very foolishness personally. But that is what I have heard in many of the presentations. My concern is how close am I operating to the surge line? How close am I able to squeeze maximum power out of my turbine? Am I using the equipment efficiently? Am I into the, how close, what is the thermal balance of the turbine? These are the important questions as a performance analysis to me. Performance analysis of equipment is very critical for me. And predictive and all, again, predictive analysis depends on the turbines and models and things like that. Equipment performance is very critical for me. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Paparaju. I believe you have covered actually a bit of both, where integration as a challenge and what exactly are oil and gas PSUs looking for as an outcome from analytics. Thank you for that. Handing over the baton to Mr. Narayanan, who can probably suggest on some challenges in his opinion.
Good morning, Vishek. Good morning, Pragya, and others, my esteemed colleagues in the panel. It's a privilege to be part of this discussion on an important, very relevant topic for this industry, IT OT. I recall discussions have been happening and happened in the past on this IT OT, and it continues to happen. I hope at some particular point in time this becomes totally a matured, well-settled topic, and we can perhaps go forward on this journey between IT and OT. With this prelude, if you look at it, Gartner says that oil and gas is one of the very asset-intensive industry. Gartner says in the year 2017-18, around 10% of the industries were on what you call had the benefit of convergence of IT OT, and they predict that in the years to come, in a couple of years to come, or maybe slightly beyond that, it's going to be as high as 25%. Now, 25% is still a trickle compared to the size of the market that we deal with. So very, very small. So therefore, there's a high potential area. This is one prelude that we would like to understand as to what is done for this oil and gas industry specifically on this IT OT space. Number two is that at one particular point in time, especially asset-intensive industry like in oil and gas, they were far advanced in the OT side as compared to IT. IT has picked up its momentum only in the recent past. So if you go back 30 years back, 30 years back, OT had an edge over IT. Okay, IT was a small island. And with the advancement of IT, now OT remained more or less static or with marginal improvement, and IT galloped. And therefore today you find a big gap, a gulf between IT and OT. This is one dimension that we get. The second thing is, in terms of challenges, the fundamental challenge of any organization in any sector, in any geography, is the cultural divide. In the advancement of IT, does OT think that IT is overlapping, intruding into their space? Is one of the cultural issue, structural issue. If that is resolved, then you have collaboration easier and you have synergy much better. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have got. My colleagues talked about, the panelists talked about the integration issues. Integration issues are major and severe, and they cannot be undermined. They need to be well noted and they need to be factored so that we are able to get the benefit of OT.
the day comes in such a way that both are complementary, IT and OT are complementary, then we are going to get the benefit of IT-OT convergence. The other challenge that we have is, especially in the oil and gas sector, is the equipments that we would like to have an integration with, let's say IT, for the benefit of better management. Most of them are very old, pretty old. They were taken only for a function value, for an operational purposes, and therefore enabling them to get them into feed data into an IT side is still a larger challenge. We did talk about there are too many vendors, too many what you call vendor specific OT that we talked about it. Integration we talked about it, as well as the other aspect is in terms of how do we go when we say OT? The challenge is they only go to the extent of procurement and immediate maintenance and sustenance. The procurement of OT we looked into going forward. How am I going to look at it? So that the integration, the interface with IT should be factored in, should be thought about it when you decide to procure the OT, what you call equipments. Therefore, the larger issues are there. One other specific point before I conclude is that when they take OT, the IT today you have got these standalone what you call servers and other IT part of equipment are got OT separately kept in. How much of it we patch them in time? How much of it take care of in terms of security? Okay, is understanding security pretty robust and advanced as in the case of IT? Do I get the benefit of it? Do I get the best practices of IT into OT? These are the larger challenges that we have got in the IT and OT what do you call space. There are of course benefits. I'll also touch upon a couple of points before you proceed, or you can ask other panelists. So let me leave with the challenge only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narayanan. I think you covered a lot of points from very old, and assets are available, equipments are old. However, you have probably the oil and gas industry has the longest history of having OT technology in place, but IT being fairly new. Cultural issues which may come up while integration of our OT and IT, and probably a security is a very high concern of a point. So I'm now handing over the baton to Mr. Rajiv Chandra, if he can focus on any of the opportunities in the IT-OT convergence.
Thanks, Abhishek, and good morning to all the panelists. Narayanan has already set the context of how OT has been always a very advanced thing in oil and gas industry world over and also in India. So now OT has been going around for a long time. While IT was not so big operationally, but IT also, if we look at history in India, oil and gas has been the leader on the IT side also. In fact, first commercial use of computers was made way back in 60s by HPCL itself, erstwhile SO. So we as an industry have a lot of data, a lot of understanding of both the technologies. Now, traditionally, in the past, we never looked very greatly into integrating them, but yet, if you look at concepts of smart terminal and access control, and there are so many things in which, in isolated way, industry has already done some IT-OT integration. Now, if we look at the opportunities lie, I think we need to look at what OT does, how OT is designed, and what IT is designed for. OT is basically designed for operational efficiencies. So giving me the best throughput, giving me the best energy efficiency, giving me operations with best safety, etc., etc. But IT is more of a commercial. Now, the way OT is set up using parameters, the operator will go and set up the parameters depending on whatever is the production plan for the month or the week, and for a week he runs with those parameters. If we can somehow bring in more granularity to this decision making, pumping in real-time data from IT to make more granular decisions, so that I can maybe change my setups every half an hour, every 1 hour, every 2 hours, depending on what is happening on the crude front, or what is happening on the product cracks front. So if right now I see that my MS cracks are better than diesel cracks, can I tweak some the kind of crude I pump in, because I have multiple crudes lying in the refinery at the same time? Can I pump in a different crude? Can I tweak the parameters and make the better product mix at that point of time? So I think these are the things which will eventually result in better value for the companies. The challenges what Narayanan brought out are very, very significant. They cannot be brushed over. So what I am saying is more of a wishful thinking as of now. But yeah, I think I would like to see that happen.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. This was an excellent point, that the opportunity over here is to take operational decisions with use of IT-OT convergence. How can I look at changing configurations in my refinery so that I can make product change configurations by using business insights from the OT data into the IT convergence? Amazing. May I now hand over the baton to Mr. Naveen, who can probably give us some insights on the challenges?
Sure. I already discussed about the challenges, and of course, my other panelists have very rightly described all the challenges from the OT side also, and of course, the IT is new one. There are OT technologies existing, right from the beginning. But I would really appreciate, my co-panelist, Mr. Khanna, from a perspective that the journey, one has to start the journey of analytics somewhere. I mean, of course, if we keep on boiling the ocean, then it may not be the right way. Of course, Indian Oil has started the journey from data management, because the key aspect lies from the analytics point is the data has to be collated at a particular place. The right data has to be collated, and then only you can do the analytics. I'm sure Indian Oil also would have taken into account what all the final end result is needed from that data, when the data management has been collated, the data has been organized. So the opportunity lies, at each and every state, but one has to start the journey somewhere, right? Whether it is from the product side or from the crude side. I mean, there one has to take care of what all the technologies are available in the market. The right marriage has to be done. Each particular supplier, each particular vendor has its own capabilities. The marriage, sometimes what it happens is the IT expects that this particular piece will be done by OT person, whereas the OT person expects this is an extension of IT. And by the time we go into and addressing those issues, the things have already gone past to extent that all the companies are not able to meet the expected result. So these are the things one needs to take into account while moving forward in the analytics journey.
Thanks a lot, Naveen. I think you actually covered a very brilliant point from an OEM perspective as to the challenges in the perception of the gaps between what oil and gas clients versus what OEMs want when it comes to probably the accountability of carrying out an integration for any particular technology on the IT and OT front. Thank you for that. Now handing over the baton for the final panelist over here, Mr. Alain, if you can cover anything on the opportunity side.
Yes, thank you very much, Abhishek, and absolutely honored to be part of this panel this morning. I think a lot of the opportunities are underlined by the fellow panelists that very brilliantly showed a picture of a world that has all the interest in the world to make interest of this ocean of data. and when Mr. Naveen was talking about machine learning algorithms to be able to, in real time, take the right decision as regards to the management and the monitoring of the process, when Mr. Alok was talking about all this available data that IT could make sense of, to make this process more efficient and more able to cross-fertilize between each others. The biggest challenge I think I see around all these opportunities is when we think about it, the two words were never built and designed to merge together. We have the OT word, whose primary purpose is optimization, reliability, speed, real-time intelligence of monitoring of complex processes. And then you have the IT word, who doesn't have this culture. A normal security officer is not very happy of the convergence. It's a, come on, I am going to see all this data that was never meant to be secured, and now I should, as a chief information and security officer, be accountable for the integrity of this ocean of data that I was not involved in the design. And at the other end, we have the operational people that say, what? IP? This protocol was never meant to be reliable. It was meant to be the neural network of the world, but with all these bugs and all these problems, I don't want this to come into my beautifully crafted and very well monitored operation systems. Now, there is something that transcends that natural difference between the two worlds, is the enormous amount of benefits that we can all, as an industry, take out of this convergence. In other words, if I put that into human terms, you have the C-level suite, and in the C-level suites, people like the CIO or the CISO still don't have the weight against the big 500-pound gorilla who is the CFO, that says we have a great interest, a great financial interest into merging these words together. And guess what? This is happening. And oil and gas is probably one of the sectors where the convergence between the two worlds has started earlier and deeper. Just when I heard every of the panelists this morning, it is obvious that this industry is absolutely living it. So what we have to do when we have this important trend going on is to say, well, what do we see from a pragmatic way being the attribute of a cybersecurity solution that can make sense, leverage, optimize, and secure all that at the same time? And
thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry, we have run out of time. I'll probably give you some more time for the coming rounds, Alan. Apologies for that. You have covered some really critical points, where on one side, we will have an opportunity to make business decisions at a much grander scale. But you will also have some operational challenges when it comes to how secure is the data. What is an IP address for an operations guy? Why is this integrated system ruining my operation system? So these are amazing points. Probably now let's move on to the next line of topic, which is how is technology shaping up the IT-OT convergence, and what are the tracks in which the paths are being taken by the oil and gas PSUs currently? Over to you, Mr. Alok.
Actually, as I told you, we have a well drawn out digital transformation roadmap covering all our divisions. So there are big ticket initiatives in refinery also, marketing also, pipeline also. So oil industry oil marketing company, they are a host to a huge base of customer. So together, IOC, PPC, HPC, we have 30 crore customers base. And individually also, IOCL number of customers are very big. And so there are customer-oriented initiatives also, as well as the so-called what discussion we are carrying over the OT related. So, but coming to a point which my fellow panelists also pointed out about the analytics and machine learning based analytical model, developing models based on machine learning. So I'll just tell you, we have also tasted the benefits of the machine learning models. One of it is that in oil industry, we have to run our marketing units on Sundays and holidays. And this used to be a whimsical decision that, okay, you operate on this Sunday because I feel it this way. But could there be a machine learning model which can tell us that if I operate on Sunday, I am surely going to operate on Monday also. Otherwise, normally it used to happen, I have had many plants also, that Sunday we will operate full blast and Monday there will be no indents to execute. And looking at the historical data, could we develop something? And we could develop, and we implemented it, and our users have come out with very good reviews. Similarly, going into the refineries, now product quality monitoring is a big challenge. And normally a product, suppose you take a research octane number of the product, hitherto it was tested in lab only once a day. And based on that, all the APC parameters were set. But could there be a machine learning model which can predict what is going to be your research octane number 10 minutes hence? And could you set up those parameters to obtain the desired raw product and optimize the yield also? We could develop that model also. Same goes to the predictive maintenance of heat exchangers. When should I take it out for cleaning? If there is a shutdown, why I should open all the heat exchangers? Could there be a way that I can phase out the cleaning of heat exchangers? Of course, it leads to energy efficiency also. So these are the analytical opportunities what we are seeing. So if I talked of challenges, there are huge opportunities also, because the OT data is real precious data, which we were not using because of maybe the techniques were not there, computing techniques were not there, the machine learning technology was not developed there. So my view is that yes, besides the other new technologies, you talk of robotic process automation, AR, VR, these analytics, big data analytics, and there are other digital transformation tools which are altogether missing in our OT portfolio. Those are again mostly optimization tools. It could be the production scheduling, it could be the planning scheduling. So these tools were also missing. So we have identified all those things. It could be as simple as monitoring the pipelines through drones, or monitoring the leakage detection systems. So the host of technologies are available, and we are trying all those things. And personally, I feel there is a great opportunity for us to bring improvement in processes and efficiency.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Alok. Over to you, Mr. Paparaju, if you can share some insights on your perspective. Mr. Paparaju, are you able to hear?
Basically, our approach has been like one company, one data. So we have a broad ENP company with a lot of data in different silos. So we are trying to integrate all the data into a common platform. That's one major area. For this, we are setting up a digital center of excellence. It's shortly being set up. The team is almost in place. And some of the major ventures we are doing is we are implementing an ISOC for automation completely. And then now we are also looking into the possibility of an OT SOC. Do we require an OT SOC? analyzing the number of threat vectors we are analyzing from the ISO. Then we are doing a overall change in the SCADA platform, which are our locations are about 146 plus locations, so spread across India. So we have different vintages, and we are now bringing it to a common platform with some of the hardware as basic special features like silicon root of trust, out of band monitoring. These are very rigid hardware standards which are difficult to break in. There's no 100%, but they are difficult to break in. So we are implementing the security at the hardware level. In, of course, software also, the latest software has the cyber features available, most of them. Then we are looking into some of the major features like how we can implement data diodes if we want to do a remote access. So that's another big opportunity here. We are implementing the latest graphic standards because we see that alarm management and process safety is related to the graphic standards. What color or standardization of the graphics, color management, things like that.
Yeah.
Then we are setting up a corporate OT historian. The entire OT we are setting up a corporate historian, which will be vendor agnostic, which will be interface agnostic, which will be able to scalable, give me analytical features, and I should be able to integrate and export to other systems. So I would be able to integrate the OT data with safe export, integration and export. So that we are already implementing it. So these are some of the major features where the IT and OT convergence is there. And we see the data quality, availability of historic data is good. But then when we come to the quality, which affects the analytics, then people have a dilemma whether to use the historic data or not. So there are methods and mechanisms where the data can be cleansed. We are looking into them, actively pursuing them. So we are confident that this data can be cleaned. And in the new software also, we are putting some major quality features like freezing of data. Suppose sensor has data frozen, we can pick it up. A sensor has a variation which is not of abnormality, then we can pick it up. Then we don't use it for analytics. Typically, like quality, unless the quality of data is ensured, you would not be able to do it. And we are also looking at very advanced analytical models with machine learning, like a virtual flow monitoring. So each well, instead of installing a lot of multiple sensors and expensive flow meters to which are difficult to calibrate and things like that, we are looking at how to use AI and ML to use a virtual flow monitoring. We have already had a lot of work done on this, and we are shortly doing a POC on this.
Brilliant, sir. This is amazing insight.
So these are some of the major we can say. Yeah.
Great, sir. Thank you, Mr. Paparaju. These were amazing insights. These are pretty unique as compared to the downstream industry, and really brilliant job done. Over to Mr. Narayanan. Probably you can spend a minute and a half on your areas.
Yeah, time is a constraint, I understand. Actually, OT has got a longer footprints in the oil and gas sector in the refinery side. Though we do have OT relevant in the marketing side, they are limited to the what you call the petrol pumps and a few other similar things. So the larger focus is on the refinery side, and all of us in the public sector units as well as in the private sector units have what you call leveraged the advancement in the OT. If you talk about the integration, the interface between OT and IT, it started way back, 2 decades before, if I can recall. The manufacturing execution system of refineries have been integrated well with the ERP systems of the corporate IT. So that's the early footprints of the IT-OT interface that comes in. We had as early as around a decade and a half back wireless sensors in the refinery side. And these things do help us in terms of managing IoT. Though IoT is still in nascent stage, I would say, as far as the refineries are concerned, we have a long way to go. But we have laid those essentials, and therefore taking it forward should not be difficult. The only thing, willpower is required to move it forward. Otherwise, I think we should be able to make it. We have used VR in terms of for the training purposes, for the refinery walkthrough, for the newcomers and others. We have used it. Working at height, we have used VR. To begin with, we had a digital turnaround in our refinery, Mumbai refinery, some time back. We could cut down the shutdown time substantially. We have covered around 16,000 rotary and static equipment for predictive analytics in terms of maintenance, where we have a very significant improvement in terms of operational availability, improved from 94% to 98%. Normally you have a very tough time to improve the percentage towards the end. So achieving 94 is easier, but going beyond 94 is also a tough task that we could do it. And in the case of the marketing side, we have established center of excellence, center of analytics. In fact, we are glad to say that we are using SaaS platform for our predictives and whatnot, and they are going to beautiful dividend in terms of customer churn and whatnot, and we are able to utilize it. A long way to go yet, but I think it's a well-begun journey. We are also establishing a digital center of excellence in terms of other marketing initiatives. It's in the what you call working in progress right now. It may take a few months for us to go what you call into full stream. So therefore, essentially, the larger part is we do understand. I mean, as I said, edge computing. When we talk about IT/OT convergence, it is turning out to be edge computing. So you will have edge computing is actually a wonderful concept, and you will find that edge computing is predominantly well implemented, well conceived in the oil and gas sector in the days to come, and that could be the benefit of the marketeers, the manufacturers, as well as the consumers at large. So IT/OT convergence will take different shapes, different avatars in the days to come, but the one what you could see immediately in terms of being very productive is the edge computing, and I think we have begun our journey, and let's see how things go forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Narayanan. This is an amazing, speech from you. We touched upon some newer technologies, probably which are still a state of the art, like VR, digital twin, operational excellence improvements, edge computing, and data center of excellence, which is common to all of the initiatives we are observing currently. Handing over to Mr. Rajiv, probably you can spend a minute and a half to cover your area. You seem to be on mute, sir.
Yeah. So your question was on what is driving the IT/OT integration. So as I see it, there are 2-3 major factors which are driving that integration. One, of course, is very wide availability of connectivity, and the OT has also adopted somewhat open platforms. So most of the OT systems today basically are running on top of a hardened Windows or a hardened Linux. They have at least provided some IP kind of interfaces where the data exchange can happen. That is one thing which is happening. Another, of course, forums like this are increasing the awareness all across, and that is driving the adoption. And third thing, of course, people are driven by the corporates are driven by self-interest. So it is moving in that direction. Fourth thing, which is also very significant, is the startup environment. Small startups doing a point solution. Just I'll briefly touch upon a case in HPCL. So in oil industry, you would be aware that we run very large cross-country pipelines. And particularly in India, we face this problem of people tapping small holes into those pipelines and pilfering product. It is both a product loss as well as a big safety issue. Now there's one startup which just came up, and they had a brilliant idea. They actually see all the pipelines are carrying optical fiber. Now, if any digging is happening close to the pipeline, the optical fiber also is able to send some acoustic signals on that. That I didn't know. Okay, so using those acoustic signals and then taking those signals through analytics and ML kind of platform, we could actually identify whether it is some farmer digging his fields far away somewhere, or is it somebody really trying to tap into our pipeline. And using this, and then what we did as IT, we integrated it with some monitoring mechanisms, like we have pipeline walkers and all. So the moment we sense this, IT sends a message to that walker go to that spot and see what is happening. Now, using this, we could actually prevent quite a few actual incidents. So these are the kind of things which are really useful. And the startup ecosystem is making a lot of sense to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. This is an amazing value addition, acoustics via pipeline and how that is being used for controlling pilferage as well as safety of the pipeline workers. Thank you so much. Now I'll move on to our final phase of the questions. What are the benefits which are being reaped by IT/OT convergence, and how do you feel that the oil and gas business is going to be driven in the future? Over to Mr. Sanchez.
I think the biggest benefits is to be able to, at the same time, make sense of a very distributed and a very large set of data in order to optimize and secure it. But no single technology can do that. I think when you deal with a problem of that complexity, and when you have this dilemma between efficiency and security, it's the integration of the various technologies that create the benefits. It has to be broad enough to embrace a large set of data, different technology in different plants, and it has the ability to be integrated into all that. So it has to be broad and integrated. And then it has to be automated, because machine learning is a great tool to be able to understand what normal is, baseline behavioral. So, and you have patterns. For instance, you have, when I'm in a programming mode, this is normal. That set of order flowing around is just normal. When I'm in running mode, it's a different pattern of information. And when I'm in maintenance mode, it's another one. And the machine learning algorithm can learn over your company with your priorities and your ability to manage the risk, what normal is. But then you have to deal with the gap when there is a gap between the baseline and an incident that occurs. And this ability to automate the response is also a great benefit of the integration, because then, based on these sets of conditions, based on a set of rules that is inherent to your own business, to your own ability and propensity to manage the risk, then you would do or not do something in a smart manner. So the benefits can be huge if we have a broad understanding, an integrated set of technology, and an automated response to be able to answer to malfunctions, threat, or malicious activity with the proper time base, because a millisecond can be a century. Oil and gas is among the top 5 sectors where the damage of a security breach is the highest. The consequences can be very good. So I will say that the benefits can be threefold if we reach the integration and the automation of our operations and security processes together.
Thank you, Alan. This was a great insight from you. Over to Naveen, if you want to spend a few minutes.
Sure. Thanks, Abhishek. So at SAS, actually, we have in the recent past participated in, solving different problems related to forecasting and production optimization. When I say forecasting, it could be, demand and network optimization problems. And production optimization with respect to, there was one particular company in which, for a petrochemical company in which multiple 49 or 50 grades are getting produced. So a production plan, optimized production plan had to be prepared from which, the wastages are minimized. Every day wise, what is the technical feasibility from switching over from one grade to another particular grade, meeting the demands, maximizing the margins, as well as in terms of the schedules, the bagging schedules and all. So those problems were getting addressed from the production optimization models. And of course, there was another particular case from the virtual flow meters perspective also, that MPFM, there are multi-phase flow meters which are installed at upstream sites, in which those are very costly meters. But in terms of the test meters which are installed at each particular wells and well pads, the production is the daily production is not getting monitored, was not getting monitored. So they wanted, based upon machine learning algorithms, what is my daily production level from each particular wells, taking into each account those sensors, those the tube head pressures, all those sensor data, the flow data. We could actually predict those flows coming out of different wells. And then, from the predictive maintenance perspective also, we were able to integrate IT and OT, that there was a lot of data which was there in the SAP, which explained the error code, the fault code, but they were not able to collaborate with the OT data. That within the sensors, within the historians, there was some anomaly, that whether there is an error on the OT side, or the data which is captured in the ticket which is getting created in the IT is correct. So then a collaboration was made, and the root cause analysis was performed. So these are a couple of things, in the recent past, what we have, helped our various, our customers in addressing these issues.
Sure. Thank you so much, Naveen, for these insights. Over to Mr. Narayanan, if you would like to spend a couple of minutes on what you feel are the benefits and the way forward in the oil and gas business.
Thank you, Abhishek. The value is going to be what we call huge. We have tapped the initial part of it. It's going to be pretty huge, especially in the marketing side. It's going to be more competitive. It's no more monopoly or pseudo monopoly. You will find in the Indian oil and gas sector, especially downstream sector, the competition is going to become order of the day, and therefore analytics is going to be one of the it's a necessary requirement. I won't say it's a luxury. It's a necessary requirement. And if it has to come in, how is your feed? Are you able to get the feed from the OT? Are you able to get the other inputs, so that you are able to make a very meaningful, useful decisions which could support your marketing efforts? Also, how do your production, your manufacturing in line with the market requirement? These are two things that we need to look at it. And in between, internally, optimization is also going to be one of the So therefore, they are tightly coupled. But when you talk about the data quality between these two, between OT and IT, we typically say that as if they are two different animals from two different planets. Believe me, even within IT systems, two systems don't have the same data. The quality data is doubtful. Okay, so therefore, let's not give a bad name to OT or give a good name to IT. It is generically that how do you treat data over a period of time? So did you give an importance to the quality of data? Quality of data is going to be one of the phenomenal amount of drivers and deciding factors in the success of either OT or IT, and together IT and OT. This is one part. The second part is that's going to be important is caliber. Do we have the right caliber of the resources? The IT part is fabulously rapidly growing, advancing. And we expect, in fact, it will be like a rabbit and a snail race. I foresee, if I stretch my imagination, the days will come that where OT may perhaps overlap or overtake IT way of in terms of progress, in terms of enablement, in terms of complexity. So therefore, it's a healthy competition between these two, but they are dependent. They are integrable with these two. Therefore, we can't say. I think we need to stop this discussion of IT OT. It's actually going to be one cohesive system of seeing them together. That would be of a lot of value. And I'm sure that whether in the marketing or on the manufacturing side or even the in between or even exploration side, for example, we have a good times to come. We have just tasted a bit of it. We've got a good times to come now. And the more we go faster and the more we go cautious, of course, with security is another important aspect. You can keep on discussing. I think an hour is not sufficient for us to discuss this important OT/IT topic. But very briefly, security is another important aspect. Therefore, there's enough scope for making our environment secure, at the same time value adding for all the stakeholders in the entire value chain. I think that's my submission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narayanan. Unfortunately, we have run out of time now, but in order to summarize what we see as benefits in the future, cybersecurity seems to be on the top of the radar for everyone. Using analytics for various applications like virtual flow metering, better production optimization models, and analytics helping making business decisions will become a necessity and not a luxury. These are the key themes which we feel are going to help shape the IT/OT convergence in the future. Just a brief, I would like to spend on some of the survey we did for over 200 oil and gas industrialists globally. We found that even though so many leaps and bounds of actions are being taken towards the step of IT/OT convergence, yet there are only probably 7% of those respondents who claim that they have attained the digital maturity on this path, and it is still 93% of the population is still trying to get there. So with that, I would like to pause my discussion here, and I really thank all of our eminent speakers over here who gave us amazing insights on this round, and we will be open to any questions and answers from the crowd. Back to you, Pragya.
Thank you, Abhishek. So we have quite many questions. So there is a question from Mr. Ashwini Malhotra, and he's asking, so based on experience, what is the path of implementation of first principle model or pure data analytics model or a hybrid model?
Mr. Alok, would you be interested?
Yes, based on first principle, we can develop it very fast, provided again, as I said, if the data is available. So if we want to develop analytics, yes, it can be algorithm can be perfected in a matter of 2 to 3 months. So that's the time limit I'll put.
So
That's
just to augment, Mr. Khanna's answer, based upon first principles in our recent, we were trying to address one particular issue with respect to an equipment where the efficiencies were degrading and the fan were tripping. So what we incorporated was there was a raw data which was coming from different sensors, and then based upon first principles we could calculate what is the efficiency and the power output, or with respect to the rated power input. And then in terms of the final failure code, we were able to map deliver those models, and these we called it as a feature engineering, what I described in my presentation. So there these become the highly correlated factors we could create from feature engineering with the help of the first principles, and which improved the output of those machine learning models.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Naveen.
Abhishek. And there is...
Yeah, next question, please.
Yes. So where implementation of OT and IT integration have been conducted, and what has been the rate of growth of OT data compared to the IT data, and how has analytics largely helped support of IT information with OT information? So this is from Mr. Suresh Nambia.
Great. Mr. Rajiv, I think this might be helpful for you. You're on mute, sir. Sorry.
Pragya, can you repeat the second part of the question? I didn't get it.
So, sir, I'm repeating the entire part. Where implementations of OT and IT integrations have been conducted, what has been the rate of growth of OT data as compared to IT data, and how analytics largely supported IT information with OT information?
Okay. So, if we look at where IT/OT integration has been done, I'll give you one example. I think all the oil three have implemented something similar to that. It's what we call smart terminals. Okay, the oil industry, the products are sent to the retail outlets from our depots using a external transportation model. We have some transporters who do it. The process typically, if I talk of HPCL, it starts with the dealer sending a SMS, a plain simple SMS to the company. Okay. Now this SMS is read by the company automatically, converted into a virtual indent. This indent is then looked into. The credit availability of the dealer is checked, the product availability at the depot is checked, and then once it is passing all these checks, now this part, this was all IT. Once it passes through this, this is automatically sent to the terminal automation systems. They will bring in the truck, fill the truck, check its quality, check the quantity, seal the truck, and dispatch the truck. As the truck is moving to the retail outlet, which may be 200 kilometers away, the truck is continuously being tracked through a vehicle tracking system. This is again OT. Okay. The truck has locks, electromechanical locks, which can be opened only after it reaches the outlet. So within a sort of 20-meter radius, till then it is kept electronically locked. It prevents pilferage, to prevent adulteration. Once it reaches there, the dealer can key in his password, and that allows him to open the lock. Once the stock is emptied, it is accounted for in the retail outlet automation systems, and that generates a receipt. The receipt is fed back through a connectivity back into the ERP system, and that closes the loop. Now, if you look at it, so many different OT technologies, so many different IT components, and all beautifully woven together to deliver service. Absolutely seamless service. A simple SMS from the dealer ensures that the truck reaches him. No manual intervention anywhere. Right? So this is the kind of automation we all have achieved.
Amazing.
Now, next part of question was how the OT data has helped in analytics. Here, I would say that this is a lot more of a work in progress. We are all exploring. We have some people set up the digital data sort of excellence centers. We are also looking at some plant historian data. Sometimes the vendors like GE, etc., are looking at the data and advising us. But I would not like to claim that we have very comprehensively taken that to a logical conclusion. It's still a work in progress for us.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. This was amazing. Any last questions, or would you like to conclude, Pragya?
Let's conclude, Abhishek. There are questions, but we'll take them offline.
Right. So thank you very much again, speakers. This was an amazing discussion, and I look forward to having such amazing discussions in the future. Oh, thank you all.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our esteemed panelists for joining us in this panel where we discussed about the convergence of IT and OT, especially in the oil and gas PSUs. Thank you so much, Sri Khanna, for joining us. Thank you so much, Sri Paparaju. Thank you, Naveen. Thank you, Sri Narayan Ramakrishnan ji. Thank you, Abhishek, for moderating this fantastic session. Thank you so much, Mr. Lion Sanchez, for joining us. Thank you so much, Rajiv ji. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in this session, for taking time out, your valuable time, and joining in this discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you,
Thank you.
Pragya. Take
Thank
over
you.
for the next panel discussion and tech talks.
Thank you, Mr. Adhikari. It was indeed an insightful panel, and I hope you all have had a great time and insights. And yes, we have many questions that are here in our dashboard, and we promise you that we will get them answered from our panelists of the tech board, and you will get all those answers quickly. Since we have a positive time now, I will move to. So, how about when we tell you six? Okay, so we have our next. Often in oil and gas, digital transformation means an acceleration of OT-IT convergence that require additional cybersecurity investments. In current context, can people justify these costs and position security from cost centers to an investment? We have Mr. Alan Chenis, EMEA, CISO, Senior Evangelist, Fortinet, in his presentation will share financial approaches that have proven to be successful when it comes to convincing the board. Alan has 20 years of executive engagement experience in the network and telecommunication domain, and he joined Fortinet CISO office from Huawei Global Consulting Department, where he was in the charge of digital transformation practices, advising the board of companies like Virgin Media, Telecel, INWI, Vodafone UK, China Mobile. Alan had executive positions in Alcatel-Lucent, Accenture, PT Global Services, and Nortel. So before we begin, we have a quick video from Fortinet. Over to you, Ellen, just after this video.
So thank you, everybody, for your attention. I need to be put in a presentation right to be able to show just a few slides regarding one aspect of the OT-IT convergence that is mainly related to the financial domain, to the financial dimension that we want to adopt. Because amongst all the teachings that we have when we see the evolution of the cyber threat on OT-IT convergence, there is one figure that strikes the imagination, is the number of stolen records over the last 20 years has been multiplied by 3 orders of magnitude. So facing that, the budget that we allocate to cybersecurity itself is not something that will be increased by 3 orders of magnitude, unfortunately. However, how do you deal with that threat, and how do you find yourself in a situation to justify the investment of cyber security in the light of the OT-IT convergence? This is the perspective that I wanted to share with the audience this morning, coming from the latest teachings of not only the few couple of years where OT-IT convergence has been a reality, but also the acceleration of these trends in the last 6 months. So, as we saw this morning earlier on this very interesting panel, the fact that OT and IT converge has got lots of benefits. It increases efficiency, it enables to come up with new optimization model, and it increases the ability to monitor the various events that are happening on a large oil and gas system and platforms. However, the price to pay for these benefits is that the surface, which is basically the number of potential attacks that can happen, increases. Billions of security edges are formed. Every sensor can become a threat. Every middleware can be hacked. And every action on the systems can be derived from its primary focus. So bigger digital attack surface. The second thing is the threats are becoming more and more sophisticated, and they would use themselves. The bad guys will use themselves artificial intelligence to check and scan vulnerabilities to see if there is a breach in the process, and that increases the risk as well. The ecosystem is becoming more complex as a result of, at the same time, lots of new innovations, lots of vendors coming, and the lack of skilled people, which was also a great element that came out of the panel this morning. And it's a very regulated sector at the same time. Compliance varies by country. There are global compliance rules, there are country-based, there are region-based, there are industry and government-based regulations. So when we look at all that together, well, it's not a surprise that the risk has turned into attacks. I will not go into details in these different attacks, but the Trisis malware has attacked particularly the oil and gas industry, taking advantage of two different modes in the ability, the run mode on the one hand, and the program mode on the other one. And when a switch was unintentionally put on one mode, whereas it was the other mode going on, then this malware would have taken advantage of it. So facing that, there is a moment when the IT and OT officers has to be able to bring to the attention of the C-level executives of the risks and of the necessity to increase the investments. Now, how do you do that? Because the natural language of a cybersecurity officer is more of a technical language. And at the board, the language that has an impact is more of a risk management. So the first thing is that, and the good news at the same time, is that the SOC and the NOC and the CISO and the CIO people have all the components to be able to speak the language of business, assuming that they would do this translation effort, which is to turn into risk what was a pure OT and IT language. And the way to do that, because at the end of the day, risk is the language of the business. When you are a business manager, your job is to choose between different options of risk. So the moment cybersecurity and OT people speak that language, then you earn this attention that you need when you need to increase the resources and the budgets of your cyber security protection system. So the first thing is to say, well, the probability of something happening times the impact it has on the economics of the company is the risk that we are taking. And that leads people to ask themselves the right questions. What is it that we want to protect most? And what comes after? And what comes after? And that prioritization process has the virtue to start a healthy communication between the C-suite and the people in charge of the cybersecurity in the fields. And then you go about looking at the threat actors, you look at the vulnerabilities, and then you know what sort of controls and safeguards you will apply. But you see, when you do that in the right order, you're in a different position. And particularly, there's one mistake you don't make, is to try to protect the entire business from every threat at any cost, because then you end up with a mosaic of products with an enormous explosion of your potential budget, and you're not becoming any credible when it comes to ask for it. So this ability to identify and explain in terms that resonate at the C-suite level are we found an extraordinarily efficient in that. And then instead of looking at cybersecurity as a cost, you look at it from a return on investment of security itself. And you find yourself in a situation to have a very simple approach where you see how often can something happen, and you have a mitigating factor, which is if it happens, if the probability if it happens 5 times a year, and the cost of this production line be stopped would be this one, that would be the first factor to take into account, to which you deduct the cost of solution, and you divide by the cost of solutions. And your best sources are your sources, your own internal people that are in charge of the productions, and some external sources as well that can tell you statistically how often can something like that happen. The internal source is particularly of importance because here again, you are in a position to ask the right question to the right people. And then for the annual rate of occurrence, well, you have all sorts of data that I've put here, including and added to your own ability to have already seen this incident occurred in your own facilities. But then the gathering of this data inside and outside the company, jointly with the other people from the operations, from finance, and from security, are part of this, I would say, collaboration spirit that enable every single actor to have a sense of the investment that needs to be made to prevent what sort of risks and dangers, and then to have a real vision, holistic vision of the return on investment of cybersecurity. So for those of you who are interested in going deeper into this approach because you need it somehow, that would help you justify, communicate, getting the right level of budgets, please contact the local Fortinet team in India, or as well contact me directly, and I'd be happy to give you more information as regards to how we can do that. It's a very flexible approach. It has lots of virtues. One of them is you do come up with a return on investment and not only a cost. And the second thing, as I said, is you rally more people to the cybersecurity cause as you go about refining the various factors of these equations. This is an overview approach that has been used a lot recently with great success in many corporations. So I just felt that it was a good complement to the operational and managerial view that we had in the debate to come up with this financial approach of cybersecurity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Let me see if there are questions that I can see on the chat. Abhishek, I do see one question on the chat. Do you think it's appropriate to address it here? Would you like perhaps a written answer going after that? Let me know. The question is, no matter how sophisticated the cybersecurity science becomes, there will always be the human factor. Very good question, the human error. So how should a CISO approach it? Do you think it's appropriate to take this question now, Abhishek?
Probably a minute.
Probably 1 minute?
Yes.
Okay, well, I can be even shorter than that. Training and education are the best allies to address the human side, the human frailty in cybersecurity, because it's like wearing a mask like that. If you just see as a constraint, you may say, well, it's not easy to breathe. If someone explains you why, what could be the consequences of not to, and put it in the light of the greater good, then yes, you wear a mask because you're helping a lot your country, your family, and the humankind by doing that. It's the same for cybersecurity. When you educate people on the risk, on what could happen if you don't do something, then you rally people to the cause, and cybersecurity is not seen as a constraint, but as something serving the greater good.
Thank you, Alan. Back to you, Pragya.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you so much for joining us and giving wonderful insights. And there are many questions that are coming in and need your expert advices, and we will love to forward those questions to you and get those answers for our delegates. So, keeping the positive time, I would invite the speaker for the next panel discussion. Sri S.S. Sethi, General Manager BS GAIL India Limited, Dr. Rahul Rastogi, General Manager ITS Engineers India Limited, Sri Sanjeev Dibagrede, General Manager IS Numaligarh Refinery Limited, Sri Sanjay Goswami, DGM IT Oil India Limited, and Sri Kunal Patel, Director and Head Business India and South Asia Team Viewer, and the moderator of the session, Sri Abhishek Jobanputra, Oil and Gas Digital Advisory, PwC. Over to you, Abhishek.
Thank you so much, Pragya, and welcome back to everyone. And I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers to come to this conversation. So our topic for today is how to undertake the digital transformation roadmap specifically for the oil and gas PSUs. So let's start with one of the first questions. Why should oil and gas PSUs undertake a digital transformation roadmap? Maybe Mr. Sanjay can start with that.
Thank you, Abhishek. Good morning to everybody. Yeah, regarding your question, why should we undertake a journey for blueprinting a digital transformation roadmap? So I just would like to put up a very simple simile. Like if what would I do if I would have to travel from my current location to a distant location for the first time? Obviously, I would like to have a roadmap to ensure that I reach the destination. And I would also like to have a set of milestones to ensure that I do all my activities during the journey and ensure that I reach my destination on time. So these are the two important objectives. Similarly, in a digital transformation, I think digital transformation now gets into the industry 4.0 standards, which basically is an industrial revolution wherein automation of manufacturing and industrial practices, these are being automation are being done using modern smart technology. And traversing this particular digital transformation from today's as is state to a to be state, it's not a one-time activity. This is rather an ongoing process. So it qualifies to be a journey. So this journey involves a lot of gamut of activities that needs to be carried out, milestones to be achieved in order to reach the desired to be state. So which every organization will have its own sort of DNA where they will decide where they want to be. And looking into all these aspects, I firmly believe that proper plan, roadmap is required, and a proper blueprinting to this roadmap is essential to achieve your targets through the digital transformation journey. That's my say on that.
Thank you, Sanjay. Mr. Sanjeev, if you would like to add something.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Pragya, giving opportunity to participate in this forum. Regarding the digital roadmap which Mr. Sanjay has elaborated, our company is a 2-decade-old company, and we have been part of this digital thing from the day one this company started. So for us, having a roadmap is always there, and the company objectives which are having as a commercial organization. So it is part of our normal vision to have transformation where the current dynamic market environment, we should be actually addressing those market environment challenges. So regarding this digital transformation which is happening currently, we have actually taken the blueprinting and roadmap 2 years back, way back in 2018. So our board has approved some of our digital proposals which we have put up, and we have been pursuing those digital initiatives currently.
Great, great. Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev. Maybe Krunal, would you like to speak something as well?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Abhishek. My name is Krunal Patel, and I head India and South Asia business for TeamViewer. For a lot of us, to make them aware that TeamViewer is now in India for 2 years, and we have a full-fledged office with around 30 employees here in India, just to make people aware. Okay, so in last 18 months or so of our discussions with a lot of enterprise people, probably digital transformation has come up as a very, very interesting topic of discussions. And then it is actually, you're saying that I would call it that, we were in phase 2, maybe 6 months back, of digital transformation journey, where people were like, process of blueprinting, piloting, and making it to a level where, they want to finalize the initiatives they want to go across, whether it is efficiency improvement, whether it is business model changes, or whether it is, improving the overall operational excellence. So, but we all know that the current scenario has accelerated everything. We see people now talking of smart initiatives as a requirement to run their business as usual, not as a efficiency improvement tool. So that is a change what we have seen, and organizations who are like on the fence talking about smart manufacturing are now actually doing smart manufacturing. Organizations who are actually looking at augmented reality as a possible option for better customer experience are actually implementing them. And then one thing which has this pandemic has broken all the thresholds is that for me, I would say organizations, whether it is large public sector enterprises or even small medium businesses, everywhere the acceleration of implementation of technology has improved by 2 to 3 years, as everyone said. Probably that I'm a big fan of Indian public sector enterprise sector. I've been in SAP. I've been handling public sector enterprise for long. I've seen that journey from non-ERP to ERP era, from ERP to automation, and from automation to now robotics and AI and ML. So probably that journey has accelerated, and we see a lot of improvements in that area. Specifically when it comes to TeamViewer, we are now seeing use cases which have been never before: work from home, Internet of Things, augmented reality based video support. Even there are some public sector enterprises who are using TeamViewer for factory acceptance test. So different use cases, man-to-machine collaboration, machine-to-machine collaboration on TeamViewer platform, and that is what is exciting. Of course, with challenges has come a lot of opportunities, and we are trying to help our customers as much as can. So, in a summary, probably digital transformation accelerated by 2 to 3 years. People are now looking at that as a tool to run their business, not as to improve efficiencies, and there is real transformation happening. That's what, Abhishek, I see.
Great. Thank you, Krunal. I think the first 3 speakers right now have covered on some major aspects of how is smart manufacturing being included, how is AR being used, how roadmaps are actually important for setting a blueprint for a growth trajectory for companies. Over to Dr. Rahul Rastogi to provide his viewpoints.
Hello, am I audible?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, first of all, good morning to all my co-panelists and all the attendees in this session. And my also thanks to the organizers for organizing such an important session today on such an important topic. So carrying on forward from where my other co-panelists have left, I would say that digital transformation, the word transformation itself means a complete change, a complete overhaul of the way that we work, the way that we imagine ourselves to be. So in that sense, I think the metaphor of a journey is so important. So the journey has to be planned, as Mr. Sanjay said earlier. The journey has to be planned, and we have to have a milestone-based approach to implementation. And that is why the journey of a digital transformation, that concept is very important. So how we imagine ourselves to be working internally, how we improve our internal efficiencies, and what are the services that we can give to our customers, new information focused services to our customers and clients, and how we meet the changing needs of the environment, particularly in COVID-19 times when social distancing, work from home, video collaboration, even the session that we are doing today, knowledge exchange, all of this is so important.
Brilliant, sir. I think what you have absolutely covered is not just an internal element which will be there, but also the external element, that how is company ready to address their customers or external stakeholders, and how agile is the company right now to react to the externalities like the current pandemic or any other externalities that come in the future or in the past. Over to Mr. Sethi to give his insights, please.
I'll just request you to repeat the question, please.
Right. So the question is, why should oil and gas PSUs undertake the journey of forming the digital transformation roadmap?
Well, it's good. First of all, the business needs it. A lot has been done, and technologies are available, costs are less, it's affordable, things like that. So and opportunities are there. Data is the oil. We have all been hearing about these things. So there are a lot of possibilities, we all understand. And why only PSUs? Let it be any business organization. They need it, and they have to adopt what is going on. If you see today, you go in any greenfield project, it will be embedded with a lot of digital systems on the OT sides. The challenge is what has already been in the things that are in the transition, the things that were not procured at the time when digital was so advanced. Today, we are seeing that opportunities are there, but the connectivities with the old systems with the new systems, greenfield systems, that's there. So I feel that's the reason that everybody needs it, including PSUs.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. These are valuable insights that the business does require it in the end. And obviously, the costs of overall digital optimization and implementation are actually coming down as opposed to
Yes, you are
earlier.
right. The cost. Yes, absolutely right. You're right. The cost matters. And in fact, what everybody should realize, one fact is, once we reach to the data, initially it may sound as if we are looking for a business solution, or we are looking for a optimization project or ROI something. But the bigger thing what lies it, once you start the journey, more and more opportunities start opening out. You look for a small project, you look for some business solution somebody may have asked you, but before you end implementing that solution, you see that there are a lot more opportunity. The moment you start looking at data, you can see a lot of analytics. Brains of everybody starts working. These opportunities are there. We can do much more with whatever little we have done. We can do much more with that. More thoughts get triggered out. What do we know when Google or any big Facebook or Microsoft, when they started collecting data even before we were knowing that they are doing this job, and today they are going for big solutions. Same applies to us also.
You're absolutely right. So let's come down to the next question for all the panel members. How are organizations currently adopting the digital transformation roadmap? Over to Mr. Sanjay, if you would like to start with this journey.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the what our company has been doing for the digital transformation, actually, this transformation journey has been started since quite a long time back. In fact, the very first, computerization itself can be considered as a minuscule digital transformation to start off with. So we have, so far we have implemented SCADA systems in our solution, and then we have implemented the enterprise resource planning in the form of SAP. We have done that for enterprise resource planning. We have also implemented the office file tracking system in a fully automated mode. We have also implemented document management systems. We are in the process of implementing private cloud implementations for making the IT resources available at a much faster speed in the form of infrastructure as a service, platform as a service for internal consumption, and for the development as well, because solutions have to be spinned off at an enormous rate and at a very rapid rate. So these are important factors we have already undertaken. And to address the digital transformation journey in a more holistic manner, so what we have done is we had through the QCBS tendering process, we have engaged a consultant for helping us to develop and implement a digital roadmap for our organization. And this journey we have already undertaken from the month of I think May 2019. We have already embarked on that journey, and in this journey, which we have named as Project Drive, which is basically digital readiness for innovation and value in E&P. So in this particular project, we have identified for the execution of this project in two distinct phases. The phase one being the designing of the digital strategy and the implementation roadmap for the company, wherein in this particular phase, we anticipate to have, we have already completed this phase, so we already have the digital vision in place. There has been an as-is assessment done, which has basically, assessed our current situation, current state of affairs. It has also defined our to-be state, that is the target state. And in this process, we have also done a gap analysis, that what is the digital maturity that we have in today's state as compared to what we have and where we want to be. And in essence, we have created a roadmap. Now, in this roadmap, we have identified, we had several workshops, and we had brainstorming sessions. We have identified about at the very first stage, we had identified about 250 opportunities that were begging, and from these we narrowed down to about 20 critical initiatives, and from there we would basically carry on with immediately implementing 5 such digital initiatives, and those implementation would be carried out during the second phase of the project. So this is how we are basically trying to address the digital transformation journey from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. This was an amazing and detailed overview of how you are undertaking in OIL as a digital journey. Over to Mr. Sanjeev, if you can spend a minute and a half on how's your journey been on the digital transformation roadmap.
Thank you, Abhishek. There are two aspects to Numaligar's approach to this digital transformation. One is that we have to run this 3 million metric ton refinery, where the objective is to have operational excellence and safety. And other is that NRL is embarking on a major project expansion for 3 to 6 to 9 million metric ton refinery, where an investment of 22,000 crore is happening. So we had our environment clearance just last month back on 27th of July. So the existing refinery, we want to improve our operational excellence. For that, many projects is under pipeline. And in this pandemic, we have accelerated one of the business processes for our procure to pay process, where we have major procurement for our projects are being done. Here we have moved from our normal paper or approval system to a total IBM's business automation workflow. So that has been inaugurated on 17th, just a few days back, by our managing director. So that is one our business process which we have already accelerated during this pandemic. That was a priority because people are working on remote from home, or we have to get support from outside consultants, vendors like that. Other aspect is our refinery expansion. This is our major project, and here from the day go from last 2 years, this activity of how to make a smart refinery, smart construction, how to actually approach this speed of the construction activities. So in this area, we are actually investing a lot of effort, and most of the projects are on the pipeline. So we will have concepts like PMI office, which will be driving all these uh, project monitoring and control. Then we have got information coming from EPCMs, EPCs. So there are around 8 or 9 stakeholders in this whole expansion business. So those will be all part of our digital transformation. And in the digital, there's a gamut of solutions which is very difficult to actually explain in a few words. But I hope our management's aspiration is that to have finally a digital twin and a digital handover. That is the objective of our management.
Absolutely, sir. You have covered some key topics as part of your journey, like business process automation and how smart refinery can be imbibed in your expansion plans, and how you are setting up a PMO office and probably even virtual digital twin for looking at smart construction and project activities in the future. Now that you have touched upon the subject of EPC, I was thinking of how Dr. Rahul Rastogi is managing probably the digital transformation in the EIL. If you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, I would just like to say that EIL, has been at the forefront of the adoption of IT technologies, both for internal consumption as well as for creating new services and deliverables for our customers. So, for example, for one of the major changes that has, been sparked by this COVID-19 pandemic is the adoption of work from home. So, for example, so far we always thought that work was a place to which we all go and we work from 8:30 to 5 and then return to our homes. But now that concept is no longer there. So the company is actually looking ahead to adoption of a complete solution for work from home for the entire workforce, so that work can continue and people can continue to be productive, whether they are within the premises of the office building or whether they're outside it, anywhere. They could be at their homes, they could be on tour or whatever. So work from home is a major initiative that is being taken up, both as a technological, as an IT technical solution, but also from the perspective of change management, culture, people management. Work from home is not going to be easy for people, so that aspect has to be looked into, in great detail, so as to ensure that the adoption by people is there. Ultimately, any solution can be only as good as the adoption of that solution. So all the stakeholders have to be brought on board. So HR is working on it, IT is working on it, the senior management and leadership is working on the solution. So that is one big initiative that we are taking up. Apart from that, as I said, that we always try to give digitally transformed solutions to our customers. So for example, while we are in the business of physical handover of plants, so that is now being supplemented with a digital handover as well. And a complete digital twin of the physically built plant is handed over to the clients together with the digital and the physical. Another initiative that we are looking at is the adoption of machine intelligence, machine learning, artificial intelligence, data analytics for various aspects, be it upstream and downstream, or even for asset management within operating plants, or for that matter, even for predictive maintenance. So these are some of the things that are being explored. Cloud adoption is being looked into. We have adopted cloud for some of the activities, and the examination of cloud services is going on for more such initiatives.
Sure. Thank you so much. So what I've heard is remote working, physical to digital handovers, predictive maintenance, and cloud implementations as few of the aspects EIL is looking into. I'll now hand it over to Mr. Sethi to help us understand how GAIL is looking on the digital transformation.
Well, I'll I'll say the issues are in two ways. One is the general outlook, what the management is looking at the big picture, and the other is the specific jobs that are under execution. If I say the big picture, I'll say that we have hired a consultant, a global recognized consultant, and we have done the maturity assessment within GAIL. The results are already published. We have talked to all the business sections, let it be purchase, finance, let it be our exploration or petrochemicals or gas or XYZ. We have talked with all the business functions and tried to recognize their issues, their challenges, their aspirations. We have put them on paper and what we simply say as use cases, but with the larger picture. And these things we have reverted back. So this is the type of exercise we have already completed. And as one of my friend on the panel told that we have found out the cases, same here. And today we are in a position where we are trying to make the RFPs. We are trying to list out the projects. We also have some 50-60 initiatives which are approved by different business owners. So we have it. Now, this is one side of the story. The other side of the story is that you have to bifurcate the things into 2 or 3 main groupings. One is the early wins to keep the morale high. And possibly the early wins come from the where the infrastructure is not heavy. Something like you can put it on the cloud. Applications are available, say like RPA or process mining or things like that, where the implementation time is less and the impact and overall coverage within the organization is quite large. So that's one part of the thing where you have to think over. The other part is the infrastructure, and particularly on the OT side, where you have to integrate the plant data with things and bring the data to some common places, ODW, or say like warehouses, etc., data warehouses. So that's another part of the story where possibly early investments are required, and management has to be convinced about the benefits of these investments in the long run. So that's another thing. And the third thing which should have come first when I was speaking is the security part. Once we are secure on the IT side, we are secure on the SCADA side, but a lot has to be done when you integrate the plants to the IT networks. So there a massive job. We have done an assessment across our some 70 odd locations of GAIL. We have done an assessment with a certain certified company consultants. We have things on board, and we have already listed out the initiatives that are to be done for building up the security of these things. Certain things have been changed at the policy and governance fronts. So that is the way we are approaching. It's like that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sethi. You have actually covered from brilliant perspective that you actually have to look at the larger picture and funnel it down to simple use cases, and how quick wins like RPA and infrastructure light technologies will help you attain those quick wins, so that you start reaping benefits right from the beginning, rather than waiting for some longer term transformation to happen and then attaining benefits. Also, cybersecurity is an important topic. Actually, it was also covered to a little level of detail in the previous discussion too, and it is much appreciated that how OIL and GAIL have looked at it from a larger picture and funneling it down. So I'll just give a quick 30 seconds to even Krunal. Probably he has some insights on his experience.
Yeah, I mean, thanks Abhishek, and thank you everyone for sharing your experiences. I'm very, very amazed of how people have utilized this 6 months to basically accelerate. And I was listening to Sanjeev on the P2P process, and then Seti sir was explaining on how he took about RPA and process mining, and I'm very thrilled. Probably this is one of the most exciting panel I have been. But just to summarize, what everything boils down, and what our customers are telling us, and what we see across the board, whether it is government or whether it is private, everything is basically three things. One is cloud, cloud for scale, security, and speed. Second is connectivity. Again, connectivity, man to man, man to machine, machine to machine, and continuity. Ensure everything works, ensure everything goes on as it is has to. So people are either looking at cloud for scale, secure, and speed, or connectivity and continuity. So that's what my experience is, Abhishek, and probably TeamViewer is helping a lot of customers to achieve that. It's a cloud solution. It gives fast connectivity. It connects your machines, etc. So probably that's our experience.
Thanks, Kronal. So let's come down to the final part of our discussion. What are the key attributes that you would like to see when designing a digital roadmap? And what are the critical success factors which you envisage will help a successful digital transformation? So maybe Mr. Sanjay, if we can start with you.
Yeah, regarding that question, for example, when I mentioned about the initiatives that we have decided to undertake, so the initiatives in the range of real-time production monitoring and analytics, connected workers, where workers will be going actually to the operation sites and capturing data, which they were initially doing it on logbooks. Now it will be on digital form. Real-time operations center for drilling, which is a major activity for our organization. We have lots of miscreant activities, so we need drone surveillance for miscreant activities. We need CXO dashboard for corporate and senior level managers to have a clear and transparent view on all the kind of decision making parameters. So in context to these kind of digital transformation objectives that we have in hand, these initiatives, so the key attributes are, I think, one of the major aspects that we need to keep track of, and such few key attributes that I can offline think is one of the important one is digital maturity assessment, which is basically an assessment of what at the as is state of any organization in the digital platform and where we want to be. Now, it is definitely very important that we need to know where we want to go, and we need to do an assessment. So we need to find out where we have with us now. We need to know where we want to go, and we need to do a gap analysis. So this gap analysis will only give us the transformation journey where we want to finally end up. Another aspect, key attribute that I can think of is the cost benefit assessment. Obviously, any transformation journey in a digital world will incur expenses, and we are doing expenses not for the sake of doing expenses or getting technology in place, but rather we want to have benefits out of that. So what kind of benefits will we get with the investment that we will be doing? So it is extremely important to have an attribute where we do a cost benefit analysis. We also need to I think lay a big stress on the impact analysis in the form of each initiative. What will be the impact? It may be an impact, implementation impact vis-a-vis the investment, or the ease of implementation. As one of my panelists have already mentioned, that the ease of implementation is also a key factor to decide which initiative to really go forward in the very first instance. There are many initiatives that are in the pipeline, but what is important is to understand the impact, whether the impact will be high, impact will be done, the implementation will be done easily, and what will be the investment. So all these factors will have to be taken into consideration. Basically, in very short, find out the low-hanging fruit. It's basically finding out the low-hanging fruit for an immediate implementation and carry forward with your journey. Another aspect in this key attribute I think is important is the applicability or the location of implementation. So for oil and gas sector, it is important that when you identify an initiative, scope where you want to actually implement it. Do you implement it in a big bang theory all over the organization, or you want to implement it as a not, I wouldn't say as a pilot, because this is no longer a pilot project, so it will be implemented in a smaller scale, maybe in one asset, and then span it off into the other remaining assets. So that another is an important key benefit, a key attribute rather. Another is obviously the timeline, because we are not intending to traverse a journey where others will reach in a particular time period and we take X factor more than that. So that is not the intention. We must reach the destination well in time, and obviously the prioritization of initiatives and identification of the interdependency of these initiatives, because in the process of identifying your initiatives, there might be certain initiatives which are having interdependency amongst themselves. So it's not that we pick up something which has got an interdependency and then we find out that okay, we are now lagging short of something which the other initiative would have given us. So it is very important to also identify the interdependencies. Now, coming down to the other part of your question regarding the critical success factors. Now, while implementing such initiatives, it is very important to identify that this is going to be a disruptive. Today's industry 4.0 implementations are going to be disruptive in nature. So it is very important to understand that there has to be a change management to be undertaken. So it is, in some cases we might have to unlearn our previous learnings and go for a different process altogether. So, and there may be a difference in the skill set as well. The skill set which we were using to do a process, a very generic kind of a process, might have to unlearn that, learn the new skill sets and get into the job. So capability gap within the organization is important to be a successful success factor. We have to build in new standard operating procedures, policies, put in new policies in place. I think risk and its mitigation of the risk is an important key to the success factor of this transformation journey, because every action will have some kind of risk. We need to identify this risk. We need to also understand the level of risk that we have and identify a mitigation plan. No action can be done riskless. It will definitely undertake some risk, but we need to have a mitigation plan to address that particular case. So risk could be in the form of technical complexities, IT/OT integration issues, time and cost overruns, so similar factors. We need to also take care of the ownership of the initiatives. There must be champions identified so that the stakeholders own the project, and then it's not a single person or single team doing it, it's rather an organization wide. So identification of champions are very important. This being digital in nature, I think cyber security is an all important factor that we should never forget and take for granted, because eventually all information will be in the form of digital, and these will be security will become a very important aspect. So data security and cyber attacks will have to be looked into, and engagement of stakeholders. So if we can keep the stakeholders engaged through some workshops, I think we are quite sure that these success factors will finally lead us to the final destination of the transformation.
Thank you, Sanjay. I think this was quite comprehensive when you have covered probably what are the critical success factors and what do you want as key attributes to be covered. Maybe let's bring in an outside in perspective of how OEMs look at this question. Krunal, would you like to enlighten us? I think Krunal is having some connectivity challenge. Maybe Mr. Sethi, would you like to give your perspective from GAIL?
मेरे ख्याल से संजय जी ने हमको छोड़ा नहीं है कुछ बोलने के लिए. He has so well covered each and everything. I was just listening, and whatever my points are there, he has very rightly. I totally, that was in my mind. Whatever he said, nothing new. And of course, I'll say initiative owner should be very well defined. Otherwise, initiatives don't move ahead. And at times when today in the legacy, we have different IT departments and plants are working separately. Willingly or unwillingly, we are in silos. That is the traditional way of working. We have to break that silos. And that's one thing I feel. And as Sanjay ji already has pointed out everything, I'll say business first. That's the thing. If business needs it, the work is there. Otherwise, it's not there. I think whatever I say will be a repetition. I'll hand over to you.
Sure. Maybe Dr. Rahul Rastogi would like to enlighten us. You seem to be on mute, sir. Still not able to hear you.
I'm trying, Abhishek.
Sure.
No.
Yes.
Actually, being being the fourth one, I am already kind of preempted by Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Sethi. Very little to add, but yes, I may emphasize on certain things such as Mr. Sethi said and Mr. Sanjay Goswami also said, that transformation is a journey and quick wins are very important. The low-hanging fruit are very important. So we have to have a bigger, wider plan as to what is it that we end to end, what is it that we want to achieve, what are the benefits that we want to achieve, and at the same time break it down into achievable milestone-based deployments. So that would be very important, because a big bang, a transformation as a big bang could be a positive thing, or it could be a very, very negative thing. And the downside could be very high. So that would not be a very good option. So maybe the most important thing is to have a big picture, the big vision, and break it down into smaller achievable targets. And at the end of it, the basic substrate of everything has to be cybersecurity. So that underpinning substrate has to be looked into all aspects. All aspects of the transformation it has to be ensured that infrastructure security, technology security, data security, all is in place. So that, I think, is very important. Again, since transformation by itself means it is going to be a change, so change management is very important, which actually means that all stakeholders, all the involved, all the parties who are going to be affected, they have to be identified and they have to be brought on board. So if, for example, if I were to take the example of working from home, so people who are going to be affected, they have to be trained, they have to be sensitized. So all of those issues are there.
Brilliantly covered. I think this was the one missing point probably which was left, which was training the people. Not only will managing the change impact you, but if your people are not ready, then there's no point of having that initiative. So you're absolutely covered. But let's now give an outside-in perspective of how OEMs and consultants like us look at this journey. So Krunal, if you can answer this question.
Yeah, I mean, by the theory of it, right, transformation, it itself says that it's going to be time taking. We need to have a long-term approach. We need to have a clear view and a vision and the journey towards it, and that is all true. But one thing which this pandemic has taught us, and which is an angle which is added, is agility. Time to roll out an initiative, because as Mr. Rahul Rastogi was saying, work from home. Now, work from home was never a digital transformation initiative in any of large, small, or private or public sector enterprise. We always planned, say, even in large private sector enterprise, we said, okay, 20% of our staff who is in sales and support will be on the field, and we need to prepare for that. Balance 80% would be working from office, and that was true even for governments and public sector. And suddenly we see this, that actually we have only 10% people in the office and 90%, 80% people working from anywhere. And that I have my personal experience. That was 17-18 March when we were all preparing for this, and a large public sector enterprise came to me and told me that, probably, Pranal, can we do this? and how can we do this? So there were 4 questions basically which came in. First is how fast we can deliver this, how secure it is, how much can be scaled, and how much it will cost. And then those were the questions. Basically we were trying to look at a digital transformation journey which is 6 to 8 months within 6 to 8 days, and then an implementation of 6 to 8 hours. And that was a unique experience for all of us. And probably we lived up to that challenge, and we delivered up to 1,000 users work from home solution within 6 working days and activated that entire thing within less than 24 hours. And the idea was that agility, fast team viewer solutions made that happen. But just to summarize to everyone, my experience, agility is a attribute to the journey which is now added because of the current scenario. And while we have a good 6 months, 1 year or 5 years plan, probably early wins, as always people said, has now boiled down to not even months but days, and not even days and hours. And that's the new reality which I see, and I'm sure every one of you must have experienced it in your day-to-day life, and probably would be very interested to talk to each one of you independently as well. But that's a outside in view. Agility, time to respond, time to deliver is one area which has like moved very fast, and which is the need of an hour. Abhishek, everything else stays as what all experienced gentlemen have said.
Thank you so much, Krunal. And I'm really appreciative that in today's panel today we have such a diverse crowd, representation from all facets of the oil and gas industry, upstream, midstream, downstream, EPC, and even an outside-in perspective from TeamViewer. So this was a brilliant conversation. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. And now I would like to just end with saying 2 aspects, maybe what other firms or other national oil companies worldwide are doing. One of the technologies which is being thought about is robotic crawlers. This is an aspect which is used by doing pipeline repairs or column repairs, where generally it is hazardous for repairmen to reach. So utilization of digital and robotic technologies to carry out maintenance. Another aspect which is also being thought out is 3D printing. 3D printed parts, especially where, for example, Oil India is located in very sparsely located areas. Can I print probably parts like a drill bit or maybe some other pipeline parts on an instantaneous basis right at the site, instead of bypassing the entire supply chain? So these are the kind of initiatives probably which are also being thought out globally by national oil companies throughout the world. With that, I would like to end this discussion, and I would like to open this. Oh, Krunal, you wanted to add something. You're on mute.
The robotic crawler thing made me excited. Actually, one of our partner in Germany is already using TeamViewer to do that robotic controls of what you are referring to for precision manufacturing. So just wanted to add that, probably it's a technology which is real. It's not an science fiction anymore. It's now available. You can deploy it now.
Yes. Right. Thank you so much. With that, we end. Pragya, over back to you. Maybe if we have some questions, 1 or 2 questions. We have actually overrun our time.
Yes. So I have forwarded few questions. There are questions on cyber security. People are asking, these are critical processes, and how will you ensure cyber security? We have Commander Seni. He said that no matter how sophisticated the cyber security science becomes, there will always be the human error or the malicious intent that can potentially ruin the best cybersecurity strategy. How should CISO approach this aspect?
Maybe Sanjeev, Mr. Sanjeev, would you like to talk on this?
Yeah, this is cybersecurity is a favorite topic of mine. So we have implemented ISO 27000 from way back in 2009. So we are nearly in 11th year of ISMS 27001. So and one example I'll give you. When our this thing 370 was repaired way back in last August, and after 2-3 weeks we have seen that lot of spamming and phishing activity actually started. So we had one management meeting where I had to review them that our activity on the cyber front has increased from outside entities. So we have deployed many earlier session which I attended technologies from FortiGate, where we use the concept called sandboxing. I don't know whether other people are using or not. We use a concept called sandboxing. So using that sandboxing, and they have implemented AI technologies, which other people are talking now. It was 2 years back we have implemented. So that has actually what do you call, caught many of those cyber actually activities that were happening. And later on, we have implemented a concept which is used in our military parlance called your decoys. So we have a concept which we have implemented is called the breach detection system, where we can actually have a sample decoys installed on various aspects of our IT and OT network, where we can actually detect malicious or intended some type of movement behavior in our networks. So these are the strategies which we actually take to address cyber security.
Great, sir. This is a very well done initiative. I don't think sandboxing as such has been literally been thought about in other places. So this is a good insight for other players too.
So
Pragya,
we
any
want,
other question?
there are questions, but since we have a positive time, but one last question we will take for the session. So most of the people, they are talking about cyber security, and there is one question that was unanswered: the rate of which IT infrastructure is being upgrading in organization vis-a-vis OT infra. The OT infra will still lags behind, and the gentleman wants to ask the price of OT systems. Grade is huge compared to IT system. I think this is carry forward from the first panel, and if you want to answer how this can happen, how do you see this? And
I'm
there's one
sure.
more, I will merge it here, Abhishek, that in case of nation or terrorist-based cyber war, what is the resilience model and structure degradation?
Sure. I think Mr. Sethi and Mr. Sanjay would have addressed this, probably a part of their journeys which they have. If either of you can take this up.
I'm waiting for Mr. Sethi to start.
I I can. Can you just once again clear the question? The sound was not very clear. Can you please very briefly?
So the first part about the OT and the cost of OT thing that the gentleman wanted to ask, which is huge as compared to IT system. And how do we bridge the gap in both IT and OT infrastructure, making the level playing field for both of them? They want to ask. And the second question is on, in case of nation or terrorist-based cyber war, what is the resilience model and structure degradation?
Okay, I'll try to answer. I don't know how much I'll be able to satisfy the gentleman who has asked the question. See, the cost of OT, yes, it's very high, and we all appreciate that a disruption in the IT system may be having a lesser impact, whereas a disruption on the OT side has a very huge impact. So when the solutions are designed, these things, the security aspects are taken into account. These things say, like, for example, there are some thumb rules where you say that the external world should not to my system. There should be a intermittent server. The data should be in a jump server. You send the data outside. There are industrial firewalls. There are data diodes. Then the importance of architectures, what you design at the time of designing security for the OT systems. So it has to be taken account in those aspects, and no doubt experts are available in the industry. They do their job nicely, but then the owner has to verify that how much he has to expose, how much he has to retain. They are some calls which as a owner, people have to take care of that. And the second question you said about
Cyber.
once again,
So it
cyber
was
wars.
about
sorry.
cyber wars.
Once again, it is cyber war also. I think it's good to listen. Cyber war, no doubt, there are a lot of things happening, but then you have to keep the systems in place. My other friend in the panel, you had already very nicely mentioned that governance practices, policies, these things are there. Knowledge sharing, I'll say, making the people aware. See, making the things on the paper is easy. You can devise, you can write down the best of the things, but how much it goes to the head and heart of the people who are managing the show, how much is the discipline taken, how much are the owners involved. I'll say when it goes to the OT, the ownership traditionally, I'll say a large extent is to the instrumentation people in the industry, but how much of the ownership is taken by the people who are managing the systems. Sort of a governance practice has to be hard coded. I'll say a very simple example, I think everybody will appreciate. Normally, maintenance is done somewhere in the DCS system or the PLC system or some OT system. Urgency of maintenance may be there, and that is the time when we have to open up for some external party remote access and all. So whether the remote access control should be there with the person who is doing the maintenance, or there should be a second independent agency within the organization who should control these things, and there should be SOP there. So I'll say cyber war, yes, a lot of things are there, but then there are ways how organization has to address to these things.
I can only just add just one, reiterate one particular aspect which is absolutely important for cyber security and ensuring security, is that as Mr. Sethi has said, that the awareness of the individual eventually opens up the floodgate for the security system. You might have n number of boxes and n number of solutions implemented on your solution, but if the person who is handling that and the stakeholders and the operators and the users of the system are not aware, I might have a mobile with lots of security features, but if I don't draw up the security pin either through the name of password or in the name of face recognition or whatever you say, essentially we are not going to, the device is there, the boxes are there for purchase, we can do it, but the knowledge sharing that Mr. Sethi has highlighted, I think that is also a key factor to ensure that cyber attacks and data security are ensured, because even if it is OT data, essentially it is eventually coming up onto your data lake in the form of some kind of integration, and then orchestration is done on the data, analytics is done on the data, and it is sitting on an IT infrastructure for all the other stakeholders. So essentially it is IT, OT, everything has to be secured. As Mr. Sethi said, we might decide how much of data will be available over the internet, systems being available to the internet, all these things have to be taken into account, but eventually the knowledge ultimately has to reside on the persons handling it, and that is the ultimate solution. That's my say on
Excellent insights by Mr. Sethi and Sanjay. Mr. Rastogi wanted to add.
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Sethi and Mr. Sanjay have said, I think what we can safely say is that at the end of it all, the user is the ultimate firewall, because that is where everything sort of ends, and the real risks begin, what technology cannot handle. So, for example, if people are protected by passwords, but they keep simple passwords or they leak their passwords, then what can technology do? So, in that sense, I think one has to understand that the user is the ultimate firewall.
Great. Thank you. I think with that, we ought to conclude this. This was an excellent conversation, and I really am happy, and I really thank all the dignitaries over here who provided us such a good amount of insight. Thank you,
Mr.
everyone.
Abhishek, we enjoyed you as the moderator also. It was very well done. And
it was a pleasure.
I'll say the governance now team also. Mr. Adhikari, I met him last time when the program was in the hotel. It was nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank
Thank you so much,
thank you,
Abhishek ji.
Abhishek. Thank you,
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, Sethi ji.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev ji. Thank you so much, Krunal, and thank you so much, Dr. Rastogi ji. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure was ours. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, panelists. It was a great panel. And now moving on, how about when we tell you 6 data security strategies to accelerate your digital transformation journey? For that, we have Sri Zubin Dalal, a Director, Product Management, Seclor with us. Zubin is Director Product Management at Seclor Technology and heads the product management functions at Seclor. He takes the responsibility for the Seclor data-centric security product strategy and understanding customer and make market requirements. While managing the roadmap, customer experience, and product communication, he is primarily focused on ensuring the rights management technology delivers positive business outcome for customers. Over to you, Zubin.
Thank you, Pragya. I'm hoping you're able to hear me well.
Absolutely clear, Zubin.
Okay. And you're able to see my screen as well?
Clearly.
Okay. So welcome to everybody for this session. It's been thoroughly and insightful and exciting, day of learning, even for me so far. This journey of digital transformation, we always talk of it as a journey, and something that hit me. I would like to just help you as you embark on this journey. For example, just a look back a few years back, I wanted to travel to a European country to do some adventure and sightseeing. And as I embarked on that journey, I went to typical web, some URLs, visited some YouTube videos to see what are the best places to see, when or what time of the year, etc. And then I happened to stumble upon a video of someone who had put up about how you need to be careful, and you might get pickpocketed, and about thefts and about losing your belongings. And that was quite a surprise to me that that kind of thing happens even in the world's leading European countries. And it was such a big wake-up call to me. And luckily I happened to stumble upon it. I learned from those couple of resources, and I made sure that I followed, kept my wallet and money and my travel documents very safely and securely, and specific places that they had mentioned where things happen. I was very careful, and I was always on the lookout. So that's the kind of thing that we kind of need to remember when we take a journey. It's often we focus on the adventure and the excitement of getting there and the goal, and sometimes we forget about the hurdles or the issues that might hit us unknowingly. And the best preparation that we have, the easier and the smooth the journey becomes. So just as we are embarking on this digital transformation journey, I wanted to just keep everybody informed about what they can hope to uh, uh, encounter as hurdles, and how very easily they can address those with a certain approach or mechanics that are possible. I mean, there are also digital solutions for the digital transformation issues. I think cybersecurity and data security in general has been a big point of point of Q&A also. So I hope I can quickly address some of these challenges. Very often when it comes to data security, the first thing that kind of needs to be kept in mind is what is at core of the business and is in digital format. So there is a lot of digital intellectual property. Maybe it is invention, maybe it is design, it is certain patents, it could be recipes for certain chemicals or certain processes, or guidelines, or manufacturing standards that are honed over so many years, and so much experience of having executed so many projects, and these are kind of crown jewels of your enterprise. They are what your business is all about, and if you don't take care of them, if those digital assets are not equally given the right value and importance, you might end up losing it to a competition, or it might get leaked out and get misused, right? These are digital assets. Sometimes mostly they are not tangible, but they are as important, if not more important, than your physical assets. So that's one thing that would be very helpful if you keep in mind, that these digital assets are very critical. They are what keeps your business running, and they need to be given due importance and need to be addressed in terms of security and protection, right? So you can identify. The good thing about these digital assets is they're structured, they're limited, they're in a specific team or project or location. They're usually given enough importance so it is easy to identify them. Not always for all other kinds of data. You can easily find them, identify who needs access to them, encrypt these digital assets at the source itself. So if it's a file server, you can protect the file server and all the documents on that server, or a folder on that server. If it's a web application system that houses your knowledge repository, you can secure that. You can ensure that you apply persistent controls that travel with the data. You can further apply, even if these are sometimes a 400-page PDF document of how a machinery specifically works or how a process has been automated, might be worth millions of dollars, right? So you can apply specific controls on who can open it, edit it, print it, copy it. You can restrict everything other than what a user needs to be able to handle that information. And then you can automate this whole thing so that it becomes very easy. Every file that lands in a particular folder can be automatically protected. Every document that is checked out of a SharePoint library can be automatically protected. Everything coming out of a bespoke knowledge repository or application that you use today for saving these assets can be automatically secured at the source itself, right? It's a very simple one to protect, but it just needs to be identified, highlighted, and addressed. The other big asset, and customer data is always considered to be an asset, right? You should know your customer, you mine your customer data, especially banks and financial services that are very heavy on large customer data sets. This is a very key asset, but in my mind, I also consider it a liability, because you have to ensure that it remains safe, it remains secure, it cannot be misused. If any leakage of that data leads to immediate mistrust, loss of reputation. Today in the digital world, rumors and reputation can be easily lost in the fraction of a few days. So sniff your customer data, find the repositories of where it resides, automatically encrypt it. There are lots of tools. The hard thing about customer data is that it's always in so many different places. Often it's on desktops. People have reports lying around. People have access to reports in your transaction or operational system. The biggest challenge of it is finding it and making sure that you have control over it. So there are many tools in this space that can help you find it, and a data-centric security tool that can help you secure it. Even while data is being shared, it can be easily secured and limited to specific users having access only. You can protect data going outside the enterprise, even if it is going over a web interface or an email or any other mechanism. Often, businesses rely on third parties for a large part of their supply chain or their services, and there is no option but to share critical information with these third parties and external partners and vendors. That's how most businesses run. You can't have everything done in-house. You have to outsource certain amounts of expertise, use external vendors and partners for projects that you need to do one-off. And typically with projects and contracts, they are good to, NDAs and contracts are good to some extent, but really they are not very effective for data security. You will not even know if data has got leaked out. It may be malicious, it may be accidental. You have no control over the data if your data is lying at a third party a network, and it seems kind of helpless in a way. But that's usually because the data security thought process is addressed with a very traditional approach, right? Where data is kept in a very secure location, and then you control who all have access to it. That's a very traditional approach to data security. But there are new ways of doing it, and we call them data centric security, where the security goes with the data. Wherever the document or data or file travels, the security goes with it, right? And it is persistent. So whenever it is being accessed, opened, it continues to secure the information and restrict who is opening it, what they're doing, and how long they have access to it. So you can send data to your partners, vendors, external collaborators. You can ensure that they can, open it, edit it, but not print it, not take copies of it. Even if they, are seeing the file open on their digital device, it will show a watermark so that, it tells nobody can take a screenshot or a mobile phone capture and just paste it somewhere. It will tell who has used that, who has opened it on what device, etc. Right? You can most useful feature is you can expire that data. You can share it with a vendor who you are tying up with for a temporary contract or project basis, and then retract that information, revoke that information completely. So not only are you controlling authorized user access, but you're also controlling what they can do with it, right? So this is a very powerful, idea and concept, and it's something that is now possible with very traditional security approach, kind of throwing their hands up. They usually, don't have very good answers to this. The fourth thing that I'd like you to keep in mind is, there is a lot of security and around enterprise applications, right? They have transaction systems, CRM systems, operational systems of all kinds and all sorts where data resides, and it is quite well addressed in terms of security. Web-based tools, thick client tools, databases, backend, all that is very well secure. One of the things that often gets missed out is the data that gets downloaded from these systems. The data is very secure in the system. A report, of your customer information or your operational metrics is very secure when it is sitting inside the system. As soon as you click that download link to get that report out, right? Because usually you take that data and then massage it or analyze it or, tweak it in Excel and create a slide deck out of it, right? To create a report. That downloaded information suddenly has no security control, right? The traditional approach says that don't allow such downloads. They are a source of leakage, don't allow it. But that's not always feasible, right? You have to work with data. You want to use the data as an asset, and it needs to be analyzed, massaged, all of that. So one of the things that you can do with data-centric security is you can apply the protection even on the downloaded information. You can apply the same controls that are there in the application. So if you have a inventory report in the application, that same inventory report, once it is downloaded, only the people who have access to that in the application will have access to the downloaded report as well. If you take somebody and move him to another team, he's not supposed to have access to that report, he will automatically be removed from the downloaded report as well, right? So this technology can help you extend your application controls to the data that resides outside the application as well. This is very powerful, right? You can revoke access. It will happen automatically when people's job responsibilities change, when they move from one project to another. Maybe they're working on a very top secret project and they're then reassigned after some time. Automatically, any hundreds of data that is downloaded can be immediately revoked automatically, because whatever are the permissions in the application are carried forward to the downloaded information as well. You can track your information after it is accessed, after it is downloaded. You can track both authorized, unauthorized access, any misuse, etc. can be tracked. You will know who is opening, who's editing, who's trying to print, all of these things on that information that resides outside the system. Right, so that's a very powerful capability as well. Sometimes we often forget that the number one digital transformation tool has always been what? Email, right? Every employee in every organization is given an email, because digital communication is by far the fastest, cheapest, most agile way of doing it. Nobody writes things on physical paper anymore. Everything is sent via email. Every individual in an organization, from the CEO to the lowest level machine operator, tends to have email ID. And it's a big asset because communication is fast, easy, fluid. But again, like with everything that's high-speed mechanism, it also is privy to attacks, frauds, data leakage. A lot of focus around email security, is the concern of people in this space. While phishing, malware, all that is well addressed. Often one thing that is missed is the data that is being transferred on those emails, right? The attachments or the messages itself or the approval metrics that have been given in that email communication is itself often missed out. And that's where this security can help. You can protect your emails for internal sharing so that people are not misusing data that they have privy to and sending it to their friends in other departments or teams. You can use it to automatically protect data going outside the organization to any untrusted domain. You can protect it and send it, not just block it, but also protect it and send it. You get a true revoke button, right? How many times have you sent an email and just after you press the send button, you realize, oh, this is the wrong person and I should not have included him in the list, right? Where with this technology, you can now have a true revoke button. You can remove access of a specific user without disturbing anybody else, right? And not be dependent on limited capabilities that today your Outlook or your email system provides. And most powerful is the track feature. You can actually see who is accessing your emails, what they're doing with it, who has not accessed, right? Are they trying to edit it, print it? Are they trying to do something they're not supposed to do? They're not given permission to do all of that. The last one I'd come to is, of course, regulatory compliance. So most enterprises today are liable to one or the other security or privacy compliance. We have heard about this personal data protection bill that is coming to India very soon. It has been in the works for a while. Without getting into any details, I would say that it puts, if that bill is passed in Parliament, and they're threatening that they will do it towards the end of this year, it will bring Indian privacy laws at the same level as the European Union. And nobody, has any doubt that the European Union has the strictest privacy regulations, right? Much more than anywhere else, even in the Western world, right? And we will be at the same level of privacy. Every organization, every enterprise will be, subject to that regulation. Even today, for financial services and for banks, RBI has some very, very strict mandates, and ensuring that your customer data, your business data is addressed in terms of any regulatory compliance issues is very critical. Especially when you collect KYC data of your customers. Financial services again are the more exposed to this. When you're working with any government or federal agencies, you need to be very clear and very cautious of what you classify the data as, And this technology can also allow you to automatically protect it, apply controls, who can have access. You can put controls on stuff going to your external partners. So if you are legally liable, you can still control the data even though you have no control over their environment or their ecosystem or their digital applications, right? Because you control what anyone has access to on your data, right? So those are the quick 6 things that I'd like you to keep you in mind as you undertake this journey. So I wish you all the very best, and here's a quick summary. Protect your digital intellectual property, secure your customer data, they are your primary assets. Protect your data shared with partners. Don't forget information that is going outside the organization that you're still liable to secure and protect. Secure your application data downloads, especially the downloaded data that is often forgotten. Secure your emails, protect email attachments, email messages. They're your primary backbone of communication. You could actually reduce your risk tremendously if you just address this one communication vector, and ensure that you're well ahead of any security and privacy compliance or regulatory compliance metrics that are specific to your vertical or generically applicable. We have a full-fledged data-centric security platform that helps you to secure all kinds of documents and digital files. It integrates with several other technologies in the space out there. I won't get into all these details. We can walk you through the platform subsequently if you'd like to connect with us. Just to let you know, we are a 100% Indian company incubated in the IIT, and we can get in touch with us anytime. We'll be sharing our details with you as well. There's a handout that is available, so feel free to go through that to answer any further details. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Feel free to add any questions.
There are questions. So the one we will take, you talked about various security aspects and GDPR and other things. So one gentleman is asking how Seclor is working with government sector.
So we have our customer base is very horizontal, from manufacturing, financial services, banks, government entities. We have several government entities as our current customer base. So RBI, Central Board of Direct Taxation, the Indian Navy and Defense Services are also our customers. We work with Central Bank of India, Oriental Insurance Company, several such PSUs are our and government and federal agencies also are our customers.
Okay, Zubin. There are a few questions we can take off the record because we are already running.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. Sure.
So much.
Thank you so much.
Today, and we can move to our next speaker. So the next tech talk is about rethinking security in the digital age by Sri Ahmed Abu Zahir, Chief Solution Architect Worldwide, Infoblox. With extensive expertise in designing, implementing, supporting network and security solutions from the ground level solution architect from network security company, Infoblox, Mr. Ahmed brings respected insight to security technology and consideration required for the development and operation of smart cities. Over to you, Mr. Ahmed.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. How about, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. So part of my job, I had the privilege to talk to many leaders in the businesses, many IT professionals, and the main 2 topics we came across for the past 2 years is around digital transformation and cybersecurity. And in today's world, you cannot think of digital transformation without actually thinking about the cybersecurity concerns that comes with it. I essentially see them, two sides for the same coin. So today I'm going to talk about what are the main cybersecurity challenges that we come across when we move to the digital age. So why customers today are actually embracing digital transformation? There are some business drivers for that, and there are some technology drivers for that. From a business drivers, it's all about customer experience. We need to make the customer experience, very simple, reliable. For example, at Uber, for taking taxi, how easy it is to get from point A to point B in a very fast, reliable manner. We need to look at getting into new markets to, penetrate, new customers. We need to simplify the supply chain management and actually make the employees more productive in terms of making them focus on the main tasks. From a technology point of view, it's about adapting these new technologies, going into SaaS services, how easy it is to use Office 365. It's about, using multi-cloud technologies and software-defined networking to simplify administration and operational, costs for using technology. We heard a lot today in the sessions about automation, machine learning technologies, artificial intelligence. So all this, new technologies that require resources, it's also, we're gonna use them on the multi-cloud technologies. And lastly, the SD-WAN and opening all remote offices and users, like what we do today, working from home to the internet. So with that, we're actually seeing, a major shift in the architecture. So if we look at the architecture that we used to have for the past, 2 decades, is this, consolidated data center where we have our main, data center where we have all of our assets, servers, our data are centralized in one place or 2 places for disaster recovery. And we have all users coming from remote offices, going through a private connections, connecting securely back, to these applications in a private network, right? With centralized security, endpoint security, parameter security. So this is, the traditional architecture we used to have. Now, fast forward to today's world and to tomorrow's world, this is going to be changing drastically with the users, with the applications moving to the private or public cloud, with SaaS business critical applications hosted in the cloud, like Office 365, many of the essential applications, Salesforce, Workday, everything is hosted in the internet in the public domain. All users now are using the internet as the layer for connectivity and accessing these applications. We will have IoT devices coming online to send data over the internet. So all this decentralization of architecture brings its own security challenges into play. So if we look at today, the digital enterprise now with remote access, VPN, working from home, applications in the cloud, there are multiple ways in and out of the enterprise to steal data. So it's all about having secure connection for the user to be able to access his destination application. So it's more of a security challenge to be able to handle this new world. So at Infoblox, what do we actually do to be able to help our customers to address this new world? We have been a company for 20 years, leader in what we call the core market DDI for DNS, DSCP, IP address management. These are foundational networking protocols, and today we are using this to provide visibility, because without visibility, you cannot do security, you cannot protect what you don't see. So we use our foundational, DDI services, core network services, to provide visibility into users, into the network, devices, what they're doing. And also we now use these solutions to do access control and be able to do some protection for new malware attacks, for data exfiltration, stealing data from the customer network, and also doing automated remediation with our ecosystem partners. We also, from a cloud perspective, enable easy migration to cloud and using cloud workloads by giving a centralized management of view of all the workloads that you have in your cloud network. So to start with, it's about having visibility into who's connecting on the network, who's the users, what's their devices, everything is based on IP, what they're doing. So this starts with an enterprise-grade DDI solution, DNS, DSCP, IP address management that connects the users to the network. We need to have a user information, all the devices connecting on the network, who's using what device and what destinations they're trying to access. So this is the starting point or the foundational layer. And on top of that, we start looking at security. And now with multi-layer security in place, we know we have next generation firewalls. We know we have IPS, IDS. We know we have security for emails, but how about application security, like, for example, DNS? So we have some reports that shows that 91% of malware uses DNS3 in the command and control communication. Why is that? Because it's an open application protocol on all security layers, on all internet, firewalls, to be able to allow this domain resolution. So this is where we look into using this DNS layer today, which is a backdoor for hackers and malwares that, these malicious people, it's an underlying word for funding, and they have been exploiting network. And now the application layer is, now we are looking at application specific security to close this backdoor. So how do we do that, or what do we do we look at securing the devices. So every device on the network today, we know who's the user. We look at, the activity, what are the destination URLs, destination IPs that this device is trying to access. We see if these are malicious based on reputational databases, is where we have the threat intelligence database that look at the destination IPs, destination domain. Is this user accessing a malicious destination? We block that access, and then we have the detailed user information and coordinates in our system to identify the exact source of the connection. And also we use some machine learning technologies like behavioral analytics to see if the user is trying to steal data or send some data outside the network, and he's not supposed to do that. So after doing that, we did the visibility. We know the devices on the network, where they are located, if they are trying to access malicious destinations or do malicious activity using machine learning or behavioral analytics. Now we look at the remediation, and we know that we are only one system, part of multiple security tools on the network. So this is where we have this ecosystem integration with the logging solutions like SIM solutions, with endpoint solutions, with NAC solutions, network access control, with vulnerability scanning. So we trigger or we send an alarm or alert to our, third-party ecosystem solution for them to remediate or isolate the user completely out of the network. We can also, communicate with next generation firewall to block new connections for that user to the outside world. This is closed loop remediation with our ecosystem partners. So Infoblox is a vendor for US-based vendor. For the past 20 years, we have around 9,000 customers worldwide using our solutions. We are leader in this, space for secure DDI as per IDC and Gartner. And we also have different customers from different verticals, including government, retail, telecommunication, and we also work with technology partners. So that's basically my presentation for today. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. It was an excellent presentation, and you captured quite great insights. So there is a question so how do you link? So most of the people are talking about the cyber security and They just want to know how to ensure the security. When we talk about digital transformation, how do we ensure security? If you can just share quick insight, because we have the other panelists waiting
Right.
for the next.
Right. So from our perspective, it starts with visibility, because you cannot secure what you don't see. So we need to be able to understand or know who's connecting to our network, right? This machine and this device, is it an IoT device, laptop, whatever that device, we need to identify who's the owner of that device, and then assume what we call this zero trust, access, that is, a new word coming in, that every device wants to connect to the network. We need to make sure we authenticate this device, or this device is actually allowed to go to access this destination. So it's about user awareness. We know what users are using which devices, and then these users are actually authorized to access, these destinations. So this is important. Why? Because of this digital transformation, because of this dynamics. Users are working remotely. Maybe they are infected, by a bad malware. So we need to make sure that if they're infected, they do not connect to our corporate assets where we have our servers, we have our data. So visibility of the devices of the users and security policies to be able to control the user's access.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time and wonderful insights. Thank you so much for joining us. And many appreciation comments are coming for you. That was a great insight. Yeah, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I am moving to the next panel. I've been getting from a lot of people that when are we going to start our next panel on energy and power PSU's digital transformation. So in the panel, we have Sri PV Nath, Executive Director, ERP and IT, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. We have Sri R. Lakshmanan, Executive Director, Rural Electrification Corporation Limited. We have Mr. PS Sundaram, Chief General Manager, IT and CIO, Power Finance Corporation Limited. Next, we have Sri Sailesh S, General Manager, IT, NTPC Limited. We have Sri Alok Nath Sarkar, General Manager, System Western Coalfields Limited. We have Sri Santosh Kumar, Senior Manager, Central Government and PSU VMware India. And now I invite the moderator of the session, Sri Rajesh Ranjan, Associate Director, Government Advisory, KPMG. But before we begin the session, we have a small presentation from Mr. Vinay Bhatt, Head Network Security, VMware India, intrinsic security for hybrid cloud, to setting up the tone for the session. Over to you, Mr. Bhatt. And then Mr. Ranjan.
Yeah, hi team. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
You can see me, right? So thanks so much, for this opportunity. Really appreciate. I think we are between the lunch for all our panelists and our viewers. So I'll keep it very, very quick. So I head the network and security at VMware, and I'm going to probably see if we can, ideate some and get some more, ideas around intrinsic security for hybrid cloud. So without much ado, and this is not new, right? So today it is an unprecedented times. I can see some of our panelists are at home, some of our panelists are in office, and we are all struck with this fear and uncertainty which is happening because of the current situation out there. Now, what is happening because of this situation, right? We have seen a very peculiar phishing emails that are coming. Phishing that is happening around COVID. I've received many WhatsApp email messages, many emails saying, if you want to learn more about COVID, click here, and if you want to do this, and a large part of COVID is also used by hackers to kind of do phishing. There are ransomwares which are all over the place. There are ransomwares which are dedicated for pharma, for R&D, for government, and people are designing more and more ransomware, and we know what is happening on our borders. So we also fear that some of our neighbors are also actually, helping this ransomware spread very rapidly in our business. And then, work from home. Now all your traffic to your data center is actually coming from internet. People are accessing your applications and data from the laptops, desktops. So you need to check their security posture. You need to see how secure that laptop, desktop is, so that it doesn't start giving away viruses into your data center. And then last but not the least, the disruptive malware. Now, this is very interesting. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about a term called cryptojacking. So what has now been happening is people are actually going to be using your resources, your computer, your data center, and mine cryptocurrencies. So there are a lot of disruptive malwares that are currently in the market, and you will see the spread of that also happening as well. So what is it that I'm going to talk about? So let me start with this image here, and I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with this. This is a recent attack that happened on Twitter, where a lot of the famous people, there were messages coming out from their Twitter handles saying that please transfer bitcoins to my address and I will give double. I will. So it was like ek ka do ka char. So this was clearly a scam, but not many people saw this as a scam, and people actually transferred bitcoins to those accounts, and they lost a lot of money. And if you see how this was happened actually, so Twitter actually gave a list of sequence on how this was happened, and they actually said this happened through one of their phishing attacks. One of the phishing attacks actually wrote a mail to one of their a lot of employees actually, and one of them probably happened to click on it. His password, his username got compromised, and then they got access. And I'm not sure if you guys have read on this topic, but the mastermind of this topic, how old is he? He's actually 17 years old. So imagine the proliferation of technology, and so many people are aware of the ways and means to be able to hack into your system. Now, Twitter being an MNC and being a very safe organization, their IT systems are pretty rugged and the security systems are pretty good, but somebody could still actually go ahead and hack, and this could happen. Some of more instances that I keep reading a lot of articles, and some of more instances that we have seen. In fact, there is a hacker who's trying to attack every 39 seconds. Believe me, so that is a statistic that kind of baffled me. And there is a hacker who's trying to hack every 39 seconds. There are some statistics over emails. There are statistics over ransomware. Now, this is one interesting ransomware that I was reading about. I'm not sure if all of you are aware. Garmin, right? We know Garmin more from the health fitness tracker. Garmin also provides application that is used by aviation industry for guiding their aeroplanes. Even those applications were hacked, and some of the flights that use Garmin's services had to be grounded. We all use, I think some of us use Google Home, we use Alexa, we use those speakers. When we give them a command, basically the Alexa and Google is actually clicking, links in their API and getting us that data that we want. People have also now figured out to put malicious links in there, so that when you ask Google or Alexa to execute an instruction, that link gets executed, and then there is a hacker's small software that goes and sits into that machine, and then they are able to listen to your personal data, voice history, and so on and so forth. So imagine the proliferation of hacking that is happening. And then obviously, like I said, we know what is happening on the borders, and there is some hacking and some hackers who are trying to hack into our government organizations, our government data centers, and also our end devices, right? We use our emails on end devices. Most of them are Android. There is a security vulnerability there, and then nothing but not the least is the ransomware threat. This is very, very serious, and that is the number one challenge faced by all the organizations worldwide. And people all on an average paying them $80,000 to restore the data, and there are people who are paying them. Garmin report allegedly paid, and a lot of companies are paying ransomware, so they're making money, and that's why you will see a lot of more ransomware. So this is very, very serious, and this was so serious that this year's 15th August, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he actually announced that government will be soon coming up with a new cyber security policy. Because the people on the panel, the esteemed panel, you are all from the government organization. And I'm sure this bothers you because, you are custodian of sensitive data. You are custodian of organizations that provide essential services to the people of this country. And these things, really, really bother even our Prime Minister. And that's why he said he's going to come up with a new cyber security policy. Now, and I wanted to put this months of persistent 9 months. When we say 9 months, we typically imagine a baby, and we are all happy, and we know there's a baby coming in. But do you know what happens in this 9 months? Every ransomware that actually attacks an organization, he actually stays in your data center for 9 months unnoticed. Okay, now typically if somebody would have walked into your home or your office or your car and robbed your robbed your data, robbed your laptop or your important thing and go away, what you have lost. But imagine that guy is not actually robbing away your information and going away. He's actually staying with your family. He's seeing what you read, he's seeing what you eat, he's seeing which calls you make. And then at one fine day after 9 months, he decides, after he's learned everything, he decides that everything that you do, you eat, you drink, you sit, you watch your TV, he decides to go and attack each and everything of that you do. And that is what ransomwares typically do these days. And this is one of the things that I'm going to talk today. So what does VMware does? So let me explain it to you in a maybe a diagrammatic format. So imagine this is your data center. The left hand side that you see are your servers, and the right hand side are all your network equipment. So when I say network equipment, there is also security equipments like security, firewall, load balancer, WAF, web application firewall, IPS, IDS, next generation firewall, and your analytical engine that you have to run and monitor your applications. Now imagine where are your applications running? Your applications are running actually in your server, but your entire security and networking mechanism is in some different rack. Your server is in and your applications are in different rack, and your network and security are in different rack. So what does that mean is, every time you need a network and security service, what's happening is there is traffic that goes to the firewall, gets checked, and then comes back. Every time you need a security service like firewall, every time your packet goes to the firewall, gets checked, gets inspected, and then comes back. So what we did is, we actually virtualized that firewall. We actually virtualized that IDS IPS service, and we put it where your workload is. So if your servers are running inside the server, now I run those network and security services inside those servers. I don't have them out somewhere. So there is hairpinning happening, and then there is delay happening, there is latency, there are multiple hops. Now what I do is, I've actually taken your network and security mechanism and put it very, very close to your workload. Which means if there is a server A where there is a compromise happening, there is a hack that is happening, I will not let that server A compromise spread to your server B. If the network and security component was outside, then the spread could easily happen within the rack, because when the traffic has to flow within the rack, it doesn't have to go to get inspected outside. So I have actually virtualized, and that's what VMware does. VMware virtualizes your firewall ID, IPS, IDS, and brings it closer towards your source. Next, your load balancers. Basically, these are nothing but WAFs. You have your web application firewalls, because the traffic, right? The first traffic from internet, when it lands in your data center, they land in your DMZ zone where you have web servers and you have load balancers. So web application firewalls are also something that we do, and we again take it closer towards the source. We don't keep it out somewhere so that the traffic has to flow there. We keep it closer towards your workload. Now what that does is, if you have to invest into firewall, IPS, IDS, load balancer, and all your traffic actually flows towards your device, you need to buy bulkier hardware. You need to buy bulkier stuff which is expensive as well, and they're all bottlenecks, they're all choke points. Now because I have put them closer towards your source, it's all distributed, and I'm very, very closer towards the source. So even if there is a compromise, I can easily find out where the compromise is and block it, right? You guys must have heard about a term called micro-segmentation. So I can easily go ahead and do micro-segmentation. I can do next generation firewall. I can apply web application firewall policies, and very with ease, right? This is a click of a button, because this is software. It's not hardware. You don't have to manage CLIs. You don't have to open a console and do those things. And one of the most important thing is, if you see, your extreme right, that is the analytical engine. You're running an analytical engine to track the entire network traffic into your data center. Why? Because you need to figure out what is right, what is wrong, what is legitimate, what is not. I have actually virtualized that as well, and have put it into your servers. I've actually taken it closer towards your workload. Now what that does is, first of all, it frees a lot more space in your data center, which means it reduces your power cooling rack space, and it saves you a lot of cost as well, because you don't have to invest into those hardware boxes. Because every time you need to scale, every time you need to buy more capacity, you need to buy more hardware boxes, and you need to check compatibility, you need to make more physical connections. Here I'm talking about a horizontally scalable architecture. Tomorrow you need more compute because you have more virtual machines and more servers to be installed in your data center. Go ahead, you buy a server, you put it inside the rack, and I replicate all my services in that compute node as well. So that is what VMware's policy around network and security is, that don't take your workload toward somewhere to get inspected. Instead, get the security mechanism closer towards your workload so that they get inspected the moment there is traffic that is getting generated, right? So what that does, so this is one of the dashboards that can come in once we install this VMware's virtual cloud network. I actually analyze all the traffic inside your data center. So you see red, green, blue, you see different colors there. I look at your flows. I look at which IP is talking to which IP. I look at what protocol, which direction, and I actually able to tell you what is safe and what is not safe for you, and then apply micro segmentation policies, which means you must have also heard about something called as ZTNA, zero trust network architecture. So anything that is not trusted, anything that is not to be trusted by you, anything that needs to not be allowed can be stopped, and only the thing that needs to be allowed, that is legitimate and that has to be allowed to connect, has to be allowed, and that is green, and everything else will be stopped. So I actually give you a dashboard, and we have customers who are running 10,000, 15,000, 50,000 VMs, and we give them this dashboard, and it becomes very easy for them then to write their network and security policy and manage the the network and security for their data center. So like I said, if there is a malware and he goes and sits in your house, and for 9 months he's trying to look out what you eat, what you read, what you where you put your money, where your locker is, and what you watch on the TV, what WhatsApp messages you get, I kind of block it. I do micro segmentation, and I know what is legitimate and what is not, and I kind of block all that traffic. So basically, so this is what we do. Whatever we do for VMs is what we do for containers as well. Today, because of the COVID situation, we know a lot of you are on the journey of digital transformation, and you are probably thinking of modernizing your application, which is breaking it down into microservices, Kubernetes clusters, and writing containers where your application will run. We treat both virtual machine as well as the Kubernetes clusters or containers as first-class citizens. Because today, all the traditional methodologies you have for network and security, which are hardware dependent, they don't treat Kubernetes or containers in the same way where you treat VM. I do the same for both. The same console allows you to write network and security policies for both and treat them both as a first-class citizen. So what that allows me to do is, we are not into selling you hardware. We are selling you a platform called virtual cloud network, and what that does is it is an overlay. It has nothing to do with the hardware, underlying hardware. It is an overlay on your hardware, and it provides you the network and security policies. It can provide you firewalling, routing, switching, IDS, IPS, WAF, analytics, all of that. Now, the advantage of us doing that overlay is I can actually extend this to your public cloud as well. So when you deploy your hybrid cloud, the first question that comes into your mind, I'm sure your CISOs will ask you, is what about security? Now, imagine with this platform, you can have the same level of security into your public cloud, and the public cloud could be AWS, Azure, Google, Alibaba, IBM, all of this public cloud. So we don't limit you on any public cloud. We have extended the same capability that you use into your data center to be used on the public cloud as well, and the same amount of visibility. I showed you a dashboard about the visibility. The same amount of visibility you get on public cloud as well. This is a slightly technical slide, but I won't go deep in this. But just to double click, I wanted to show we have architectures to deploy network and security. We call it consistent network and consistent security wherever your workloads could be. It could be into your public cloud, or it could be into your private cloud. We allow you to apply that consistent network and security, and we integrate with all of this public clouds. So even if you have workloads there, we kind of protect them. So basically, guys, I didn't want to take a lot of time because I know we are sitting between you and your lunch. But what I wanted to do was, whatever I spoke today and whatever I presented today, we have a quick assessment that we can do into your own data center. This is non-committal, this is agentless. We don't install any of your agents, which means we don't eat up on any of your compute cycles or memory cycles or storage cycles. It is agentless. You can actually talk to us, call to us. That's my mail ID. My name is Vinay. You can call me and we can do this assessment into your data center, and we can actually show you how your own data is flowing into your data center, and how can you protect it and create those network and security policies. So thank you guys for the time, and I really don't want to be between you and lunch, like I said, and that's why I kind of hurried my presentation. But let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm here for some more time, and I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you so much. It was quite insightful for all of us, the points that you covered. So, we will be taking the questions after the panel discussion.
Okay.
So So I request Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, Government Advisory at KPMG, so kindly take over the panel. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for joining us today. I welcome you all on behalf of Governance Now. Over to you, Mr. Ranjan.
Thank you, Pragya, and thank you, Vinay, for that insightful presentation. Hope I am pretty audible to everyone and also visible.
Yes.
Okay. So, dear sirs, I welcome you all again, once again. Since Pragya has already introduced you in terms of the kind of profiles that you carry, to my audience, I would like to reiterate that very senior people are sitting here in terms of the knowledge and the experience that they are carrying together in this panel. So this panel basically focuses in terms of digital transformation in the power and energy sector. And I remember some of the panelists were there present in the last forum also. We did a very detailed discussion in terms of the kind of innovations and the progresses which were being made in the power and energy sector regarding the IT and related work that they were doing. So traditionally, as we all know, the power and energy sector has been dominated by the PSU entities. Of late, in the last decade or so, private parties have also started coming in. And while they have come in, they have greatly benefited from all the experience that the PSUs had gathered over the years. And then they have been able to, kind of at places match their efficiency and operational capacity. But still, even today, at some of the places, we see some of the problems are still bothering the sector in terms of the T&D losses that we want to reduce up to the level. We have not been able to do that, but of course there is always help available. The reliability factor, we are trying to increase that a lot. When the question of energy efficiency comes in, again, where do we go to solve this issue? The bigger issue that is now coming up is in the form of environmental impact that the power projects are generating, and there's a lot of discussion globally on that. As Vinay was discussing, this security threat due to the two things. One is the centralized nature of the power generation itself, and then the IT systems which are deployed also mainly are central in nature, and then the distribution is there according to your need. Now, what has happened? There is a great interdependency also of the grids. Different power generating units, they want to connect, they want to wheel power from one region to another, and then another efficiencies would be required. While IT has come in over the years, what it has done, it has greatly helped you all in terms of energy management. The distribution, the utilities would agree that the distribution automation has greatly improved. The planning point in terms of accounting, the billing, metering, etc. New systems, as you know, the renewable energy, while it is being pushed to the level of customers themselves, while they are being allowed to generate and feed it back into the grid. So if the IT was not there, it would have been really tough. And then internally also for you as an organization to have a control on your manpower, the quality of manpower that you deploy, the management of the manpower, etc. Also, at some point of time, we'll bring in the kind of innovations that these organizations have done in their respective fields. So what I am trying to, structure this discussion into is into three parts, mainly four parts, including the question and answer session. One is, I would like everybody to, come out with the kind of major challenges that they have faced in terms of implementing IT and what have been their experiences, maybe with some specific examples they could bring that out. I would request everybody to limit it to maybe 2 to 3 minutes because we have 6 panelists, so everybody should speak about that. Then having talked about the challenges in the first part, I would then request everybody to, tell us what they are adopting as the next wave of change, because everybody knows how IT is changing, IoT is coming in, a lot of analytics is coming in. You as utilities have a lot of data. What are you doing with that? Also, if there is any insight in terms of how you're coping with the challenge of renewable energy, which almost accounts now about 23% of the installed capacities, all of you know, what kind of adjustments are you making into your system? Again, about 2.5-3 minutes that I would like all of you to speak. Then there are the innovations and integrations internally. You would all be doing, a power generation unit versus a power distribution unit. What kind of, integrations are you doing using technology particularly? What sort of help IT is doing you in terms of generation portfolio optimization, the smart grid adoption, or the customer engagement that I mentioned in terms of metering and billing. So again, there are 2.5-3 minutes that I would like to do. And one specific point, I see all of the panelists here belong to the central PSU. If somebody could also bring out what is the perspective of the state PSUs, there are many state PSUs also in the power and energy sector, that would be very, very useful. So in terms of order, just for the sake of order, I would first invite Sri PV Nath. He is the Executive Director, ERP and IT of Power Grid Corporation India Limited. Over to you, Nath sir.
Sir, we are not able to hear you. Sorry.
So your voice is not there. If,
I think Rajesh is probably not got your question.
Sir, Nath sir, can you hear me? So your voice is not coming. Maybe just
it is mute possibly.
Sir, can you unmute yourself? I think you are on a mute. Nath sir, you are on a mute, sir.
Can the moderator not unmute him?
Self-muted, can't we do that?
Don't see an option actually.
I'm just sending unmute request to sir. Sir, I've sent you unmute request. If you can just accept it.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear.
Oh, okay. Sorry for the glitch. Okay.
Please.
Okay, Mr. Ranjan. No, you touched upon so many points. Actually, this higher AT&C losses, then reliability, then renewable integration. Ultimately, I say now that will be leading to a development of smart grid. So actually, this is Power Grid is also doing some pilot projects, and we have been this with some IIT, Kanpur, and other organizations. Also, we are in that discussions, and this is a it will take time to come to some logical conclusions and other things. Then actually, basically, what I'm we have been right now we are facing challenges of our huge grid is it, so many substations and transmission lines, and there are so many sort of data is also there. So we are actually more focusing on our operations and maintenance with using our IT applications tools. So we have been developing so many in-house applications like our transformer health index predicting, because we are having more than 1400 transformers and spanning across the entire country. So our business wants all these things to be properly that data, all these testing parameters and all these things across at various places. Based on that is to be based on that some analytics has to be developed. So we have developed some applications, and with this we'll be able to predict the healthiness of the transformers, and even in case of transmission lines also we are some patrolling, we are using some IT tools, particularly so many lines that this during the patrolling, and we are getting a lot of data, so we integrated all those data into our ERP systems, and ERP, and we are presenting a lot of reports and analyzing. So we are doing all these. These are a lot of challenges we are facing, because earlier our data is in a very fractured manner. So now with all these ERP solutions and integrating with these various solutions, it is a very big challenge for us. So that those are the things we are more focusing. And during this even recent COVID lockdown also, there are some immediate requirement of people we have to enable entire business to be performed from work from home. Those are also a lot of challenges we faced. For that also, most of the conventional processes we have to automate the workflows, and enablement of so many IT security systems. Those are all the big challenges we faced, and we could successfully carry out our business during this lockdown period also. And our whatever this, I think in between this, because of this April 5th, that there was a call from Prime Minister to switch off the lights and other thing. That was a very challenging event. So we had to enter right from it is not only power grid. So all the POSOCO, then again state utilities, all the it requires a lot of planning, coordination, interaction, all these to handle that situation. So all these we used so many everything is conducted through VCs only, various VC mechanisms, and this thing. So ultimately, we could handle that situation also very successfully.
So, sir, thank you for elaborating about your challenges and learnings that you have had. You also told about some of the collaboration. We'll come back to that, sir. So right now, I think we'll move on to the next panelist, Sri Lakshmanan Raju, sir. He's the Executive Director, REC. So, sir, if you could throw some light in terms of what have been your challenges, some examples, what are the experiences in terms of digital transformation in your organizations?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, I would mostly focus on like my experiences from REC PDCL. It's a subsidiary which I'm heading as a Chief Executive Officer. And prior to this, like last 4.5, 5 years before this assignment, I was working as Managing Director of distribution companies in the state. So would like to bring that perspective as well, like in the discussion. So as REC PDCL, we do work with all the utilities, the state PSUs basically, the Transcos, Gencos, and Discoms especially. So from that perspective, like in terms of this digital transformation, what are the key challenges that one faces? First and foremost is like, the change management perspective. Like when we are adopting a new IT system or a new technology, especially at the fundamental level, there is a business process change and there is a change management. So in that perspective, like, the fundamental thing, challenge one faces is like, how do you, sell this idea across the organization in terms of employees and various stakeholders. And second is like, in terms of the IT setup that is available within the organization, and what is the skill set that is available within the organization in terms of having a core IT team which can handle this transformation at the fundamental level. Then in terms of users, how equipped are they to utilize the particular new technology? How are they able to adapt? The reskilling that is required, especially like when you talk about distribution companies at the state level, they have varied levels of competency and skill levels, and it varies from state to state. So it is very essential, like if you have to move to a digital platform, digital system at any level, what we are speaking, it needs a lot of reskilling and adaptation from the employees across the organization. And second, putting together a core IT team and the IT hierarchy is also essential, because most of these utilities don't have a dedicated IT setup. And third thing is like to adopt the right technology, because there could be a lot of technology and a lot of new IT systems which are available in the market. So what is relevant to you? What gives you a right cost benefit analysis in terms of selecting the right solution, right product, and then doing it. And another key thing which we have noticed is like when we are designing a system or when we are moving to a new system, the initial your system requirement study which is done at that point, like normally the users of various departments don't actively participate, so the requirement is not properly articulated. Then a system is developed and deployed, then later users come back and say like, this is not working, this is not what we expected. So that actually like takes away a lot of your whatever are the benefits that you envisage from a system. It doesn't materialize because your system design and planning at that point you did not spend adequate time in developing that. And in the current times, mostly like PSUs and state utilities, they don't pay adequate attention to the security, aspects of the entire system. So we've had recent cases of, cyber attack in Jammu and Kashmir, where their entire data center went down for a month or so. Then it critically disrupts your entire business operations. So adequate attention needs to be paid from cyber security and your data security, how it is done. So all these aspects, like, there are various examples and experiences from various organizations. One example from our own present REC as an organization, like we have adopted a ERP, but then like for a particular function, especially the core business is financing. So the ERP which has been adopted does not, it's a generic ERP. So especially the loan and the treasury function is not that efficiently like functioning that particular ERP. Probably a better solution could have been to adopt a banking or a finance industry based core solution for loan and financing, and maybe ERP could have been adopted for the generic functions like your accounting, finance, HR, and other aspects, and it could have been integrated. So it's very important that you select the right product and spend adequate time in terms of articulating your requirement design, so that like at a later stage, you are comfortable and you actually derive the benefits out of the specific system that you deploy. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. This was very well elaborated. I think this comes from someone who has practiced it at the ground level. You have implemented a lot of systems. That's where the wisdom is coming from. So very, very useful, sir. We'll come back to it in terms of, when we are taking questions, and would want some more insights from you in that case.
Sure, thank you.
Sure. So we'll now move on to Sri PS Sundaram, sir. He's the Chief General Manager IT and the CIO for Power Finance Corporation. Sir, if you could please throw some light in terms of challenges and experiences that you have had in implementing and the digital transformation in your organization.
Thank you, Rajesh. Greetings of the day to all. It is great to be here, and I would like to take up the first part of this entire panel discussion, that challenges what we are facing as a power sector. I would like to divide this into two. One is what PFC is facing, how we are trying to address that. And second one is, we being the nodal agency for the IPDS program, I can throw some information on challenges faced by the state power utilities. To start with PSC, the immediate challenge what we are facing is we are having we are carrying a vintage system just running for the last 20 years. That is actually catering to the core business. You can understand that last 20 years some system is running, the efficiency and all has gone down. Another important challenge is that we are running on a heterogeneous system. There are multiple technology we are using, and we are unable to establish a single point of truth. That is, same information is available at multiple systems, multiple databases, and most of the time our users are trying to reconcile, wasting time and energy on that. And addressing this problem, what we did is we thought of going for complete IT transformation. For that, the first step what we did is we appointed a best of the class consultant who made the IT roadmap for us. And the IT roadmap has been divided into multiple actionable items, and we are taking up one by one. And in the entire journey, to ensure whatever problems my fellow panelists are also facing, like individual participation and their knowledge in the involvement level and all those things, how we try to address is we are appointing a PMC all over the entire transformation, and we are appointing SIs specific to that particular thing. And then we are appointing a third-party auditor also, who will be starting the journey from the beginning of the implementation until end. The TPA also will be there, who will be finally certifying the entire implementation. And in the entire process, how we are stitching it together is that the PMC will be carrying it out, and he will be vetting each and every process, and the SI will be taking care of the implementation. TPA will be vetting. That is how we have planned it, and we are midway, and we are going ahead. And probably I'll be taking the help of Vinay. Maybe sometime we can have a chat on discussing on the security part also. So that is how we planned it. Already we have considered VMware. A considerable stack we have already considered in our implementation in our transformation journey. So that is how we are trying to address the challenges of PFC. Now, going back to the state power utility. Initially when the state the electricity boards were there. Subsequently, they were unbundled into utilities. They made cost centers or profit centers over there. PFC has been identified as nodal agency for implementing APDRP, which was the first phase of the reform program. And then subsequently, now the second phase is IPDS, which is also now going to be over in a year or two. And the third phase, it is already named Aditya. Probably that is the final name or not, I'm not very sure. Maybe there may be a name change for this phase 3. So that is what is the program which is conducted by PFC for modernizing all the power utilities. That is computerization and having all the data generated, and data has to be pulled to a central portal. In this end, the APDRP subsequent to IPDS, in this entire journey, PFC has been making the DPRs, and we are trying to implement computerized systems in all the power utilities. And there was a major, to the major extent, there was success. But the challenges are like, just when we are making state-wise DPRs and power utilities are going with a different tender process, they're adopting systems with a different technology. And again, they are amazing so much of data, which is not yet centrally connected. The central government, probably we hear, most of the panelists are from the central PSUs. We can understand the pain that the respective discipline data is not actually arriving to a central place, and we are unable to collect the data for a useful information. That is the biggest challenge right now we are facing, because every power utility, they're all working on a different technology, different IT systems, and mainly the IT power utilities, they are having a greater dependency on the operational technology, OT part. Whatever OT is already implemented, the IT has to have some dependency on that. Accordingly, they are deciding the technology and all those things. To stay, and another important point here is that after computerization, some of the power utilities and some of the states, they are doing wonderful. I can name few like Gujarat, AP, and all. They are doing very good. But then majority of the states, even after computerization, my big money has been pumped in, but then still we are unable to achieve 100% utilization of the IT system or any relevant usefulness out of the IT system. These are all the changes. Maybe in the subsequent pieces, these will be pressed out, and probably we are looking forward to have a good systems in the power utilities, so that most of the problems can be addressed. Rajesh.
Thank you, sir, for another enlightening session. You very rightly pointed out this problem of single source of truth not being available, and also the data related and disparate IT systems which are present there. So we'll again visit in terms of, what are some of the discussions that we could have around that. We will now move on to the next panelist, Mr. Shailesh S. He's the General Manager IT for NTPC Limited. Over to you, Mr. Shailesh, please.
Yeah, greetings and thank you, Rajesh. Some of the challenges that we had in NTPC are similar to what the other companies faced. But I wouldn't say we did not have too many challenges in the past few years because the digital transformation in our company has gone on for quite some time now. I hope I'm audible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So the transformation in our company started off about 15 years back through a process where we implemented ERP in the company, and so the transformation is going on. I would say it's a journey which will go on for a long time, I guess. So that is something there. So that way, the challenges weren't too many in the past, recent past. The few things that we've faced is in terms of solutions available, tailoring or suiting the power sector, or specifically the power generation sector. Most of the companies, when they offer solutions, those solutions might suit the banking, the financial industry, or the retail, the marketing setup and all. But the power sector in general and power generation sector in particular don't have good solutions which the IT companies can offer. So that is, of course, it is improving over a period of time now, but that is still a little bit of a challenge that we face. So whenever a company comes to us for a solution, and if we say, okay, which power generation company is using this, then they are at a loss, or they take names of the US based or European based companies. So the kind of a business use case or the case where we have a proven technology in the power generation sector, that is something that is a challenge that we have faced. So we have had to use the technology probably as a pioneer in India in terms of usage in the power generation sector. That is one thing. The other is, as a PSU, some of the things that we're having as a challenge is adopting new technologies from a procurement standpoint. So the new technologies, as the word says, they are new, so there is no precedent to using it anywhere. So we might not have enough players of the technology, so things we are dependent on some of the startup companies to implement those technologies. So in that sense, we have to follow certain government procurement processes. So as opposed to the private sector, we can't simply go to a particular company and say, okay, hey, your technology seems to be good, let's implement that. So their evaluation of technologies and giving kind of an even place for all the companies becomes a bit of a challenge, and that is where a lot of our effort goes into, in terms of picking the right technology. As Sudram sir said, picking the right technology and in the right place is a challenge. We are kind of overcoming that, tweaking our procurement processes or the way we handle things using startups and things like that. but that is there. And another challenge which we faced was a kind of a change management when we dealt with the subject of IT and OT integration. Though we've done it about 10 years back, but that is an area where the OT systems, as the panelists would know, they haven't kept pace with the technology change as the IT systems have. So the integration between IT and OT systems, which is a necessity today, which was not there maybe 10, 20 years back. So that integration was a challenge. We have kind of overcome that, but we are now moving towards the industry 4.0. So there, the incorporation of new technologies in the OT space is becoming a bit of a challenge in terms of getting good technology and quickly. So these are the things that I thought I will share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think very well put. One of the main points that I found was, you're right, is in terms of the tailor-made solution that a power generation company might be looking for, is still not there, especially from the Indian perspective that you mentioned. The next panelist in our case, he comes from a coal company. His challenges might be a little bit different from what the generation or the distribution companies might be facing. So I would like to maybe customize his experience, challenges as per his specific case. Over to you, sir. Aloknath Sarkar, he is the general manager in the Western Coalfields Limited. Sir, please.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Actually, really, it is. I'm odd man out over here, but I'm proud that yes, we give the right fuel to you, so that the power gencos, they come out with their energy, they generate the power. Now, thing is that I belong to WCL. That is one of the subsidiary of Coal India Limited, and Coal India Limited is a big thing. Actually, big organization. You might be knowing that this is the biggest coal producer in the world, and it is having just you think about the manpower. Manpower is as of now it is more than 2,70,000. Previously, it was the manpower was very high. Now it is more than 2,70,000, and not only that, there are eight producing subsidiaries are there, and also there are one your research institute called CMPDI. So now the challenges, since the size, our operation is across 9 states. Just imagine. And also, in my company, I do not find any state that is not, not presented. There are so many disciplines are there, and people from every walk of life, they are, here in the mining industry itself. So mining industry and coal specifically, it is the raw fuel for the, thermal power generation, and we are supplying the most of the fuel to all the your supply, all the power. Now, problem is that in our system, rightly we are having, most of the subsidies are having this 3-tier, your browser-based system is available. But prior to that, we had your file server system, and it was very tough to, all kinds of data, accumulate the data. And the thing was, this single source of truth, this was the need. And the management thought it right that probably we are the only Maharatna company that is not implemented earlier this your ERP. Now we are going, since we are going late, so we are going very big way. Along with the 7 core modules, we are also integrating our hospital management system. Just this present COVID situation, it is we felt it, yes, we have taken the right decision. Our management has taken the right decision to implement hospital management system also along with these 4 modules. Now this say 8-9 subsidiaries. So 9 subsidiaries in a single go, it is not possible. So we are going in a phase manner. The first phase, it will be 3 subsidiaries, and then other 6 subsidiaries along with one your research institute, they will be on board after 6 months. So our challenges started, actually the challenges that nobody could feel earlier, because that time this challenge was not there. Now the new challenge has come, and it is faced by the world, and we are yet to find a solution for this. This is the COVID-19 situation, this pandemic. this pandemic has made us, do something. I mean, some new inventions has to be there, and we have come out with the new inventions also. Since because of this thing, and also since I told you that we are going a big way, we are going to have the largest presence in as corporate in cloud. So we have decided to go, everything should be in our cloud, private cloud only. So it is in the process, and we are expecting that the go live will be within 2 months. 2 months, by 2 months, within 2 months, we'll be reaching our go live in the first phase. Now this, because of the COVID-19, we have come out with the peculiarities that this OCM that people are mentioning, and it is the need. Whenever there is a big change in the technological sector or any other sector, this change is to be supplemented by the real knowledge transfer to all the people, all the rank of the people, and all throughout the company, and also other stakeholders also. So that is why this organization change management is required. We tell the people, but there is a challenge that how we can reach to the people in such a period, because it is a scheduled your program, and we cannot miss any schedule. Any program is missed, then we'll be heading towards use what is called delay in the project implementation. So what we did, this is the thing that we are now sitting with this thing, this WebEx, this webinar. We also use this webinar. You just will be, I'm really glad to tell you that within 2 sessions, I could reach all the area general managers, your all the HODs, and all the managers, and their other HODs of the mines. Just you imagine, there are mines. In our company, in WCL itself, there are 684 mines. So, and there are 10 areas. Now see differently, for all the your subsidiaries together, it will be more than 352 mines. So just see, to reach so many people at a very short time, it is done through this webinar. So I address them and address them this to teach them that why this is required, and how what is the role in between. This is the roles and authorizations. It is also a very big challenge here. And see, in everywhere, since it is a big, big volume wise, big transaction wise, big, your in terms of processes, it is big. So it is taking time, and the challenges also big. So these challenges we are addressing through OCM. And I must say that the things that we'll be seeing within 2 months, and it will be thing to be viewed by others also. In this during this journey, we have this challenges in terms of your integrating of other applications, like we are using your all the MMA procurement is done through GEM portal, or through Coal India NIC portal. So this is a challenge that we have to integrate with our SAP system. You are implementing SAP. Now this is a one challenge, and we are in touch with the GEM portal authorities and NIC authorities. And secondly, we are also in touch with the FOIS, relay system, CRIS, so that the FOIS data that is generated, we want that the data, whatever data is generated at the generating point, if that cannot be automated, we must try our best to get it automated, so that the human intervention is as less as possible. And by doing this, we are trying our best. See, from your web bridges, the data that is generated at the web bridges, we will be directly fetching the data to our SAP system. So there will be least human intervention, and this will give us the right approach to our system, and this will make us this system will be customized in such a way that yes, we can be proud that yes, our system is not only transparent, but it is efficient also. And see, there are other agencies like your Simper QC, that is your third-party quality controlling, quality your organization, quality checking organization. We have your MOU with this Simper, we and the customer together, so that there is no controversy regarding our quality of product. That is a coal. There are so many grades of coal. So as per the grades of coal, the pricing is done. and as per the GCV value, we call gross calorific value. On the basis of this, it is done. So that for the customer satisfaction, we are in we have MOU with this SIMFAR or QCI. They independently do their they check the quality, and it is accepted by seller and buyer. So this is, so we want their data to be implemented with us. So that is one issue. And another is that your I think post this thing, I mean, regarding this thing, I mean, to make the people ready for this thing. See, our if our database data center is ready, data is ready, now our program is ready, that is all the system is supposed ready. Now the people is to be made ready, and people see average education. If you go and see this, I mean, 2,72,000, 70,000, more than 70,000 these people, the average employee, your education level is not high. Most of the minor, they either they have school level education only, but that does not matter. I mean, not everybody is going to use the system, but most of the people will be having at least, see, 3,000 for our cases. I mean, 8,000 users, 8,000 power users. You can just imagine, I mean, the size of the our system, Coal India as a whole. But we will be reaching to them. I mean, more of the people will be given the access, so that our system is not, I mean, few man centric. So, and this is a challenge, and we are I mean, tackling it very intelligently. And this during OCM, one point I say that yes, I have heard from, I mean, many public sectors, that what they have I mean, how they could manage, I mean, how they are managing, and whether it is good for them or not. So yes, some places I have come to know that yes, it is not only in terms of profit, in terms of proficiency, or in terms of productivity enhancement. It is I mean, it is a very important thing that it has, this ERP system has brought happiness to them. Even that the IR issues, I had visited one company, and your personnel executive, the general manager personnel, he was on the opinion that yes, we are we are proud that yes, we have used this the system, and now we are a happy person. And not only myself, all the stakeholders are happy, and all the employees are happy, because all the rules and policies, everything is built in our system, so nobody can raise any question, and it is done thoroughly as per the system. So this thing is a thing of past. Now another thing, your materials management, and other thing, it is a common I mean, knowledge that yes, we will be gaining lot of thing, and our performance level will be improved, and all these things. But I have found one thing, and I am spreading the message to everybody, that see, data will be accepted from the root level, the end user level, and these data, same data, will be followed upward. See, in the mine level, then it will be available in the area level, and it will be the same level will be available in the headquarter level, the director level, and in Coal India level, and the same level, the same data will be available in the mine level. See, most of the time we are wasting in the sense that we are some ministry wants some information, it is passed through Coal India to headquarter to area, and
maybe
so, but
maybe
now,
just to summarize.
yes. So this way, just 1 second. So this way, what we are doing, that this wastage of time will be converted into investment of time, that we, since the data will be available to all the levels, so they will not ask any question, they will just give the suggestion that you go for this thing, go for these things. And this way we'll be gaining in, not only in terms of I mean, productivity, but also in terms of you are using my time for decision making also. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I can see the excitement and the involvement, because I think you are very deeply involved in the system that is being designed. Surely we can discuss, later also, because I see a lot of insights are available. And you very rightly pointed out that since you are late, you are, using the latest technologies and the models. You are not bound by the legacy systems that other organizations may be having an issue with. So next we also have with us, Santosh Kumar from VMware India. If you could maybe, like to throw some light, because we have a lot of paucity of time for this one subsections. Also, since we are already running late, What I'll do, the next two subsections that I had asked for, maybe not necessary for everyone to speak. In that order, I'll just ask if somebody has a point to add, they could add, and then we could move on to the next panelist in that order. So Santosh, please elaborate something. We'll then move on to the next subsection. Santosh, over to you.
Right. So good afternoon, panelists. As I heard with Nath sir, right, there were challenges on the many aspects, and one of the challenges was from the work from home side, right, and giving a secure access to users, right. The another challenge which was mentioned by Sundaram sir was he has a data center already which is due for refresh for long time, right? And he has already appointed the consultant, and he has given the roadmap for IT roadmap for PSC, right? And similarly, Sarkar sir also said that Coal India is going for implementing of ERP on a cloud model, right? So VMware has VMware. If you look at from VMware perspective, we have solution in all those challenging areas, right? And as this time, right, when business is not usual, right, we need to focus on helping each other and assisting our customers as they respond and adapt, right? We have capabilities to help customers across globe, enable their employees to work remotely. They can maintain their productivity, increase their connectivity, and provide continuous secure access to their application regardless of any endpoints, right? VMware is also helping customers respond and adapt to workforce with capabilities to enable employees to work remotely, maintain their productivity, increase their connectivity, and provide continuous secure application regardless of the endpoints. If you look at from VMware solution perspective, we have digital workspace, which creates a remote work experience, experience that provide access to any application on any device without compromising on the security side, right? Additionally, VMware says also that VMware Cloud on AWS, SD-WAN by Velo Cloud, Horizon, DR in the cloud are the solutions which customers should leverage when running a business remotely. So these are the thoughts which I thought let me share with the panelist team, sir. Over to you, Rajesh.
Okay, thank you so much, Santosh. I think very useful in terms of, because all the main IT guys from the PSU are sitting here, so they'll take note. So what I had discussed in the beginning was, once we have discussed about the challenges and the experiences, if there is any new thing that any of you is doing as the heads of IT of your respective organization and would like to share, how are you adopting to the next wave of change? Somebody already talked about the challenges in adopting the new technologies, the emerging technologies, and how to go about it. So if there is any experience relating to that, and also in the same vein I had mentioned, what is your take on the renewables? You as generators or distributors, how are you trying to accommodate? Because that pie is growing by the day as we are discussing. You all know how things are changing there. So if there is any experience, I would like to begin in the same order. If Nath sir could say something about it, we are open for that.
I'm just talking about the IT, not this renewables and other thing. So actually, right now we are in the phase of this stabilizing the ERP systems. and whatever that data, so we are getting a lot huge data. We are now getting that from that we are creating so many dashboards to the management so that they can visualize the various parameters and other thing. Next level, what we are planning is we want to go for some AI and ML applications. So that we are trying to identify in consultation with our business people. We are and we are taking some consultants also, and we are approaching some premier institutes, academic institutes, and we are going to identify some projects, and we are training about 50 people through some selection process, and we are going to give them some 1-year course, and during that course they come they will know the techniques, and as well as they do some projects related to our corporate power grid. So these are the things we want to just go to the next level, how it can be adopted, this AM and ML to our power grid business context. So that is our roadmap. So we are working towards that. And of course, we are now integrating with so many other external services also. Like we already integrated with GEM portal. Then we are integrating with e-invoicing, government e-invoicing. Then again, of course, for our Bamandari, our tools and that thing, Bamandari, ticket booking tools, all these things we are already in advance with this thing. But of course, next is our big target is AI and ML that we are taking. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Great to hear that. So, sir, I would request Lakshmanan, sir, if you could throw some light in terms of how are you looking at the future and how are you preparing for that?
In this aspect, like I would like to speak on a couple of things. One is data center, which across utilities and organizations, typically like 5 year back, everyone set up their own data centers as a they purchase the equipment, set it up. But then as you go along, you find couple of primary constraints. One is your ability to manage data center at a particular service level. You don't have the right level of competence to maintain a particular level of availability. Second, the hardware goes outdated and end of life, and you lose service. And then again, after 5 years or so, there is a requirement for replacing the entire data center. So in that aspect, I think now progressively utilities are looking at cloud as a solution and hardware as a service. So I think that is one key migration which is happening. And right now, we have many good cloud service providers, and gradually some softwares also as a service, people are looking at it as a solution rather than developing and owning the particular software, so that progressively the software also gets upgraded and changed as per the changing industry needs. So that is one thing on the core IT side. And second thing which we were discussing was on the renewable side, how it is coming in and what the impact it has. The associated area, critically, essentially is the demand forecasting for a utility at the distribution level. That essentially 85% of the cost expenditure for a distribution company is power purchase only. So forecasting of the demand and scheduling of supply is very essential if you have to optimally manage your cost and deliver uninterrupted service to your consumers without any regulation or shedding of power, because mismatch in demand supply leads to regulating power and shedding and all those issues. So in that, automation and upgrading to the next level of digitization is very important, as in your metering systems have to be automated, and they should have automated communication with your load dispatch center. And similarly, you are integrated with your generators at a basic level. So if it is upgraded to the next level of integration at SCADA level, all your grids are automated at SCADA level in terms of enabling remote operations. in terms of regulating your power supply sitting in the load dispatch center. So different utilities across the country are in different stages of evolution in this chain. And second thing is like renewable is very fluctuating in its nature, because primarily solar and wind generation, they are not like predictable as thermal or hydro generation is. So as more and more renewable is getting integrated into our grid, it becomes essential for us to develop forecasting models. For that, like a lot of the previous data, the weather data, and the historical patterns in terms of consumption. So all this like has to be integrated, and then like you have a comprehensive power management software or a platform which has linkages with your input data from the distribution and transmission side, then integrated with your generators and renewable players, weather systems, and other associated aspects. This kind of project we are doing for Haryana Discom, which over the last 2 years, they are able to get significant amount of benefits in terms of having a comprehensive system to forecast their demand, schedule their power, and then like bring in an element of flexibility because of the fluctuating nature of renewable power. So this going forward needs much more advancement, because the present level of operation which we have is like still very rudimentary. If you compare the systems which are in European countries like Germany, Switzerland, or Nordic countries, which are very, very advanced in terms of renewable power, and the kind of flexibility and kind of forecasting that they are able to do with the level of accuracy, I think we need to move forward on this, especially like with the Government of India target of close to 450 gigawatt of renewable power by 2030. I think a huge transition is needed in this segment. So these are the two things that I wanted to mention, Rajesh. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. I think one thing that stood out is absolutely this thing about demand forecasting. One case we saw during the lights out appeal by the PM, and there was so much speculation about that also. So thank you, sir. So in that case, sir, I would also request Sundaram, sir, if you could add on this aspect from his side.
Thank you. The lines of what Denmark, Japan, Germany and all they are doing on renewable energy, there's a big scope in India that we can actually leverage the renewable energy sources to meet the self-sufficient power generations in India. And being a finance company, for us, it doesn't make any difference that the more projects are coming for renewable energy financing. Yes, we are doing that. We are working on that. Like REC also is doing that. To add on to Raju sir, what he said is that the power utilities, state power utilities, they are trying to come on to cloud. Yes, that is happening. But here my suggestion, it's a new thought maybe, just wanted to share that with my fellow panelists and to the audiences. Maybe we can set up a power cloud, instead of the IPDS or the Aditya. We're going to spend money on various state power utilities, and somebody is trying to go for a on-prem solution, somebody is going for a cloud solution, somebody is taking SAP, somebody is taking something else, and then finally, people are working on different solutions and then different success stories, different failure stories. Instead of that, probably we can push for a power cloud, which the power ministry can consider, wherein in a two different seismic zones, probably we can set up two cloud centers, and then that will act as a backup to each other, and we can host all the power utilities. And when the implementation is happening, the best of the practices can be recorded, and that can be utilized. For other power utilities, like Gujarat is doing a very good model of implementation. There are specific good practices. If it is implemented, can be adopted for other power utilities also. So that is one suggestion just to add on to what Raju sir said here. And the main thing is that just by doing this, what we can do is we can do a cost-effective solution to all the power utilities. Right now, majority of the power utilities, they are reeling under the financial issues right now. So that and all, recently, Central government is trying to attend that. Recently there was a package of 90,000 crore has been given to all the power utilities to address some of the operational issues. So here on operational side, on IT side, it can be cost effective, and it can actually lead to a meaningful implementation for power utilities. Thanks, Rajesh.
So that's a wonderful idea. I think everybody would agree calls for more discussion in terms of taking it forward. And since the major heads are present here itself, I think everybody is hearing amongst yourselves. You could connect and take this forward very well. Similarly, sir, I would request if Shailesh sir has anything to add on this aspect of new technologies and the renewables from this side.
Yeah. First, to address the technology, the technology challenges, how we faced up to it. Like the other panelists have said, we have done a lot of integration work with our backend SAP systems. We've integrated with the NIC procurement portal, with the GEM portal, with the ticketing system of Bamarlari, with the Ola taxi booking service. We are going to do for the Uber taxi booking also. We have done with voice what the gentleman from Western Coalfield, Alok Nath sir said. So those we have done. We are actually working with Coal India to integrate their systems to NTPC systems to get some information with both companies. We have done a lot of these integration works so that the business within NTPC and with the partners is online and in near real time, so that we exchange information and that is mutually beneficial to both the companies. We've also integrated with Paytm to manage the payments and all. So that is one area where our integration helps in smooth flow of information. And with the COVID epidemic, that became very essential, where we had to facilitate online payment of payment relating to our vendors, suppliers, so the EMDs or the payments which are done. So now you will be happy to note that most of our vendor payments are online, so nobody needs to come to our office or send a check or a draft or anything. It's all online. That is one thing. And then all the invoices which were submitted in a paper form a few months back, most of them are being submitted in a digital form today through our vendor portal. So that is another thing that we have done. So this is again the pandemic phase forced us to do it quickly. We had anyway plans for it in the near future, but now we've already done it. So we are heading towards 100% paperless invoice receiving area. So we've already touched about 80-85% in the company. So all the vendors are supporting us in this endeavor. And we already implemented a paperless office solution within the company. So there is hardly any paper used in the company, except for situations where we have to give it to another external agency. Otherwise, within the company and most of our suppliers and vendors and customers, there is hardly any paper. Everything is online. And where most of us in the city-based offices are working from home. Power station, of course, people do travel to office because of the nature of their work. So the challenges have been addressed in that sense, where we have embraced technology, be it VPN, be it online systems, anywhere. So the integration and online systems and whichever applications we were hosting internally, we have brought it over the internet, of course, through proper security audit and all. So most of our work that way gets online. So if I may say so, we are able to work from anywhere within and outside the company. That is one thing. And to mention about the challenges with respect to renewables, so we are also into renewable generation, and we have a kind of an ambitious plan to have about 50% of our renewables by the year 2030-35. So the challenge there is on flexible operation to our thermal plants, because the renewables, as you know, would work during the day, and of course, unless we have a battery storage of equivalent capacity, so during the night the thermal sets would go up. So that challenge is being met through flexible operations of our thermal stations. So all our operation engineers are being trained for that. Our systems are undergoing modifications to suit flexible operations, because if an 800 megawatt unit would have to operate at a 400 megawatt unit during the day. So there is going to be a sharp dip, and that dip also will have to be relatively faster in terms of rate. So those are the things which are there. And in the renewable space also, our fleet is increasing. So we have a real-time monitoring system that's operational in the company for the past 10-12 years. So that is being extended to the renewable energy assets also. So central monitoring center is being set up. Already work is going on in that area. So the central team will be able to in real time monitor what's happening in the solar asset. So which panel is generating, which panel is not, right up to the string level things are going to be monitored, so that we have an idea of what is happening in real time to the solar assets. And also, like what the other panelists mentioned about the importance of forecasting. So for us, we are already working on an in-house solution for day ahead forecasting and intraday forecasting. So 3 days or 4 days in ahead. So that solution is already in place. It is under testing now. So that is something that we are working on in terms of ability to forecast our solar generation ahead of time, so that we can give proper information to the regulators and the RLDC. So these are things which are being done. A lot more needs to be done, but then we are, I think, on the right track, and probably we'll have to speed up our technology adoption going forward. So that is what I want to say. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. I think Alok sir has already spoken at length in terms of what he has done. And we are anyway running short on time because of this thing. In that case, maybe we'll
Rajesh, just
Sure.
just a point. The idea,
small.
the idea of
Sure,
the idea of Sundaram sir regarding Power Cloud is an exciting idea. So I will pass on this information to my colleagues and see if we can see how we can contribute to it. That's all.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. That's what I told. It's very
Yes, sir.
exciting.
Yes, sir. Considering that also, actually, I have a point to say here. That is your knowledge dissemination. Actually, government has started that, yes, knowledge to be disseminated across all the public sectors. So this is not actually happening, but this should happen. And we have started in our company in Coal India as a whole. We have come out with our young generation. They have come up with many mobile apps and portals are there. So on 6th June of this year, when during this COVID pandemic itself, Honorable Coal Minister, along with this thing, your remotely inaugurating of the mine. So 3 mines were inaugurated through online, and during that time, Honorable Minister launched 2 apps, your mobile apps. So actually, these apps now the chairman Coal India, he wants that the same kind of apps should be available for all the subsidiaries. So this knowledge dissemination we have started, that we have shared all the detail, so that they do not use their time to even ponder on these things. So that is the thing, this knowledge dissemination, it is needed, and I think that this should be needed. I mean, this should be used for by all the subsidiaries also, I mean all the PSUs also. And this your e-office kind of thing, in e-office, we are in e-office, and we are here rightly we said, I mean NTPC. So the same thing, and we can share our we can stop our load, I mean workload on this thing, I mean by sending mail or other thing, we can switch over to e-office mode. I mean, this can be done. This is a very good idea. I mean, I also, I mean, agree to these things. Okay, thank you. Actually, yes, time is short. Yes, please.
So, in case Pragya, do you have time for a Q&A?
Not really. We can take these questions offline, and I will for sure share the questions and the feedback that we are receiving with all the panelists. Actually, the other panelists for the sessions are also waiting. So
before we conclude, just wanted to make one point from VMware side, just to share the experience what we had with other PSUs as well. like Sundaram sir said, cloud for power, right? Or it is being asked by Lakshman sir also that there is a need for cloud or hardware as a service or a software as a service. Similar kind of activities is already being done by other PSUs, like Ministry of Railways. They have appointed Railtel to build a cloud for all the departments in railways, and they are rolling out somewhere around I think 1.5 lakh locations of e-office implementation through their cloud, and their entire cloud is built on VMware platform. So we have the technology available. If there is a thought process on those days, VMware can help you on that part, sir. Over to you, Rajesh.
Oh, thank you. So just to conclude, just a few key takeaways I would like to share. What I've heard from all the panelists, the major thing that I was able to see is the change management portion. Everybody mentioned that was a common thread. The ability and the willingness of the employees to adopt change that is coming in terms of technology. Again, in terms of another key point, that was whether disciplined data is available or not. That is a very big challenge across organizations that I was able to hear. And also in terms of the technology, what sort of technologies to be selected, that is another challenge everybody is facing. But at the same time, I have seen the kind of innovations that everybody has suggested, and one major point coming out this our cloud idea is well appreciated by everyone, as well as point from Lakshmanan sir in terms of whether they want to have a data center at all and whether they have the ability to maintain the SLAs in the data center. So overall, I think there is a progressive train of thought that is clearly visible, and we may definitely like to connect offline also, just to make flash out a few more points which we were not able to discuss due to paucity of time. So I once again thank everyone for being part of this call. Very thoughtful, very insightful. Exciting to be a part of this panel, sir. Thank you all. We'll see you again.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarkar ji. Thank you, Sundaram ji. Thank you, Lakshman and Raju ji. Thank you, Shailesh ji. So thank you, Santosh ji. And thank you, PV Nath ji. Thank you so much for joining this panel. It's been a great pleasure hosting you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And Pragya, over to you for the next Tech Talk and panel. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you everyone for joining us. So moving on to our next Tech Talk, I would like to invite Sri Nilotpal Kumar Datta, Director MDI Sales, Hewlett Packard Enterprise India. Nilotpal Kumar Datta serves as Director Manufacturing and Distribution Industry Vertical of Hewlett Packard Enterprise. In this role, he is responsible for engagement with some of the largest organizations in manufacturing, distribution, oil and gas, energy, IT and ITES segments in the country, and represent HPE's full portfolio of enterprise products, software, services, and solutions. Nilotpal and his team is chartered with bringing together deep industry knowledge, technical expertise, and applied power of HPE's portfolio to deliver outcome that matters for customer. Nilotpal joins Hewlett Packard in 2002 and since served in various roles in enterprise sales. Prior to his current role, he was the country manager for global accounts and zonal head for Southern region. Nilotpal has also published 2 successful novels. Welcome, Nilotpal.
Hello. Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Pragya, for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and you can share your screen to present your content.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, just a second.
Your screen is not there. You are visible.
Rajesh, just after this presentation, you please take over the panel. So we are all are the
presentation is not
Mr.
visible.
Rajesh shall also be joining in. He shall also be joining in.
Is it visible now?
Not yet.
No. Yes, it is.
Is it? So is it visible, Pragya?
Yes, it is visible. And you're audible.
Yes, visible. Thank you so much. That's a relief. So I'm going to speak on the IT aspect of Industry 4.0 and HP's point of view around this. So as we implement Industry 4.0, organizations implement Industry 4.0, there are three fundamental things that we need to take into consideration. And these three things I'm speaking from an IT perspective. First is cloud-based services. Most of us in the IT world are used to implementations which have been largely monolithic in architecture, whether it is an ERP that was implemented, or anything on the R&D side, or manufacturing execution system, or anything on the design side. Each of these applications have been largely monolithic, though horizontal in nature, but then these are largely a singular project in its implementation. Whereas when you look at Industry 4.0 implementations, there are hundreds of implementations. And these hundreds of implementations are carried out by IT, are carried out by businesses, are carried out by people at the plant level. And often they have a very, very targeted address in terms of shop floor or in terms of problem that they're going to address. And when you have hundreds of projects, the time to deploy becomes very, very critical. And it becomes very difficult to go ahead and plan your infrastructure at the back end. And hence you need something which gives you a cloud kind of an ability in your implementation. Also important to note here is that many of these implementations that we do on Industry 4.0 are cloud native, and hence it becomes very important as to how you're going to integrate your on-prem infrastructure to your cloud systems. The second is cyber security services. Now, we understand that OT networks have largely been closed networks. And, the OT networks have always kept data close to the plant. The data has never flown outside of the shop floor or outside of the factory premise. And all of a sudden, you're taking the data to cloud. You're taking the data to a central infrastructure in order to make sense out of it, in order to process it, in order to go ahead and run your analytics tool, etc. onto it. And so, in effect, you're opening up your OT networks. And the moment you open up your OT network, you have the same level of vulnerability that a typical IT network has. And so hence how you make the environment secure, how you make your OT networks secure becomes increasingly important. And it's a completely different domain which the OT world normally has never faced. Third is data is the most critical aspect of Industry 4.0 implementation, and how we use this data to manage our risk, how we use it to make it, how do we use it to actually go ahead and improve the processes, analyze consumer behavior, etc. becomes very important. So how the data is presented so that we go ahead and run analytics, etc. tool on it becomes very, very important. Now, as we look at how to make the operations smart, the manufacturing operations smart, or accelerate manufacturing, we need to understand that at the foundation, at the core, is the convergence of IT and OT, both from an operations perspective and from a network perspective. Now, typically in a plant, the OT network are isolated islands, and the IT networks are largely used for commercial purposes like your ERP or your manufacturing execution system, etc. Whereas your OT is a completely isolated network. So the most important thing here is how do you converge your IT and OT network? And obviously there are several fallouts as when you do that. And second is, how do you use that data, whether you need to process it within your close to the plant, whether close to your machinery, or you need to take it to a central infrastructure and see and make sense of it. So the very foundation of your of Industry 4.0 implementation from an IT perspective is how you capture data at an edge level. How do you combine your IT and OT network? How do you combine your how do you capture data at edge? And then how do you take that data, draw insights from it, draw inferences from it, run your analytics tool, and see how it makes sense for you. And while you do this, it is very important to understand that in an ecosystem where the startups, the most of the innovations are happening in cloud. Most of the innovations are actually being done by startup. The finest of the innovations that we have come across as an organization have been, led by the startup world. So it becomes very important that while you draw the entire Industry 4.0 architecture, cloud enablement is a central part of your entire build-up and your ecosystem. Now, what do we achieve by doing this? First is when you do this, how do you make the whole system smart? Your product development cycle can get reduced. So the more data you collect from your systems, from your components, whether the data directly flows raw data from your industrial systems, from your PLCs, or these are environmental data, you can always take that data, analyze it, do a digital simulation, and which helps you design your do a better design of your equipment, of your machinery. It also helps you to go ahead and see how you can measure quality, what are the improvements that you need to do. So what becomes very important is that the level of data you capture and the breadth of data you capture. You also use this, both augmented reality and virtual reality to enhance your worker skill sets. You increase your productivity. You use it for training. You use it for repair. You use it for maintenance. In normal cases where you would have otherwise invested in a hardcore prototype, you actually go ahead and do with a virtual reality. In cases where for the repair you have to mobilize a lot of resources, both manpower and spares from a test, etc. perspective, you can actually go ahead and do it with AR and VR. You can capture a lot of environmental data, to bring in energy efficiency, to monitor the health of the equipment, to see the elasticity of the equipment, what is required to reduce your downtimes, what is required to maintain that entire infrastructure in a much better way. And then you also capture a lot of video data to increase your quality and reduce your defects identification at a later stage. So broadly, when we do an architecture, data capture, convergence of IT OT, and the processing part becomes very important. And the more data you capture, the more sources of data you capture, the better is the learning that you derive from it, and the better is the intelligence that you can build into the system. Now, from an HP point of view, I'm currently segregating into 3 areas: data collection, data aggregation, and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Data collection is the most important part, and like I have explained, the IT network is totally separate from an OT network, and HP is invested heavily around Aruba, which is our networking product for data capture. We work very closely. I think many of you would know that we come with very strong legacy on the process control side, having acquired Digital long back, which had very strong tech VMS systems, and we have worked very closely with most of the OT guys, whether it is Honeywell, Siemens, ABB, etc. So we come with a lot of that domain, and hence so we address it in two ways. One is the pure network part, and hence we've invested heavily in Aruba, which is wireless. We understand that the current plant networks and the way machines are, it's very difficult to build a parallel wired network. So we invested heavily in Aruba. Many of these products are very fine-tuned to shop floor implementations, have industry grade features. We've also worked very closely with some of the OT network people, and hence our management software manage both the IT network as well as the OT network. Like I explained earlier, we understand the importance of security, and this, our ClearPass software also helps do intrusion detection, etc., around the OT site. Second is, the data currently is captured through gateways, and as Industry 4.0 implementations increase, as Industry 4.0 implementations, is widened across segments, the need to process data close to the manufacturing setup, close to the plant, becomes very, very important. And hence, we've invested in edgeline servers. It is not possible to have a full-fledged server, multiple servers on a plant network on a shop floor. So we have small form factor servers which has OT-Link software, and these servers can actually talk to hundreds of industrial devices, whether these are PLCs or these are robos or whatever. And the OT-Link helps it communicate to the protocols on the other end and captures data, and it has enough compute power to locally process it. So that is more from a data collection and working at the edge side. Then data aggregation becomes very important, and two things that are important here to note is that when you collect data, you have multiple sources of data. Like if I take any of the defense manufacturing units, BL would have multiple plants, and hence it has multiple sources of data. An individual who is trying to run analytics needs to have visibility around all these sources of data. So it is very important to aggregate data in a form where an individual is able to see all data and make sense of it. And it need not be that the data resides in a central location, and the data can actually reside on in various clusters. Like giving an example of BL again, it could be multiple plants, head office, etc. And so we've invested in a platform mapper which allows you to exactly do that. It allows you to aggregate data. Now, once you have aggregated data, that same data can make sense to multiple people. A plant person can use that data for his maintenance activity. Somebody who's in the SAP system can use that data for maybe vendor evaluation or managing inventory or ordering something. An R&D person can use that data to redesign the whole thing. So, and when you run your own analytics, when you run your own design, you also have very different platform. Somebody could be using X version of Python, somebody could be using X minus version of Python, X minus version of Python. So it becomes very important that you have a platform, one which is able to aggregate data, and second is also able to show that data to multiple people in various ways so that they can make sense of it. And that is what our Blue Data platform does. In combining Mapr and Blue Data with Kubernetes, we have a solution which is platform Esmeralda, which is our container platform, and that's the solution for us, which helps you do data aggregation and artificial intelligence, on which you can run your own run your own AI tools. So this is the role that we play outside of compute, etc. For paucity of time, I'm not going to expand on that, which you all of us you know us very well for. And also we have very deep partnerships like ABB, Schneider, Honeywell, etc., Siemens, where we integrate and work with them very closely. And I was earlier speaking to a forum here, and I from a personal experience also I have seen IT OT. Apart from the physical integration, people integrations are also very difficult. So, this is one area where we work very closely. We have deep-rooted relationships over decades with all these OT guys. This is my last slide. I began speaking saying that cloud is very important, and a cloud-like availability becomes very important, because the time to deploy is critical, because the number of projects that we handle. And HP has a solution which is GreenLake, which gives you on-prem cloud-like facility, and which can grow as you use. You can start small, and then you can keep growing on your premise, and you need not bother about availability or provisioning. That is taken care of by the infrastructure, that is taken care by HP. And we can deliver workloads, we can deliver the complete edge side of it, the IT/OT network, all of that on a GreenLake. Also, HP has a GreenLake service, and we understood in the beginning how it is very important to integrate your on-prem and cloud environments. And most of us today, because the way innovation is happening, have ended up in a multi-cloud environment. And HP GreenLake also helps you. GreenLake services also helps you manage your multi-cloud and on-prem environment. So this is from my side. That's all. I think 15 minutes is all I had. Thank you so much. Thanks. Over back to you, Pragya.
Thank you so much. And we have a quick video. Meanwhile, all the panelists are rejoining. We have a quick video that will from HP that we want to run. So we have Mr. Chandrasekhar also, and he is on through his tab, so we might not be able to see his camera. And we have Mr. Rajiv also joining in.
They are fellow business leaders and technologists. I feel the weight you carry as I carry myself. As I reflect and see all the amazing things you have been doing, one thing is clear: technology has never been so important. You're turning living rooms into conference rooms, backyards into schoolyards, bringing doctors into homes virtually and securely. You are transforming business models and virtualizing workforces overnight. Because so much of that relies on financing, we have committed $2 billion to relieve the pressure on your business. And to help us all emerge from this, we have opened our supercomputers and patented technologies to scientists around the world, accelerating the search for a vaccine. This isn't easy, but as you adapt and move forward, we are here with the people, financing, and technology ready to help.
Over to you, Rajesh. And we have Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, General Manager IT and ERP, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited. We have Mr. Manoj Kumar Jha, CIO, Head IT from BDML. Amrish Tripathi, Head IT, Bharat Electronics Limited. We have Sri Nilotpal Kumar Datta, Director MDI Sales, Hewlett Packard Enterprise India. And we also have Rajiv Agarwal ji. He is joining us shortly. Over to you, Rajiv.
Okay. Thank you, Pragya, and thank you, Nilotpal, for a very informative PowerPoint that you ran through. I think we all know how HP is well positioned in terms of new technologies, and now you are also looking at the industry 4.0, the session that we're focusing on. So here I would again welcome all of you. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. Some of the premier PSUs who are involved in defense productions and other kind of productions for the Indian government and other customers. To begin with, since this session is on Industry 4.0, I would like to bring about some of the insights in terms globally what is happening and where we stand as a country, what are the kind of challenges that we face, and what do we look at from this session, what sort of gains that we're looking at from this session. So just to give you a data, right now, if you look at the economies of the world, about 10 front runner economies would be accounting for about 90% of the patents and 70% of the exports which are coming out of the Industry 4 technologies. We are not talking about the overall manufacturing, but if we look at the core ecosystem, this is how the data stands. There are 10 front runners which control 90% of the patents and 70% of the exports. And if you look at the kind of engagements that the economies are engaging with the Industry 4, out of 200 economies, only 50 economies can be considered actively engaging with the Industry 4 technologies. That sort of paints a abysmal picture in terms of how the world is looking at Industry 4, despite it being talked for about a decade now. Then we need to look at the countries like us. For a country like India, the basic challenges that we see begin from the basic capabilities itself. What sort of basic capabilities we have for Industry 4, what are the kind of retrofitting and integration that we need to do, what is the kind of infrastructure that is present within the country, what sort of digital capability that exists, and also the access to the technology that is there, which exists in the Industry 4, and also the affordability of that technology. We as a country maybe cannot afford very costly technologies which are available with the developed economies. And in terms of the industrial capabilities of any country, I would like to say it depends on the firms of that country. The firms which are the manufacturers of that technology, the tools which are required for Industry 4 enablement, whether we have those type of firms which is there or not. And in a large developing country like us, there is a large number of low capability actors who coexist with a more advanced one. And then there is a gap also. Although each of the companies will have a unique capability that it displays, this digital capability gap then turns into also into an opportunity, which kind of presents a digital bottleneck. We can use this as an opportunity to upgrade ourselves. And then finally, when we talk about the skill gap, the skills of future that is required in Industry 4, typically the STEM, which we call the science, technology, engineering and maths related skill, and the ICT related skills, whether we have those skills or not. And then along with that comes the fear of job loss. I would again like to present some data there that Industry 4 or the automation in the last decade or so has not destroyed jobs, rather it has created. And while we are talking about this job creation or destroy, we should look at the indirect effects rather than looking at the workers displaced kind of a direct effect. And between 2000 until now, the increase in the production of automation or automated related tools has led to more net jobs globally than the loss of job that is there. And finally, we all would agree that Industry 4 helps in us adhering to the environmental improvements that everybody is looking at. So the flow of this whole session would be that we would be asking the panelists here to cite maybe specific examples in terms of how or how they have already implemented or how they're planning to implement this Industry 4 within their organizations, what has been their experiences, what has been their challenges. And here maybe I'd like to limit it to 2-3 minutes each for each of the panelists. What have been the challenges again, and what do you see in the next 5 years for your organization, for the whole sector, whole PSU and the defense sector as a whole in the country? So here also maybe 2 minutes each to each of the panelists. And what are the kind of adaptations, finally in the third sub part of the session, what are the kind of adaptations or innovations that you are making within your organization, or you're looking at the global organization, US, Europe, to take an inspiration, and how do you want to implement? Again, 2 minutes each for each of the panelists. And then finally, if we have time, we may go to the question and answer session. So here, I would like to first invite Sri Manoj Kumar Jha, who is the CIO and Head of IT for BML Limited. Over to you, sir. Please take over the stage.
Thank you, Rajesh, and thank you, Governance Now, for giving me opportunity to be part of your event. Am I clearly audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so first I would like to share my own perspective of Industry 4.0. Very complex topic, and as Rajesh really clearly mentioned, we are at very nascent stage of adaptation in most part of our country, but we also have examples where people have adapted, and they are comparable with the best in the world in Industry 4.0 adoption, which is also called Industry 4.0 evolution. And Nilotpal in his presentation also made very clear-cut examples of how his organization is contributing to making India self-reliant in terms of adopting this modern manufacturing practices that world over is followed to achieve quality, reliability, and cost and other kind of So my definition of Industry 4.0, simplified version of a complex world, is you need a few elements to be enabled and available in your organization so that you can implement Industry 4.0 and you can successfully embark and complete Industry 4.0 journey and then reach somewhere 3.5 or wherever you need to reach to. So one is you need to have smart machines involved in your manufacturing practices. Without that, you cannot think of Industry 4.0. By smart machines, I mean capable of communicating both ways to transmit information as well as to receive controls and information from other machines or control centers. Your organization and especially your OT has to be IoT enabled in order to allow the above smartness into the machine. You need to have ability to bridge the physical and digital world, and that means a very advanced level of digitization available inside your organization. You cannot have most of your processes running manually or significant amount of processes running manually, and then you want to achieve the dream of Industry 4.0. Another thing is you need to have significant level of automation. If your processes, manufacturing or otherwise, they are significantly manual or semi-automated, your journey, your dream of becoming 4.0 cannot be achieved. So you need significant level of automation. You need analytics and analytics across platforms. You cannot just have ERP and some non-ERP applications on your IT world and have analytics engine sitting on top of it. Even if you enable AI and other capabilities there, that will not help you. You need to include in analytics your manufacturing related data, and that only will give your management the right kind of dashboard and other things. And last element I consider is integration across platforms, across processes. What ERP achieved in the past is integration of all support processes, including controlling the manufacturing process. But here we are talking of complete integration across processes, including manufacturing processes. Then only you can embark and successfully complete the journey of IoT. So with that background, I believe that there are wide gap among various implementations that I have seen, ranging from installing sensors to capture parameters like temperature and frictions and other what you call values, and communicating them to some control. What happens is some vendors will come and tell you that doesn't matter even if you have an old machine. We can have smart sensors installed, and thereby you can start your journey of 4.0. I think that there a big gap exists. Smart maintenance, where predictability of failures and proactive maintenance scheduling can be done, that kind of thing also exists today. Alternate paths of manufacturing automatically defined in case of failures of stations. What I mean here is there are organizations, who have this degree of automation. There are multiple paths of manufacturing defined. If suppose one station of manufacturing process chain is malfunctioning, not functioning at its capacity, automatically their automated manufacturing system will be rescheduling some other machine, some other path, and the manufacturing process will be continuing without interruptions. Ability to read manufacturing plan and automatically create schedules. So that degree of automation, some organizations have achieved, and people, we are also trying to reach there. Plowing data not only from ERP systems but also from other systems, as I mentioned, as part of my elements. There are various degrees of success available within my organization as well as other organizations that I keep interacting with. And in short, the journey of Industry 4.0 goes much beyond what ERP journey has been. ERP was the buzzword in 90s and early 2000. Industry 4.0 is being heard in a big way in last 5-6 years, and we are at different stages of adoption. I would be very interested in hearing from my colleagues from other public sectors where they are, how they are undertaking their journey, and later on, Rajesh, we'll come back and address some of the things that you would want us to address. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, sir. So very well put in terms of where are we and what is the requirement. So that is the kind of challenge that you already mentioned, and also you shared your experiences. What sort of issues are there. I think we have with us Dr. P. Chandrasekhar. He is the General Manager IT and ERP for Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited. Sir, if you are hearing me, you could take over from audio only. That's not a challenge.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, very, very.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajesh. Sir. Thank you for the governance now for giving me opportunity to participate in this panel discussions. And I am from RINL. Ours is a large integrated steel plant. We produce long products like wire rod coils, rebars, angles, channels. As it is an integrated steel plant, we produce from coal to coke and iron ore fines to center, and these two things to make an iron. That iron will be used in the converters and it will be reduced, oxidized into a steel that will be cast into different products like looms and rounds. Those things input for our furnaces where it will be rolled, and ultimately we get the products, steel products that will be used for domestic as well as for the construction purposes. And this is a overall process. And apart from that, we have a captive power plants, engineering shops. This is a very big gamut of shops we are having. We are having our own mines, captive mines for lime and dolomite and manganese ore. Other things we purchase from Bailadilla, and some coal, imported coal we use that we will import from different countries. This is the scenario of Visakhapatnam steel plant. We have branches across the globe. Also in India, we have 25 branches where the material will be shifted. From there, it will be the sales will be done. So in this background, as you have rightly put question, we have been hearing Industry 4.0 for quite some time. In Vizag, under the aegis of Computer Society of India, you must be heard, a Computer Society of India social organization, and we have a Visakhapatnam chapter. We have been conducting many conferences, seminars on Industry 4.0, and recently also we had one big conference in February on Industry 4.0. Many IBM, Intel, there are so many other organizations, Primetals, and Danieli. They are the manufacturers of our equipment, steel-related equipment. They all participated, and they have given their experiences in Industry 4.0, and what are the products they are having in Industry 4.0. They have elaborated. And when it comes to the Visakhapatnam steel plant or RINL, we have in a small way we have started Industry 4.0 related things, and in the ML and IIoT field, we have done machine learning implementations in two of the areas. One is ladle heating furnace, where ladle is heated, steel is heated to refine the products, where we get a clean steel. That clean steel will have a specific composition. Those actually we are sending the samples to laboratory, and after that we are getting the actual result. By ML implementation, by giving the inputs, we are able to get the advance. What is the composition? This is able to predict, and we are getting a good results in advance, and it is helping the operational crew to take the remedial measures in advance. That has given a very good advantage for the RNR. And one of the other area where we have implemented this ML concept is we have a blast furnaces for making the iron. These blast furnaces produce hot metal as well as slag. We are more interested in silicon content of hot metal for the production of steel. And this silicon silicon we will only know after the hello, I'm quickly summarize. Okay, so this is the where we are using the ML, and IIoT we are using in wire rod mill area. We have a big gearboxes where vibration analysis we're able to capture through IIoT and send it to cloud to our principals of the supplier, and that is prime metals, and they're able to analyze and send it back the analysis results, and we are able to tackle the vibration analysis. These are the two areas, and one more area for product traceability. We are using the QR code stamping and scanning of the products and loading into different branches of different customers. We are able to do that. This is the way in a small way we have started our industry 4.0 journey, and we are also thinking in future in a big way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing the experiences. Right now we are waiting for Rajiv sir to join from HL, but I think he has not been able to join. I would, in the meantime, request Sri Ambrish Tripathi, who is the head IT of Bharat Electronics Limited, to share his experiences, challenges, etc. for Industry 4.
Good afternoon to all of you. And thanks, governors, now for giving this opportunity. Whether I am audible properly?
Yes, audible.
Yeah. Okay. So Bell has some added advantage of being in the high-tech industry. So for us, adapting Industry 4.0 is not an option. It's a compulsion. So as Mr. Nilotpal has mentioned 2-3 times that private cloud for Bharat Electronics, I will tell you the digital scenario in any defense sector, how it works actually. If you come to our organization, you will find each person will be having 2 terminals. One terminal he will log on to its internal network where he will be working on ERP and all. And there will be another terminal which will be exposed to internet domain. So all our internal data cannot be exposed to public domain at all. So because of this reason, our IT investments are huge. So as I told you, for us, why moving to Industry 4.0 is not an option, it is a compulsion. Like recently, we have supplied the 30,000 ventilators in 3 months' time to Ministry of Health, and we feel very proud about it. A lot of media coverage was given, and we have done very silently. And manufacturing in some new domain, actually, we were not there in medical electronics, but we could do it because we are highly digitized, and those who visit us, they know us. Then we also supply electronic voting machines. And when we say electronic voting machines, it is always to be supplied in millions in a very short time. And it is not supposed to have a quality issue. Real Six Sigma it has to be. Otherwise, in polling stations, there will be a big chaos. So there is a completely automated plant in Chandigarh. If anytime somebody has visited that, where we really do mass manufacturing of the boards for EVA. It is a totally automated setup which is integrated with our ERP, and no hands touch the board, and complete starting from planning to manufacturing, it happens without touching hands, and complete quality control, quality assurance, it is taken care by automated machines which is directly connected to my ERP. So this is a step forward towards Industry 4.0. I will give you one more business case what recently 2 years back we have started. Actually, when we say Industry 4.0, I always say that utility gives meaning to the technology. Technology per se has no meaning till we are able to utilize it. And Industry 4.0 is making your physical systems talking real time with your digital systems. Like your ERP, if it can talk to your test equipments on real time basis, that is what Industry 4.0 is all about. So Bharat Electronics, as it is an electronics company, we have lakhs of test equipment distributed across India, and test equipments are very costly. It may cost more than the few millions. So having a complete track of that is very important. So how to do that? So last 2 years we are doing this exercise. Each and every test equipment is Bharat Electronics is having a RFID tag. Each room is having a RFID antenna. Any asset going outside that room, it will record that this asset has moved from this place to other place, and it is real time connected to my SAP system. So now if suppose I want to know for my ventilators, I need this test equipment. At click of button, I will come to know that 7 are there in my Panchkula unit, 3 are there in my Delhi plant, 7 are there in my Hyderabad plant, and which cost center it is physically located, I will come to know sitting in Bangalore. So this is what one step forward towards Industry 4.0. As Bharat Electronics is a master system integrators for a lot of our customers, as you will be knowing, we are doing a lot of smart city projects like Agra, Delhi CCTV, you must be knowing, that is also done by Bharat Electronics. And lot of tools which comes under purview of Industry 4.0 are used, and lot of technologies in these things. I will give you one example of the smart city. When we say a smart city, what all it comprises of? Like solid waste management. So there are sensors installed in the bins of municipal corporation. The moment it crosses a particular load, message is sent to nearby carrier that there is a filled waste bin. You go there, pick that, and send it to the proper location. Same way, adaptive traffic control systems. Like where is traffic congestion, accordingly all the traffic lights of city will be controlled. Same way, water management system. Which area water consumptions are more? Which area line there is a leakage? Based on the artificial intelligence system determines where there is a leakage or not. So even not within the Bharat Electronics, even with our customers, we are using a lot of tools which are which come under Industry 4.0. So I will not take much time because time is less. I just wanted to give the actual feel how we are utilizing these things on ground. And as Mr. Nilopal was mentioning, we have an integrated setup where all our units are connected to Bangalore location centrally. Anybody sitting in my New York office, we have 2 offshore offices. He is also connecting to my server here through dedicated lease lines. He is not coming through internet. It is my private cloud. So we have taken a very prestigious products where we are building our own private cloud where data will be residing in different units, but all the controls will be there in Bangalore. So we are taking a lot of initiative this front. So, okay, Mr. Rajesh, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I think very important products that you mentioned, especially the EVM and the ventilators, especially at this point of time. That shows, and also you're mentioning that the technology behind that is fully automated, no hands touching kind of a thing. Very, very good to know. So I would just like to invite Nilotpal if he has any view in terms of the topic being discussed. Nilotpal, would you like to shed some light?
So, I will purely speak from my experience of interacting with customers and the various POCs that we've been involved with. So two things, I will divide this into two parts. We have seen a lot of success of Industry 4.0 implementation if it's a greenfield project. Now, when I say greenfield, it could be something which is a complete new setup is being set up, a new factory is being set up. It could also be if it is a fresh, fresh extension of a factory, because there what happens is you get to design everything from scratch, and you don't have any unknown variables. So we have seen a lot of success in greenfield implementation. But the moment it is not greenfield, and we have been engaged with multiple POCs, the success rates are very, very limited. There what happens is we get very easily excited by the prospect of an outcome. And then, you realize that while you would have spent some 2-3 months in doing a POC, all of a sudden you encounter a completely unknown variable. It could be at the other end, some kind of a industrial system which is not completely open. So there we have seen very limited success. I think there very key is what kind of project you take. Before you embark on that journey, you should have ensured that all your variables are known, everything is known, and then you go ahead and do it. But let me also add here that there are organizations which have not been able to achieve much of a 4.0 implementation on the plant side, but they have successfully done it on the customer and supplier side. So they run a lot of analytics, may not be on a clear real-time data, but on collected data. They run, and that data could be from their ERP source, or from their MES source, or from R&D source. But that data they have been effectively been able to utilize to streamline their rest of the non-plant operations. So there we have seen success, but yes, I think very limited. But I have always believed that it is always a point of explosion, and I think we have not reached that point of explosion. There are a lot of maybe when we talk about challenges we'll be able to do that, but there will be a time beyond which it's going to explode, and I think that time is not too far.
Sir, Manoj sir is trying to put something.
Yes, I would like to just highlight some of the challenges that are typical to what Nilotpal ji alluded to, but didn't elaborate on. Most of the old organizations, they have old legacy manufacturing plants that need modernization. Unless they are modernized, they cannot really do much on the journey towards Industry 4.0. Another constraints that I do see that is preventing whole hog adaptation of 4.0 or undertaking that journey is lack of IoT capabilities, primarily because of compliance constraints. My friend Tripathi ji, who is from BEL, we talk a lot to each other. I have visited his company several times, and we keep meeting in ministry forums and all. So somehow they have been able to manage within those constraints, which is a very big thing. But typically, just imagine he mentioned about 2 computers in front of your each person who is using technology. That is the kind of segregation we need to have between business as well as internet facing activity. In this environment, how do you actually, and then we cannot have what is called Wi-Fi enable. Unless you have these kind of enabling technologies available to you without any compliance constraints, again that I see as a big constraint. Another constraint that organizations, especially in defense sector, are facing is ability to adapt to available technology that other organizations are freely adapting to, because of very genuine security constraints. Now, on one hand, we need to work with those constraints. On other hand, especially you must be aware that BML, apart from manufacturing defense oriented equipment and mining and construction equipment, we are in a big way into construction and deliveries of metro coaches, and we have 47% of market share there. So it becomes very difficult for us to adopt some of the modern technology of manufacturing and then embark on this journey because of this technology constraint. So what we are doing to manage that, as Nilotpal alluded, what we are doing is we are trying to, while we are, working within the constraints, we are trying to see that we create enough digitization within the organization, we create enough integration within the organizations, we automate wherever we can automate processes and integrate them, so that when we are able to move things from edge to cloud, we will be able to fast track that journey, because otherwise the groundwork has already been done. I just wanted to highlight this, and therefore I raised my hand, Rajesh. Over to you.
Sure, sir. I think that in a way also covers the next subsection we were trying to discuss, the innovation and kind of adaptation that is required and what has been done. So that you have come out already with that point from your side, sir. In that case, maybe if we still have Chandrasekhar sir on the line, he could elaborate, what is the kind of adaptation, what is the kind of innovation his organization is doing to adopt, to move to Industry 4 in the coming years. I guess he is dropped out.
No. I'm
Are you
here.
able
I'm here. Yeah, I can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay, he's there, sir. So just
Hello, I am
maybe in the next 2 minutes, sir, if you could just summarize what are the kind of innovations that you are looking at, what are your plans to move to Industry 4 properly?
Okay. Thank you very much. In RINL, under the initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and to reap the benefits of Industry 4.0, Government of India has taken initiative to create a center of excellence on Industry 4.0 in the RINL premises, that is Visakhapatnam Steel Plant. So in this, there will be stakeholders is MIT, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and Software Technological Parks of India, Vizag, and RINL, Andhra Pradesh state governments. We are joining hands to set up a center of excellence in Visakhapatnam Steel Plant, and funding will be done by the Government of India, and there will be 3 laboratories will be set up. One is drone laboratory, another is robotics laboratory, and IIoT, artificial intelligence laboratory. And also we are planning to have down 5 years, 50 startups will be working, and they will make the customized product for Visakhapatnam Steel Plant, and in and around Vizag, what are the industries are there. Slowly it will be expanded to the industries in India. This is what is our plan for 5 years, and already already we are in the path of establishing the center of excellence, and we have given a infrastructure for these STPAs and ecosystem we are going to develop. And I request all the panelists who are all the industries are there, they can also join. They can play a mentor role or an industrial partners, and they can make use of the center of excellence in getting the industrial 4.0 products in a cost-effective way and support the Make in India concept. This is what we are going to do for the next 5 years, and we will try to develop products for the steel industry and also other industries. And we have already requested some big companies, steel giants, and they are joining with us so that they will give the designs, and those designs will be developed by the startups, and they'll test the prototypes, and they'll make the products in India, and they'll market it. This is what is the concept we are planning, and we are 31st August we are going to soft launch, and from there onwards it will start the activity. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity.
Okay, sir. Great to hear this, sir. I think that was one very important point, that startups would be involved, because this is a kind of where everybody realizes that engaging the startups results in more benefits. These young guys sometimes come up with some revolutionary ideas. Yeah. So thank you for that input, sir. So if sir Amrish, sir, if you could just let us know, you already said that a major part of your productions is already kind of Industry 4 enabled. What do you look, what do you feel when you look into the future? What sort of more that you want to do?
Actually, I have not told major part of production has been done. Wherever necessity came, I will put it differently. As I told you, utility gives meaning to technology. So if you are building a radar, so in radar using Industry 4.0 may not be possible, because it's a dedicated radar which takes 2 years for manufacturing. So we can't use it directly, but yes, wherever necessity. Just to add up to my points, a lot of emphasis is given to startups, but as our policy, Bharat Electronics get engaged with the institutions. Actually, we have a dedicated force of almost 3,000 young engineers, those who are doing research work in our R&D. Out of our 5,000 workforce, 3,000 engineers are engaged only in R&D. And we have 2 dedicated CRL, Center Research Laboratory, and they are continuously engaged with IISCs and IITs. So I will tell you some examples of innovation, how we are using technologies of Industry 4.0 to give the service to nation. Like recently with IIM Rishikesh. As you know, Rishikesh is a hilly area, so very difficult to build even roads. And a lot of patients are there in remote area. So in pandemic kind of situation, doctors cannot reach to the patient, the patients immediately cannot reach to doctors. So we have our CRL, they are doing a trial of one COVID meter. It is a like watch kind of a device which is given to each patient, which is asymptomatic or having a minor symptoms. And on real-time basis, to his doctor who is assigned to these patients, he is getting the data, like a critical parameters. And the moment it crosses some limit, he gets an alarm that this patients now need hospitalization. So when I say that we should focus on the technology and its utility, because if Industry 4.0 will just fix it to industry, then we will not be doing justice to the Industry 4.0. Because now everything is an industry. Like tomorrow, when we talk about Industry 4.0, there will be a pharma company which will not be having any chemicals with it. So there will be an ecosystem of the distributors and suppliers, and that will be, there will be a master integrator who will be doing the tie-ups, and then he will be telling, I am a pharma company. So just I gave you an example of innovation. So along with the startups, we can get engaged with the institutions also, all these research institutes. And then a lot of things can come up with these kind of IoT technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, or adaptive manufacturing. Yeah, thanks, Rajesh.
Thank you, sir. So we get the point. I think you rightly pointed out that at some places it is not possible, to deploy Industry 4.0 because of the sensitivities which are involved there, especially in the defense equipment for the country that you are manufacturing. And then it is really good to hear and heartening to hear that the kind of collaborations you are having with institutional framework, because what we have seen in most of the cases, the gap that gets created is because the front runners are not engaging enough with the people or the institutions which could help in a way by R&D, and then also exposing them to the real environment of the production and such technologies. So we unfortunately, I think we have not been able to get Rajiv sir onto this panel. He had something urgent which came up his way, and we have nearly reached there where we want to end. So Nilotpal, if you have any concluding remarks, then maybe we could move on to the questions if the audience has any questions regarding this session.
No, only one thing. I think from our experience, very critical things are how we the IT and OT teams talk to each other for a successful implementations. I think what is also very important in organizations that I have encountered is a very close handshake between IT OT. I think that in organizations like BL may not be too much of an issue because their DNA is electronics, and hence they understand this a lot better than others. That is very important. Also, it is very important is the project selection. What kind of project you want to implement, where your outcomes are higher, as well as the ability to do is higher. So that these are very important things. From an HP point of view, 4 areas which we will continue to focus on. One is on the capture side, data capture side. We'll continue to innovate around networking, Aruba, security. We will continue to work around the data analytics platform. So we've done a couple of acquisitions. That is what we will do to build our big data portfolio. And we will also, continue to work with large partners as well as the startup ecosystem to develop a larger ecosystem, because I think it is very important how we work in synergy as an ecosystem, because when you actually do an industry 4.0 implementation, you have to bring multiple people together to make it successful. It is not possible for one organization to do it, and hence it is very important. So that is an ecosystem which we are trying to build. I heard Mr. Ambrish speaking about smart city and how they have been able to build an ecosystem. HP has also implemented a few smart city projects, and we have seen how successfully it works. So these are the areas which we will focus on, and I'm sure it will be a success for all of us. Thanks, Rajesh.
To hear. So Manoj sir, if you have anything to add on, otherwise we'll move on to the questions. If there is any, Pragya, could you please ready
I just wanted to add one thing from our side. We do have collaboration with IITs, ISCs, and other government bodies. But primary focus is not 4.0. When we do collaborate with them, our primary focus. Recently, we signed 2 MOUs, one with IIT Kanpur and another one with NASSCOM. The idea is to drive our growth strategy using partnership with those institutions. So I just wanted to add, alluding to whatever tripartite.
That's really good and heartening to hear that. Yeah. So Pragya, is there any question should we take, or do we have we run out of time?
So as the panel suggests, we have 2 questions here. As the panel suggests, we can do that.
We could take. I think that's fine if there are questions.
Okay. So let me just read them out. There is a question about, I think today I'm seeing a lot of questions on cyber security. Even if we are talking about the hardware side and physical side, they are asking about the security. Just.
What's the question?
Yeah. So I'm just reading out. So there is a question, when we deploy these applications that you have been talking about, since he has not mentioned any particular application, he's asking what are the limitations of software handling the network and security. And there is a question, how is SD-WAN different in VPN? I think that is very much there.
I think that's not pretty appropriate, these questions for this.
Yes, that's why I'm just reading. Okay,
but,
yes, this is
Rajesh, in general, the challenges of cyber security multiply significantly the moment you integrate, OT, IT, IoT, and all these things, because the number of variables increase, significantly, almost like exponentially. And therefore, if companies are finding challenges just to manage their IT cyber security from IT perspective, they need to really multiply their abilities, manifold, to make sure that the entire ecosystem is secure from cyber, criminals.
That's an insight.
I want to make a point here. You know, I was involved with both when BL and BML implemented their SAP systems. You know, more from a sales perspective, that must be around 15 years back, if I'm not wrong. And those time we used to have a remote support system where the customer was required to open a port, and we continuously ping so that if anything goes bad, then an alert comes. And both BL and BML did not agree. So you can understand, for them to open up their OT systems will be such a big challenge. I'm sure things would have changed over time, but still, yeah.
It is a change management journey for us. We are moving ahead.
Actually, one way, sir, it's good for because we are manufacturing the product which is directly related to the national security. So actually, the policy is cyber threat avoidance, not cyber threat management. Because whatever system you build, you will find a smarter person who can breach that system. So right now, policy is avoid cyber threat in MOD. So I feel to some extent that is right. But what we have to do, our expenditure on digitization of organization goes multifold. Like we have to build our own data centers, we have to build our own cloud, we have to build our own network. You will not believe the kind of expenditure I made for cyber security. Last to last year, we have spent some 10 crores rupees to build a SOC, Security Operations Center. And each and every threat, what is coming from anybody, any other country, it is getting monitored real-time basis. So we are managing, but yes, without taking care of the cyber threats, if we expose our systems, it will, yes, it's very dangerous because we are directly related to national security.
Sir, there is one question which I think is relevant. Maybe quickly, if we could, 2-3 liners we could answer. The question is, how to consider this pilot scale manufacturing and or large scale test platform for selected devices. So what they are saying that in such a scenario, when you adhere to industry 4, then for such devices when you are manufacturing, how do you adhere to test and test the pilots that you run and the scales that you want to achieve? You get the question. Pilot scale manufacturing or large scale test platforms for such devices. Suppose the EVMs you are manufacturing, they are so large in so how do you create that test platform for such devices?
Actually, as far as this pilot manufacturing is concerned, like pilot this, if I understood your question correctly, now after 3D printing and prototyping, so actually we have a dedicated lab for prototyping where extensively 3D printing is used. So when I say we manufacture 30,000 ventilators in 3 months time, so for that this initial prototyping becomes very important. And test setup, I think I am not the right person to answer this question because it may not be directly related to IT in that perspective.
In that case, maybe offline we could take that question.
Yeah.
I can just add a line here from what I have seen in core manufacturing companies. If you have to test for something and then you want to implement it at a wider scale, what is important is that you test it in the most complex part of the entire landscape that you have. And if you see success in the most complex part, then probably the success when you enlarge it to a wider setup becomes so much higher. So it is important that you figure out which is the most complex part of the entire landscape and then do a test there and then go ahead and replicate it or make it wider.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe finding out the weakest link first and then going ahead with the
and then that takes care of risk management as well. You first manage your risk and then explode into bigger implementations.
Agreed, sir. So I think with this, maybe we shall conclude. If there are more questions, maybe we could separately send you across as per treatment. What we were able to bring out from this session, some key takeaways I would like to just highlight. First of all, you just cannot jump onto the industry 4. Basically, you need to be prepared. You need to be, significant enablement has to be there. Some sort of automation has to be there. if you want to go on to the next level of automation. Some, there are some gaps which needs to be filled. So for example, sir quoted examples of, some sensors need to be there, the ability to read and exchange data has to be there. And then, the business and internet decision in terms of what is facing what, that has to be there. Also, there were some good insights from RINL in terms of what they are doing for the future, particularly the Center of Excellence. And Sir Chandrasekhar sir very aptly has invited everybody to be part of it. I think people would get interested, and I hope we join their efforts in terms of coming out with the POCs and the technologies to help the future. Also, what we have seen that in terms of from the industry point of view, what was suggested by Nilotpal is that if there is a greenfield project, then the chances of success are a little more compared to if we have a running factory and we want to convert it to a industry 4 standard. And she has seen the POC successes going down significantly, and also the selection of the project. For example, if we select the project properly, then the chances of successes also increase. And BL has also quoted a lot of real life examples in terms of how industry 4 has been implemented. And a very relevant point was brought out by sir that industry 4 should not only be limited to industry, it should go to the masses also, by that particular device example that he quoted for the COVID related remote sensing of the condition of the patient. So with that, I would like to conclude, and I would like Mr. Kailashnath Adhikari.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. Thank you for this wonderful session where we focused upon digital transformation in the defense and manufacturing PSUs. And thank you to all the esteemed speakers, starting from Mr. Nilotpal Dattaji from HP India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Shri Manoj Kumar Jharji, thank you so much, sir. Shri Amrish Tripathi ji, thank you so much. And we had Chandrasekhar ji on over the call. Thank you so much to him as well for joining us. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining this panel. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the 5th India PSU IT Virtual Forum. And as I said in the beginning in my opening remarks, welcome address, that the circumstances are such that we are in a new normal, and that the 5th session was in a virtual manner. But our commitment towards talking about the digital transformation stories, the real-time case studies of digital transformation for the CPSEs will continue. And they have grown each year by strength to strength. As we can see, our journey has now close to half a decade now, talking about their stories. And with this, we laid the foundation for the upcoming year as well. And this could all have been possible naturally with the great support of all our CPSEs, whom we consider as the backbone of our economy, and to discuss each and every element of theirs, be it digital transformation, governance, or any other aspect, is at our core editorial focus as well. And thank you to all the technology partners also for joining us, so that it becomes a perfect platform of disseminating information between the CPSEs and the technology players, and so that their problems can be addressed to in a very, I can say, informative manner. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We had a great attendance since morning, where I can see the numbers. It's very encouraging to see on our part as well that the numbers are so good when people are joining in. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and Jai Hind. Good evening.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to all the attendees as well. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. And there is a poll we would like to run. Quick poll, since we had an insightful day, so we must ask public about IT and OT. So do you think IT-OT convergence requires additional cybersecurity investment? If you agree, you choose your option. If you agree, disagree, or you're neutral about it. So I'll just run it for a few seconds, and then I'll just run. And all your, meanwhile, the poll, people are filling up the poll. All your unanswered questions shall be answered for sure. We shall be discussing with the panelists, and since they need a lot of elaboration, and these technologies are not very quick to address, and the challenges are not quick to address, we shall take offline, and then we will get back to you with the answers in detail through reports or directly. Thank you. With this, I am closing the poll. And I thank everyone for joining. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, Pragya. I'll take leave now. Thank you.
Thank you.